The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Well, here we are once again on July the 2nd, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 626, incident at Zunwana Gate, Prince Shimin ambushes and kills his rivals, the brothers Li Yuljasi and Li Janchen, sons of Emperor Gezu. He then forces the emperor to name him as successor to the throne. In 1776, Continental Congress resolves these united colonies are and of right ought to be free and independent states. In 1823, Baha'i Independence Day, the end of Portuguese rule in Brazil, with the final defeat of the Portuguese crown loyalists in the province of Bahia. In 1865, one-time Methodist Reformed Church minister William Booth and his wife Catherine Booth found the East London Christian Mission, now known as the Salvation Army. In 1964, President Lyndon B. Johnson signed Civil Rights Act and Voting Rights Act into law. In 1990, 1,426 pilgrims trampled to death after a panic in a tunnel in Mecca, Saudi Arabia. In 1928, the Jenkins Television Corporation, owned by Charles Jenkins, goes on air with W3XK, the first television broadcasting station in the U.S. In 2005, 10 live 8 concerts held around the world organized by Bob Geldof to raise awareness of poverty. In 1989, American jockey Steve Coffin, is that really how you say that? Wins Irish Derby on Old Vic to become the first rider in history to sweep the world's 4 major derbies: Kentucky, Epsom, French, and Irish. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Maya, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
That's right, folks. C for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Lou Costello. Put them all together and they spell Camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello, come over here. Where in the world have you been?
Hey, Abbott,
What?
I just come from the movies. They were showing a Wild Bill Elliott Western. I never saw so much shooting in my life.
Oh, never mind that.
Bang,
Wait
bang,
a-
bang, bang,
Hey,
bang.
hey. How in the world did you get that big hole in your hat?
I was sitting so close to the screen that Wild Bill Elliott mistook me for one of the wrestlers, and I got hit by a stray bullet.
Oh, you idiot. Why do you always go to those Western movies?
Because my next picture's going to be a Western, Abbott, and I'm going to be a bad man. I can see myself now holding up the bank. I got a gun in each hand, a handkerchief tied across my nose.
Why do you have the handkerchief tied across your nose?
I may have to blow in a hurry. After I stick up the bank, I'll climb on my old faithful old sombrero, stick my 6-shooters into my Holsteins, tie my chaps around my throat, twirl my corral over my head, and ride off into the old bandanas.
Wait a minute. What does that mean, Costello?
How should I know? That's cowboy talk.
That should be some picture, Costello. Who's going to be your leading lady?
Marilyn Maxwell. Marilyn, dear old Marilyn. Marilyn plays the part of the richest girl in the West. She's got thousands of head of cattle.
I know, and you try to win her just to get possession of her cattle.
Shame on you, Abbott. Do I look like the kind of a guy that would marry a girl for her prime ribs?
Look, you nitwit. If you want Marilyn Maxwell to make a Western picture with you, why don't you make her the star? Do a classic Western story.
That's a great idea, Abbott. We'll film the story of Annie Oakley.
Do you know the story?
Certainly I know it. Annie Oakley was a very famous girl. She was a very famous girl.
Where was she born?
She was... Huh?
Where was she born?
Where was she born? She was born in the town of Wyoming that was named after her. The town of Bashful.
Bashful? Bashful, Wyoming was named after Anne?
Sure, ain't you ever heard of Cheyenne?
Wyoming?
Now look, Abbott, from now on, keep your big mouth shut because I got to finish the story.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, one day when Annie was a little girl, she looked out the window, she saw her father shooting the sheriff, and he was scared, so she
You
immediately...
mean the sheriff was in jeopardy?
Yes, and then... Could I have that again?
I said the sheriff was in jeopardy.
Yes, he was a Jeopardy sheriff.
Jeopardy.
Boy, did I get out of that one. Abbott, why don't you let me tell this? Now, you get out of here. Go on over to the Kraft Music Hall and show them what a real hunk of cheese looks like.
Oh, no. Go ahead with your story.
Okay, now one day Annie was eating a big bowl of cornflakes. Her father rushed in screaming, Annie, I found nuggets down by the creek.
No. You mean he screamed, I found a bonanza.
Yeah, he screamed what?
Bonanza.
How do you like that? Now he's putting bonanzas and scream on the cornflakes.
Oh, you don't understand. You see, Lou, in the story, the father found a bonanza and he split it with Annie.
Yeah, they had a bonanza split. Hey, Abbott, shut up! They're laughing before they're supposed to laugh. Now, Annie decided to go prospecting, so she put a solid gold saddle on her horse and rode away.
Wait a minute.
And
Why did she ride on a solid gold saddle to go prospecting?
Because every time the horse hit a bump, she struck it rich.
She's right. Oh, stop this silly stuff, Costello. You should be ashamed of yourself cooking up a ridiculous story like that for a picture to star Marilyn Maxwell.
I'm sorry, Abbott.
You should be.
But I love Marilyn. I was only trying to figure some way to make a hit with her.
Well, I don't blame you, Lou. She really is lovely. Why, I could fall for her myself.
Abbott, at your age, you don't fall. You collapse.
Ah.
There's only one thing wrong with our romance, Abbott.
What is that?
She's Pennywise.
Marilyn is Pennywise?
Yes, I ain't got a penny, and she's wise to it.
Oh.
Louis Costello.
Hey, look, it's Marilyn Maxwell.
Oh, Louis, I wonder if you could come over to my house in the morning and take me out for a driving lesson.
Oh, you bet. Hey, Abbott, she loves me. Marilyn, you do love me, don't you? Say that you adore me. Say that you're mad about me.
Uh-huh.
Say that you think I'm wonderful, that you dream of me every night, that you think I'm adorable.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm the handsomest, sweetest, cutest, dearest little dumpling in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Marilyn, you say the nicest things.
Well, I've got to go now. Don't forget, Louis. Tomorrow you're going to take me for a driving lesson. Goodbye.
Oh, Abbott, isn't she wonderful? She gets so much out of a goodbye.
I don't know. She's not the only sand on the beach.
When she says goodbye,
But
that sends me.
She's not the only sand on the beach to me.
Yes, but she's so nicely piled.
Ah, yes. You idiot. Why did you promise to give her a driving lesson? You don't even have a driver's license yourself.
I don't need one, Abbott. I haven't even got a car. And another thing, no car? No, this is terrible, Abbott. You got to help me out. How can I teach Marilyn to drive without a car?
Now, don't get excited. I'll stick to you and help you out. We'll just have to rent a car.
Where can we get one?
You drive.
Me drive?
No, you drive.
I said I drive.
You don't drive it. I drive it.
Drive what?
You drive.
Why should I drive when you want to drive?
I'm going to drive. Look, Costello, I'm renting a you drive, and I drive it.
Then we both drive.
No, we do nothing of the kind. I drive. When I say you drive, I don't mean you drive. I mean that I drive, although it's a you drive.
Oh, when you say you drive, you don't mean me drive. You mean you drive because I don't drive.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Now look, Abbott, you go to a place to rent a car.
Yes.
And you are driving the car.
Yes.
Where am I sitting?
You are sitting right next to me.
Is there a steering wheel in front of me?
No.
Then you're positive that I'm not driving.
I'm positive.
And you're driving the car.
Yes.
All right. What kind of a car are you driving?
You drive.
Somebody better be driving.
No, Costello. Look, I'm trying to explain this. We go out and we rent a car.
Right. Where are we going to get it?
You drive company.
Now I drive company. I thought you, I, and Marilyn were going all alone.
You don't understand. It's Hertz you drive.
Well, if it hurts, you drive.
Now, that's right.
That's right. This is getting worse.
Don't you see? The head of the company's Hertz.
That's too bad. What hurts him?
Nothing hurts him. Every company has a head.
Naturally.
Now, this company's head's Hertz.
Then let him take an aspirin.
Listen, Costello. It's Hertz you drive all over the country.
If it hurts to drive all over the country, why should I drive Marilyn Maxwell and get hurt? Both of us is liable to get hurt.
No,
there.
you won't. You won't get hurt. It's Hertz Company.
Hertz Company?
Yes.
But I don't want to hurt nobody. Look, Abbott, will you go with me to Marilyn's house tomorrow?
Why?
Well, her mother thinks I'm the biggest jerk in the world.
So?
I want her to get a good look at you.
Experience is the best teacher.
Remember during the war when the man who sold you cigarettes would sometimes shake his head the moment he saw you? Then, as he said,
Too bad, Joe. No camels today.
you answered with resignation,
All right. Give me whatever you've got, then. I feel like an experimental station for cigarette brands. I've smoked so many kinds during this shortage.
Yes, and trying all those different kinds of cigarettes during the wartime shortage sold you more than ever on Camels, didn't it? And friends, that experience was repeated throughout America. The experience of smoking whatever brands they could get taught millions the differences in cigarette quality. Then, smokers' T-zones, that's T for taste and T for throat, tried more cigarette brands than they'd normally try in a lifetime. The result was that smokers found they were happiest with Camel's rich flavor and cool mildness. Today, more people smoke Camels than ever before. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Now, while you light up a Camel, Skinny Anna sings, Gotta Get Me Somebody to Love.
Like so long, oh so long on the prairie. Gotta get me somebody to love. Gotta find one who's kind and not contrary. One who rides by my side, hand in glove. I got my horse, got a silver saddle, but there's one thing I keep thinking of. Like so long, oh so long on the prairie. Gotta get me somebody to love. So long, oh so long on the prairie. Gotta get me somebody to love. See how that moon shines so bright above. I gotta get me somebody to love.
Well, Costello, since we couldn't rent a car, let's ask Mrs. Wetwash. You know Mrs. Wetwash. She'll lend you one of her cars. What do you say?
Oh, good morning, Mr. Rabbit. My, aren't you a little old to be carrying a balloon? Oh, pardon me, it's Costello.
Mrs. Wetwash, you really look sharp today. But isn't that an odd dress you're wearing?
Oh, it's just a little thing I wear to tease.
Tease who? Boris Karloff?
Mrs. Wetwash, Costello would like to borrow one of your cars. He has a date to teach Marilyn Maxwell to drive. And he wants to put on a big front, you know.
Big front?
Yeah.
Oh, he'd better get a wheelbarrow to carry the one he's got now. Costello, why are you always chasing that Marilyn Maxwell? What's wrong with me? My late husband always said I had an hourglass figure.
Oh, yeah? Well, maybe you ought to stand on your head and let the sand run back. Costello, will you cut that out? Look, Mrs. Wetwash, you're a kind lady. Why, just last night I dreamed that you loaned me one of your cars.
Well, when you dream tonight, drive carefully.
You know, Abbott, I got a sneaky feeling that she ain't gonna lend me your car.
Oh, never mind her, Costello. We've got to get a car. Hey, look, here comes Skinny Ennis. Let's ask him.
Hey, Skinny, I wonder if you would like to...
Oh, no, Costello. I ain't going to lend you my car.
How did you know I was going to ask you?
I read the script last night. So long, Fatso.
Abbott, remind me to give that Skinny Ennis back to Bob Hope.
Oh, never mind him, Costello.
And 6 points.
Never mind him. Now, look, if you're going to teach Marilyn to drive, there's only one thing to do. Buy a new car.
Now, look, Abbott, you know I ain't got enough money to buy a 1947 car.
Oh, you don't have to pay all cash. You just put up a down payment.
I put up a down payment?
That's right.
Where do I put it up?
The place where you put it down.
Make up your mind, Abbott. Do I put it up or do I put it down?
When you put it up, you're putting it down.
You mean I put it up and put it down at the same time?
That's right.
What am I buying, a car or a yo-yo?
No. You dummy, it's very simple. In order to put a payment up, you've got to put it down. So you see, when it's down, it's up.
How can it be down if it's out?
It's only up if you put it down.
Just a second. I'm going to buy a new car, right?
Right.
What do I put down?
The jack.
And what do I put up?
The jack.
How do you like that? I ain't even got a car yet. This mug's got me jacking it up and down.
You idiot, come with me, please. We go in this new car agency, and I'll show you how to buy a new car.
Hey, Abbott, look at all those new cars. This guy has so many 1947 cars, you'd think he was a used car dealer.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. What can I do for you? I'm Dr. Choker.
Doctor? Do you have to be a doctor to sell automobiles?
Well, you see, I make all the new deliveries.
My friend Costello would like to buy a 1947 car.
Oh, fine. Something around $3,500? Or would you like to spend a little more and get into the medium price field?
Hey, Abbott, this guy puts it up before you can put it down.
Now, here's a lovely model. The back seat makes up into a bed, and you can sleep in it.
Oh, a four-snore sedan.
Just look at the advantages. Look at this. Yes, look at the advantages of this car, Mr. Costello. You've got a radio, heater, sun visor, and lights. There are headlights, backup lights, rear lights, parking lights, searchlights.
What's the searchlight for?
Well, that's to find the switch to put on the headlights. Then it's got fog lights, smog lights, and hog lights.
Hog lights?
That's in case you're on a country road and a pig runs in front of you.
Well, we'll take it.
Good. Now, of course, you'll need seat covers. How about these red seat covers?
They'll do. And you'd better give me a set of blue ones, too.
What for?
To keep the red seat covers from getting dirty.
Well, we're ready to close the deal now. Put up the down payment, then you're paid up when you put it down till the next down payment comes up.
Let's not get into that again. Yeah, take my $50.
$50?
$50.
Young man, you're in the wrong department. Step through that door onto the lot and walk south. The further south you walk, the cheaper the cars get. Keep going till you get to the $50 car.
Come on, Costello.
There's the 42s, 1941s, 1940s, 1939s. $1923s, 1920s, 1919s, 1917s. Abbott, I'm tired. Ask that salesman over there in the big straw hat where the cheaper cars are.
Hey, you. Where are the $50 cars?
2 miles south in Mexico City.
How do you like that? We walked all the way to Mexico, Abbott. Take any car we can get. I can't walk another foot.
Here is a very fine car, senor. They not make cars like that today.
They'd be crazy if they did. What kind of car is it?
That's the original Kaiser car.
Who's that old guy with the black mustache sitting in the front seat?
That is the Kaiser. If you like this car, you can put up the down payment.
What's that? How was that?
If you put up your 50 pesos, your down payment will be up.
How do you like that, Abbott? Now they're doing our routines in Mexico.
Camel presents lovely Marilyn Maxwell from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Beginning or the End. For Camel fans everywhere, here's Marilyn to sing The Basin Street Blues.
Won't you come along with me down the Mississippi? We'll take a boat to the land of dreams, steam down the river down to New Orleans. The band's there to meet us, old friends to greet us, where all the light and the dark folks meet. Heaven on earth, they call it Basin Street. Basin Street is the street where all the dark and light folk meet. Land of dreams, New Orleans. You'll never know how nice it seems or just how much it really means. I'm glad to be, yes, sirree, on Welcome Street, dear to me, where I can lose those Basin Street blues. Aren't you glad you came with me down the Mississippi, where all the light and the dark folks meet? Heaven on earth, they call it Basin Street. Heaven on earth, they call it Basin Street.
Every time you smoke a cigarette, you are consciously or unconsciously testing it on your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat, your true proving ground for any cigarette. And there's where Camels make a hit, right on your T-zone. Try a Camel and see. See if your taste doesn't especially go for Camel's rich, full-bodied flavor of choice tobaccos. See if your throat doesn't approve Camel's cool mildness. Then you'll understand why so many doctors like Camels. You know, 3 leading independent research organizations asked 113,597 doctors, "What cigarette do you smoke, doctor?" The brand named most was Camel. Yes?
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Look, Abbott, there's the place where you get a driver's license. Over there.
Now, Costello, when you go in there, you must act with dignity.
That's right up my alley.
And you must act with confidence.
That's right up my alley.
And you must know the answers to all the traffic laws in California.
Set 'em up in the other alley.
Look, you dummy, you've got to get a license if you're going to teach Marilyn Maxwell how to drive.
Yes, Abbott. And when I get her into the car, I'm going to propose to her, and I'm going to give her my cat's eye ring.
A cat's eye ring?
Sure. I bought it through an ad in the paper. It said, wear this cat's eye ring, and your house will be full of love.
And is your house full of love?
No, it's full of cats.
Come on, now, let's see. Which one of these offices issues a driver's license? Costello, here. Try that door over there.
Okay.
I won't run for mayor anymore. I'll never run for mayor anymore.
Who was that?
Louis B. Mayer's horse, Busher.
Come on, Costello. Marilyn's waiting for us. We've got to find out where to get that driver's license.
I'll ask that woman over there. Pardon me, miss. Can you tell me where the driver's...
Well, if it isn't Mr. Abbott and Mr. Costello.
Oh.
Hello, you fat little mon, you. I didn't expect to find you here.
We didn't expect to find you here, or we wouldn't have been here.
Quiet, Costello. What brings you here, miss?
Oh, I stopped by to get new licenses for my 2 automobiles. My Plymouth and my Hootson.
Plymouth and Hootson?
Oh, Abbott, that's like a Studebaker or a Puntier.
Well, I must be toddling along. As they say in Spanish, Lueta Parascuda in la vista to you.
And a wet barracuda and a kisser to you, too.
Hey, Costello, there's the license inspector. Tell him what you want. Go ahead.
Mister, I want a driving license.
Very well. Step right up here. What's your name?
Lewis.
John L. or Strangler?
No, look, mister, this is Lou Costello.
Oh, yes, now I recognize you. And you're Mr. Abbott.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, yes. I always listen to you on the radio. Mm-hmm. Oh, you're so funny. Why, my wife and I almost die laughing. Especially when you open that closet and all the stuff falls out.
Wait a minute. That's not us. You're thinking of Burns and Allen.
Oh, no. I know Burns and Allen. He's the one that always hollers, "Hey, Abbott!"
Now, look, Gracie. Abbott. Will you tell this guy I want a driver's license?
Oh, yes. Now, first of all, I'll give you the eye test. We insist on perfect vision. Now, let's see. Where are you?
I'm standing over here.
Oh, yes. All right, Mr. Costello. Now, put your left hand over your right eye.
Left?
Right.
Wait a minute. Make up your mind. Right or left?
Costello, it's very simple. A man wants you to put your right hand over your left eye, which leaves your right eye left.
Oh. He wants me to put my left hand on my right eye because the one on the left is right, and that's the only one left.
That's right.
Well, which is it? Right or left?
Look, you cover your left eye.
Yes.
Now, your right eye is left.
How did it get over there?
You idiot, your eyes don't move.
Who am I? Influence?
Boys, now, I'll make it easy for you. Costello, put both hands over both eyes.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah.
Now, are you sure you can't see anything?
I can't see a thing.
Now, no fair peeking.
Mm-mm.
Pom-pom cookity-coo. Where shall this or that one go? Shall he go east? Shall he go west? Shall he go under the cuckoo's nest?
Oh, I like this. This is fun. Now I'll hide and you find me.
Well, I'd like to, but I'm a busy man. A busy man. Here's your driver's license. Goodbye.
Well, let's go, Costello. Now you're ready to take Marilyn Maxwell for a driving lesson. Hey, Costello, there's Marilyn waiting at the curb for us.
Ah, there you are, Louis, honey. Well, I'm all ready to go. Say, how do you get into this car?
Wait a minute, and I'll open the door for you. Hop in. Now, Marilyn, keep your eye on me, and you'll see me really do some driving. First, I step on this, release that, press this, and step on the gas.
Costello, what happened?
I'll tell you as soon as I climb back into the front seat.
Oh, Louis, we're coming coming to a stoplight. Apply your brakes. Oh, Louis, did you step on the brakes too hard?
I wasn't born with this windshield wiper on my forehead.
Oh, please, Louis, drive a little slower. Isn't this beautiful, romantic country?
Costello, now's your chance. Go ahead and kiss her.
Marilyn, would you mind if I... Would you...
I know, Louis, you want to kiss me. All right, go ahead. Well, aren't you going to kiss me?
Marilyn, my bad self tells me to kiss you. My good self tells me not to.
Well?
I'm a bad boy!
Look out, Costello. Watch where you're going. There's a fork in the road by that big red barn.
Don't worry. Either I'll take the road to the left or the road to the right.
Louis, make up your mind.
I will. I can go to the left or go to the right. Or through the barn.
Oh, Louis, I'm so sorry. You smashed your car all to bits.
Yes, and now I won't be able to give you any more lessons about driving a car.
But, Louis, I know how to drive a car. I wanted you to take me to the country club. I want to learn to drive a golf ball.
How do you like that? Now I gotta go out and dig up a down payment on a golf ball.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment for Camel Cigarette.
During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now, free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Bedford, Massachusetts, U.S. AAF Station Hospital, Fairfield, California, U.S. Naval Hospital, Charleston, South Carolina, U.S. Marine Hospital, Galveston, Texas, and Veterans Hospital, Thomasville, Georgia.
Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week. Our rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are still stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now back to Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, Costello, you smashed your car, but don't worry. You can deduct the loss from your income tax.
Abbott, do you know anybody that can help me with my tax?
Oh, certainly. Next Thursday, I'll get my brother to help you. You know, he works in the bank.
Oh, yes. My mother told me to ask you, Abbott. What does your brother do in a bank?
Tell her.
I will, if you'll tell me.
I just told you.
You told me what?
Tell her.
How can I tell her if you won't tell me?
I just told you tell her. Tell her in the bank.
Tell her in the bank. Why can't I tell her at home?
I'll get him out of here. Good night, folks.
Good night. Good night, everybody.
Listen to Abbott and Costello next week and hear Lou Costello make his income tax, assisted by Bud Abbott's brother, who's a teller in the bank. Don't tell anybody that I told you he's a teller, because I promised not to tell anybody he's a teller, and I wouldn't want to be known as a teller who tells.
Mr. Pipe Smoker, does your pipe have pipe appeal? Does it delight your taste with a rich, full flavor of its tobacco? Does it please your tongue because it smokes cool and mild? You'll answer with a resounding yes if you're smoking Prince Albert in your pipe. Prince Albert's ripe, mild tobacco is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. It's crimp cut to burn slow and cool. Get Prince Albert for pipe appeal. Make a date with Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry Saturday night on NBC. You'll find new delight in American folk songs the way Red Foley sings them. The Duke of Paducah and Minnie Pearl and many others will also be on hand. That's Saturday night for Grand Ole Opry with Red Foley.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel. Stay tuned now for the Eddie Cantor Show.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
How do you expect to get to New York at the rate you're going?
But that's none of your business.
You're on a budget from now on.
Now, just a minute.
Shut up.
You've got a name, haven't you?
Yeah, I got a name. Peter Warren.
Peter Warren. I don't like it.
Don't let it bother you. You were giving it back to me in the morning.
Take me with you, Peter. Take me to your island. I want to do all those things you talked about.
You'd better go back to your bed.
me laugh.
Oh, you're such a smart Aleck. Nobody knows anything but you. I'll stop a car, and I won't use my thumb.
What are you going to do?
The system on my own.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Thank you, Durwood. This is the Bing that you just mentioned, folks.
And this is the Rosie just mentioned, folks.
And thus identified, we roll, huh, Rosie?
Roger.
From this moment on, you for me, dear, only two for tea, dear. From this moment on, from this happy day, no more blue songs, only whoop-de-doo songs. From this moment on, for you've got the love I need so much, got the skin I love to touch, got the arms to hold me tight, got the sweet lips to kiss me goodnight. From this moment on, you and I, babe, we'll be riding high, babe. Every care is gone. From this moment on, for you've got the love I need so much. You got the skin I love to touch, got the arms to hold me tight, got the sweet lips to kiss me goodnight. From this moment on, you and I, babe, we'll be riding high, babe. Every care is gone. From this moment on.
Bing, you have suits made in London, don't you?
Oh, yes, occasionally I have a wrapper assembled there.
And some done at Robert Hall's.
Oh, yes, I play both sides of the pond. I give them all a break.
Well, then I assume that you owe a British tailor. Am I right?
Right as rain, Ken. When you deal with a top-notch London tailor, you put the bill on the cuff. Cuffola is more or less the practice over there.
Cuffola?
Mm-hmm. It's a slang term, Rosie. It's the direct opposite of payola.
Oh, never payola.
That makes a nice arrangement, doesn't it?
Yes, it's quite comfortable. Really it is. You might send your tailor a little something on account, but you never pay up your entire bill.
Well, then you could say that the custom is not to pay up your entire bill, huh?
Yes, it's more than a custom, though, Ken. It's a rule. One of the great advantages of British tailoring, you might say.
Not having to pay.
Not having to pay. It's sort of a status symbol.
How about dressmakers in London? Are they that liberal, too?
Negative.
No?
You bounce it right on the barrel head for your gimps, Rosie, every time.
Worse luck.
But for men, not having to pay, combined with the wonderful woolens and the fine workmanship, makes having your clothes made in London, a must, I guess.
Well, it's the place to run up a little tab, all right. The garments, you know, British tailoring, done right to perfection.
Beautiful.
But all kidding aside, you have to pay eventually, don't you?
Eventually, yes. But eventually is not a harsh or irritating word. It isn't a word that presses one. Eventually, you know, it's a pleasant word. A word that gives a fellow plenty of rope. Eventually doesn't imply that a bill collector's apt to come up and tap you on a well-tailored shoulder and demand that the cash be handed right over. He'll take the suit off your back. Eventually, you see.
Yeah.
Well, I see, but the picture's a little blurred.
Say, how about some music? Eventually.
Eventually. How about right now?
Okay.
I never cared much for moonlit skies. I never winked back at fireflies. But now that the stars are in your eyes, I'm beginning to see the light. I never went in for afterglow or candlelight on the mistletoe. But now when you turn the lamp down low, I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused a spark that's a four-alarm fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. Now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light. Caused a spark that's a four-alarm fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. Now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light. I'm beginning to see the light. I'm beginning to see the light.
Bing, I hate to harp on this, but you're ribbing about London tailors and how easy it is to owe them, aren't you?
No, I wasn't at all.
No?
No. Once your credit is established, it rolls on forever.
Like Old Man River, huh?
Exactly.
What I mean is, don't they ever accept money?
They will, yes. They'll accept money if it's well-pressed, clean, odorless.
I don't think mine.
But it's not necessary, you understand.
Yeah, but they will take it.
If you insist.
Mm-hmm. They don't want to have you waving it around or anything at them in their face.
Just
offends them.
Just do it discreetly and you can get by with it.
That's right. And besides, Ken, it isn't how much you owe your tailor. It isn't the amount at all. It's how long you owe him. That gives you some status in your town.
Well, even so, it seems to me you should send him something on account.
Even a Christmas card would help.
Yeah, that would be sweet.
Yes.
Be neighborly, yes. Then there's the possibility that your tailor might just send you a little reminder that quite a bit of moss has accumulated on your chit. That could happen, but it's nothing to get excited about, you understand. There's no harm meant, really, when he sends you this mild little reminder.
Oh, man, that's what I call friendly credit.
And when you find it, don't lose it.
Can I cut in here with one question?
Come in.
Let me ask you this. How do London tailors stay in business?
Well, how can they go out of business? They're famous for their tailoring. They'd be crazy to quit business, wouldn't they?
Well, yes. Yeah, I guess so, now that you put it that way.
I'm in kind of a London fog, too.
Ken, look here now. Look at it this way. Owen the tailor is a national sport amongst smartly attired British gentlemen. It's a tradition. You understand, sir?
Well, I realize it's tradition.
An English tailor's mission in life is to see that his customer is well-dressed and happy.
All right, if you insist.
He doesn't expect a client to go down the street with a grim, worried look on his face because he owes a bill. It would reflect on his clothes. It'd be bad for business, don't you see? The tailor wants bright, happy people displaying his merchandise.
I understand all that, but if he doesn't get paid, well, that's bad for business, too, isn't it?
Ken, will you drop it? Some old established firm have been operating very successfully on this principle for a long, long time.
How do they do it?
You thinking of opening a tailor shop or something?
No, I'm just confused.
Well, don't worry about it. Don't let it upset you. Relax. It's all right.
Maybe some music will take the pressure off, huh? Buddy Cole to the rescue, please.
Well, just as a footnote, I might tell you that I still owe some tailors in this country.
Way
sip your tea. The memory of all that.
No, no, they can't take that away from me.
The way your smile just beams.
I'm a grinny one, ain't I?
The way you sing off key.
For me? Not constantly. The way you haunt my dreams. No, no, they can't take that away from me.
We may never, never meet again on the bumpy road to love. Still, I'll always, always keep the memory of the way you hold your knife.
The way we danced till 3. The way you've changed my life. No, no, they can't take that away from me. No, they can't take that away from me. We danced till 3. The way you've changed my life. No, no, they can't take that away from me. No, they can't take that away from me. There's no business like show business.
Except when you're suffering from cold miseries.
Oh, and then performing can be torture.
That's why so many of us in show business insist on fast relief from cold discomforts.
And here's a way to get it. Listen.
Imagine a famous singer trying to make a hit recording when he feels miserable from cold and sinus trouble. He needs relief in a hurry, right, Frankie Lane?
Cold, sinus, and singing sure don't mix. To feel better fast, I take the newest medicine for those miseries. New, improved 4-Way cold tablets. New 4-Way contains a decongestant to drain sinus congestion while it relieves cold distress.
Clinical tests prove 4-Way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-Way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, there was no trace with other brands. Only 4-Way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-Way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing.
You're so right. 4-Way's really great and really fast.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-Way, fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package, only 39 cents.
I'll never forget the moment we kissed the night of the hayride. The way that we hugged to try to keep warm while taking a sleigh ride. Magic moments, memories we've been sharing. Magic moments when two hearts are caring. Time can't erase the memory of these magic moments filled with love. telephone call that tied up the line for hours and hours. The Saturday dance, I got up the nerve to send you some flowers. Sheer magic, occult interludes, memories we've been sharing. Magic moments when two hearts are caring. Time can't erase the memory of these magic moments filled with love.
Give a look, Rosie.
What's up?
Well, I'm making a Ludox test with this Eastern Star Venetian blind.
A Ludox test?
First, I smear some dirt all over the slats, like so.
Oh, my goodness, no.
All done? Now watch.
Okay, I'm watching. Say, it comes right off. That's wonderful.
Yes, Eastern's Star blinds are wonderful because they're the only Venetians offering DuPont's Ludox anti-soil finish. They shed dirt so readily. They actually never need washing.
Right, Bing. An Eastern Star with wider spaced interlocking S-shaped slats give up to 38% more light when open and complete darkness when closed. Eastern Star is custom made in regular horizontal as well as stunning new vertical styles in 21 exquisite colors.
Folks, for smartest fashion, plus wonderful no-washing convenience, insist on Eastern's Star Venetian blinds. You'll find Eastern's Star, as well as famous roll-ahead Venetians, in department and drapery stores. Both are by Eastern Products Corporation of Baltimore, world's first name in Venetian blinds.
For the name of your nearest dealer, call this station.
Close your eyes, close your eyes, go to sleep now, my darling, while the night wind through the trees sings a lullaby for you. Go to sleep, my dearest one, sleep and dream now, my darling, for you're safe in my arms all night through. La-da-dee, la-da-dee, Go to sleep, my dearest one. Sleep and dream now, my darling, for you're safe in my arms, all night through.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that ends this rendezvous.
Both of us hope that you enjoyed it. You know, we have, and we thank you very much.
Bye for now.
Adios.
A man with an artificial leg would do poorly in the 100-yard dash, but he could be a wizard with his hands. Hundreds of thousands of physically handicapped men and women, many of them veterans, have been trained in highly skilled jobs. The next time you're out to hire someone for a job, don't sell handicapped workers short. Hire the handicapped. Pays off in quality of work and safety records.
world you live in isn't a world of facts and figures. It's a world of dreams. Maybe that's what I like about you, Irene. You're so beautifully phony.
And maybe you're wrong, my darling. Maybe we two cheap people with our cheap lives. Maybe we're the only ones in this crazy world who are real.
Russian song entitled Kokstrana, meaning how strange. One of those morose ballads about how once we met for one immortal moment, like ships that pass in the night, or maybe like a couple of trucks sideswiping each other. And now, I got a hunch we meet again. Were you always a blonde?
Why, yes. As far back as I can remember.
Was that other one, the one that I remind you of, was she blonde?
She had red hair, but I even suspected that. Hey, girls, come up here. I want you to meet the head man. Captain Kirby, this is Miss Shirley Lawton, owner of the rottenest voice on 2 continents. Johnny.
Hiya, Captain.
And Miss Beulah Tremoyne.
How'd you do?
Beulah's our bubble dancer, and quite a dreamer. Exquisite. And next, Miss Francine Merrill, a daughter of the Old South. Very alluring, eh, Captain? Magnificent.
Thank you ever so much. I love
Turn it off, honey.
If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where Harlem's heads? Up on the heads.
Have you heard the news? No. What's happened? There's been an air raid, a terrible air raid. There's entertainment going on here. Entertainment? Of tens of thousands of innocent people are dead or dying in entertainment.
Just ask yourself, why shouldn't they die? And who are the greater criminals? Those who sell the instruments of death or those who buy them and use them? It is they who make war seem noble and heroic.
What is it, Captain? Enemy airplanes. Reprisal for last night. They're coming to destroy our base here.
I see.
Of course, they have no reason to attack this hotel, but accidents might easily happen. Advise the cellar.
I saw through you from the very beginning.
And you adore me, don't you, darling?
Did I ever say so?
No, of course not. You must never admit it. You must never change that funny character.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
The Bob Hope Show, transcribed direct from Fort Belvoir, Virginia, with Les Brown and his band of renown. Our special guest, Marilyn Maxwell. And here he is, Bob Hope.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Tonight we're at Fort Belvoir, Virginia, doing a show for the Army Engineers. I want to tell you that this outfit was founded 200 years ago by George Washington, and he's still with it. The draft boards around here won't take any excuse. I was at the main gate a few hours ago when a couple of privates were explaining why they were returning late from their furloughs. And you know, it's really hard to believe this place was started by George Washington, who couldn't tell a lie. This camp is located approximately where George Washington threw that silver dollar across the Potomac. In fact, when the dollar landed, a Fort Belvoir private yelled, "You're fated." That's the official name of this place, Fort Belvoir, but it's rather confusing. This fort is surrounded on 3 sides by the Potomac River and is very beautiful in the evening. All you can hear is the croaking of the frogs and an occasional splashing of a private who got tired of waiting for the bus to the city. When I arrived, I expected a big welcome, but there was just one picture of me nailed up on a highway sign, and I wasn't too happy about it. The sign said, "This way to Lynchburg." This whole fort is really a big school for engineers, you know. I asked the commanding officer how many of these engineers are surveyors. He said on Saturday night, all of them. Wait, I'll get my slide rule and go with you. While I'm here, I'm going to attend a dinner for the White House press correspondents. I love these Washington dinners. The Republicans sit in one group, the Independents sit in another group, and the Democrats sit under the table and beg for bones. Eisenhower has proven that military men do all right in civilian life, and Mrs. Eisenhower has been accepted as a member of the DAR because she had an ancestor who fought in the Revolution. There was some question about it until an eyewitness clinched the whole thing. I want to tell you that Crosby has been a great help. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to have you meet glamorous Marilyn Maxwell right here.
Thank you, Bob.
Well, Marilyn, are you enjoying our visit to Fort Belvoir?
Oh, yes, Bob. It's a wonderful place, and everybody's been so kind to us.
They sure have. Did you hear what the commanding officer said when I told him I was coming here?
Yes, Bob, I heard what he said, but you came anyway, didn't you?
Please, Marilyn, we're in Virginia where the Southern Comfort doesn't talk back.
Doesn't matter anyway. I'm enjoying it very, very much.
Yeah, it's a great place. Isn't this a healthy-looking bunch of boys?
Oh, yes, Bob. Doesn't it make you wish you were one?
If you could change into a man, I'd put a stranglehold on you.
And then what would you do?
Wait for you to change back into a girl. But they are a swell bunch of guys, Marilyn. The whole camp is at our service. Anything you want, just ask for it.
Oh, how nice.
Yeah, Marilyn, you may not have noticed, but I swing an awful lot of weight.
I certainly have noticed it. Tell me, how long have you been walking that way?
Ever since I took my last samba lesson at Arthur Murray's. From the waist down, I'm hydromatic.
You know, Bob, the thing that particularly impressed me about this place is the way the men here act toward a girl.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, they have such good manners. When they're introduced, they take your hand and smile and bow. They show that real Southern courtesy.
Well, that's to be expected, Marilyn. We're in Virginia now, and every one of these boys is a Southerner. Some of them come from as far down as South Dakota and Idaho.
I'm not joking, Bob. One soldier was wonderful to me today.
Who's that?
The sentry at the main gate. For a kiss, he let me in free.
Why, Marilyn, there's no admission charge to... Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, there's a kid that's going to be general someday.
While we're here, Bob, I wish somebody would give me a good recipe for Southern fried chicken.
For Southern fried chicken? Well, it's easy to prepare, Marilyn. You just fry the chicken in batter, stick it in the oven, and keep basting it with mint juleps.
You keep basting it with mint juleps? For how long?
Well, you don't have to time it. When the oven door opens and it walks out whistling Dixie, that's Southern fried.
What are we going to do on the show tonight, Bob?
Well, we're doing a play, Caesar and Cleopatra.
Just the two of us?
Can you think of a better arrangement? No, I've asked one of the boys here at Fort Belvoir to help us out and take a part.
Here I am, Mr. Hope.
Well, how do you do, Private Dasher? How are you?
Bob.
Say, do you know who that is standing next to you, Private Dasher? It happens to be Marilyn Maxwell.
Hello, Dasher.
Hello, Miss Maxwell.
Now, Private Dasher, as I said, we're doing a play tonight.
Hello, Miss Maxwell.
And you have a part in it.
Hello, Miss Maxwell.
So I'm counting on you to do a good job.
Hello, Miss Maxwell.
Why do you keep saying hello, Miss Maxwell?
I can't help it. My eyeballs are stuck.
Now, this kid needs a weekend pass.
Sorry, Mr. Hope. I'm not used to this. Guess I'm a little flustered.
I know how it is. Just relax, Dashard. Now, to put you at your ease, I won't talk about myself. I'll talk about you for a while. Have you seen my new picture?
Yeah, I saw that picture.
How'd you like it?
Swell. And Miss Maxwell, I guess you enjoyed making those love scenes with Bob.
Oh, I did. I enjoyed every bruise of it.
You always complain about the way I do love scenes. What's wrong with my lovemaking?
Well, Bob, you go about it wrong. When a girl comes over to you to kiss you, you're supposed to take her gently in your arms as if she were a tender flower.
Take her gently in my arms as if she were a tender flower?
Yes. You're not supposed to grab her as if she were a wet mop and you were trying to wring her out.
Well, I learned that from a soldier. It's known as the KP clutch. Now, look, Private Dasher, let's concentrate on the play we're doing tonight. Do you think you can handle an acting part?
Well, I've had a little experience. When I was a kid in grammar school, I was the only boy in a drama class of 60 girls.
No kidding. Well, how could a guy get in there with all those girls?
Even in those days, I was an engineer.
You brought the bridge with you, too, boy. Oh, yeah. I can just see you chasing a girl with a mine detector, but I want to tell you, Private Dasher, good acting is just a matter of practice. I even practice reading scenes aloud when I take a bath.
Well, I'd want to practice more than once a year.
I knew he'd get even for that bridge crack. Well, okay, if you don't want any advice, let's start the play.
Just a minute, Mr. Hope.
Who are you?
This is my agent, Corporal Jerry Martin.
Corporal Jerry Martin, huh? Now, wait a minute. You're Private Dasher's agent?
That's right. I handle all his business affairs, and I get a percentage of everything he does.
You get a percentage, huh? Well, what happens when he goes out on a date?
Well, he buys the girl flowers, takes her to dinner, takes her to a show, buys her a midnight snack, and then pays for the cab ride home.
Well, where do you come in?
I kiss her goodnight.
Well, that's not very fair to Private Dasher.
Well, I'm not going to kiss Dasher goodnight.
Well, it's been very nice meeting you, and I...
Just a minute. Dasher doesn't act in this show unless he gets paid.
Paid?
That's right. We're getting up some money to buy our mess sergeant a going-away gift.
Well, where's he going?
No place, but we thought he might take the hint.
Well, I might be willing to contribute $50.
Let's see, $50. 10% of that would be $5.
Is that what you get?
No, that's what Dasher gets.
Now, wait a minute. The agent is only supposed to get 10%. The performer gets the 90%.
I know that, and you know that, but let's not confuse Dasher.
Okay, it's a deal. Now, we're ready to start the play. Marilyn.
Yes?
Now, here's your part. In this scene, you play a woman who is loved by many men. But you only have eyes for me because you think I'm the most handsome, talented, intelligent man in the world.
Oh, good. I've never played a crazy woman before.
What part do I play, Mr. Hope?
Well, Private, there are two male leads in this play. One is a flat-footed, nearsighted, broken-down weakling.
That takes care of you. What about me?
Look, would you care to repeat that remark after the broadcast tonight?
I'm going to be busy later. I asked Miss Maxwell for a date.
You're going out with Marilyn?
That's right.
That's just like an engineer, always building something. Here's a little number done by Marilyn Maxwell and yours truly in the Paramount picture Off Limits. Number written by Evans and Livingston, all about love. Come in, Marilyn.
On the scene, you taught me what a kiss could mean, and I learned all about love from you.
was all alone. No sweet talk on my telephone. Then I learned all about love from you.
Do I need your kiss? Do I live for this? Well, unless I miss my guess, if you should lose me, blues would choose me.
Here in your embrace, I found the thrill I can't replace. For I learned all about love from you.
You came on the scene,
only passing by.
You taught me what a kiss could mean.
Glad I caught your eye.
And I learned all about love
from you.
I was all alone.
I was home at night.
No sweet talk on my telephone.
Now we hugged the line.
Then I learned all about love
from you. We're living for loving.
Do I need your kiss?
Oh, yeah.
Do I live for this?
Oh, yeah.
Well, unless I miss my guess, if you should lose me, blues would choose me here in your embrace.
Baby, you're so real.
I found the thrill I can't replace.
That's the way I feel.
For I learned all about love
from you. And now, folks, we're ready for our play. Let's have the announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight the players present scenes from a great play, Caesar and Cleopatra. Our production stars Marilyn Maxwell and Private Dasher. The scene opens...
Wait. Just a minute. Mad boy. Look, I'm in this play. I'm in this play, too.
Oh, yes, the play is a tragedy.
And your paycheck is going to be another one. Look, I'll introduce the play myself. Ladies and gentlemen, as our scene opens...
Oh, Bob.
Yes?
I'm Colonel Beasley, the commanding officer here.
Oh, how do you do, Colonel? What can I do for you?
Well, I see you've given one of my men a part in your show, Bob.
That's right.
Well, I just thought that, you might have come to me direct.
Colonel, you mean you'd like to appear with me?
Well, there's a little ham in all of us, Bob. And this would be a wonderful chance to take a lesson from the master.
What an answer I could give him if I like bread and water. You know, Colonel, acting isn't as easy as you think. For instance...
Hello, Colonel Beasley.
Well, how do you do, Miss Maxwell?
Now, for instance, you need lots of experience.
Nice to see you, Miss Maxwell.
Oh, thank you.
No, what I mean is you just can't start right out.
You know, Miss Maxwell, we don't get many glamorous movie stars here at Fort Belvoir.
Oh, you're very kind, Colonel.
You see, acting requires a lot of concentration.
Miss Maxwell, I wonder if I could have some small souvenir of your visit.
Why, of course, Colonel. I'll give you an autographed picture.
Fine. I'll give you a set of insignia.
Oh, anyone want an old Hopalong Cassidy garter belt?
Colonel, will I see you after the show?
You certainly will, Miss Maxwell.
Well, I'll be looking forward to it.
Fine. Now, Bob, what were you trying to say?
Nothing. I'm just standing here waiting for the bus to town. Now, if you don't mind, Colonel, we'd like to start our play.
All right, Bob, here's your script.
The script?
I borrowed it for a few minutes. I wanted to look it over.
Look it over? Why?
Just routine. As commanding officer, I wanted to make sure there weren't any words in there that these fellows shouldn't hear.
Oh, well, that's fine. I certainly wouldn't want to offend any of the sergeants present.
Incidentally, I took the liberty of rewriting a few lines, Bob.
You rewrote a few lines?
Yes, some of them wouldn't have been very interesting to soldiers.
Oh, well, I can understand that. You see, Shakespeare was in the Navy. But if you change the play a little bit to make it more entertaining to the fellas, I'm all for it. Let's do it, Marilyn. Les, a little music, please.
And now, one of the great love stories of all time, Caesar and Cleopatra. Caesar has conquered all the known world to win the love of Cleopatra. As the curtain rises, we find him with his manservant preparing for a rendezvous with the Queen of the Nile.
Regard me, knave. Am I not the handsomest man in all Egypt? Ah, the beautiful women who have thrown themselves at my feet.
What women, sire?
Get on with it, Aurelius. The queen awaits me.
I shall make all haste, sire. I have rubbed thy head with oil of balm, thy chest with oil of lotus, thy feet and thy limbs with oil of pine. What can I do for thee now, sire?
Crank me down and get me off the grease rack. Look, be sure that the baskets we take to Cleopatra are loaded with the rarest delicacies. Dates from Smyrna, figs from Syria, pomegranates from Corsica, grapes, citrus, papayas, and Persian melons. The queen is dilettante among gourmets.
She's a what, sir?
A chowhound. Chowhound? Now, where did that line come from?
That's one of the lines I changed, Bob. Thought it might be more interesting for the boys.
Oh, I see, Colonel. Thanks a big heap. I go now, Cleopatra. The flower of the Nile awaits me.
Cornelia?
Yes, my queen?
Who awaits at the portal?
Methinks 'tis Caesar. The guard is about to announce him.
Announcing Julius Caesar, Lord of Corinth, Lord of Rome, and Lord of Macedon.
I'm also Lord of Pimlico. You did very well, Private Dasher. Now, I'll do everything I can to help your re-enlistment there. Thank you.
Oh, what a feast for mine eyes thou art, O noble. Is it verily thou? Is it truly thou?
Yes, it's Mao.
Methinks that somehow thou dost look different tonight, Caesar.
I was hoping you'd notice, Cleo. It is because of the gift thou gave me from the New World. How do they look?
Oh, Caesar, thou art not supposed to wear them as earrings. Those are Silex coffee pots.
Well, I thought they went very well with my glass slippers.
Where dost thou get thy broad biceps?
Hurling the discus.
And where dost thou get thy broad shoulders?
Throwing the javelin.
And where dost thou get thy broad...
Sliding down pyramids. Ah, Cleo, how lovely thou art tonight. How silken thy tresses, how red thy lips. And thine eyes. Ah, thine eyes shine like a mess kit on inspection day. A mess kit on inspection day.
That's another line I changed, Bob.
Oh, I never would have known.
Caesar.
Drop in anytime, Colonel.
Caesar, come close to me, my sweet. We waste time, and minutes are like precious jewels. Behind thy left ear there is a fragrance of rose. Thy hair has the scent of heliotrope. And thy right ear has the perfume of hyacinth.
Yeah, I'm test pilot for Taboo.
Oh, enfold me in thy strong arms, Caesar. Ah, dearest, Thou art truly a great lover. Thou art the greatest lover in Araby, the greatest lover in Saxony, the greatest lover in all of Europe. Oh, embrace me, Caesar. Let me kiss thou as thou hast never been kissed before. Here. What's that sound?
The coffee in the silex percolating. Oh, thanks for the memory. I want to thank Commanding Officer General Stanley Scott, Lieutenant Colonel Frank Clark, Captain Richard Lewis, SFC Sally Belote, Corporal Jerry Martin, Corporal John Wilson, the announcer, PFC Tom Dasher, all of them, a wonderful guy, PFC Horace Drew, PFC Merle Garner, also Commander Bishop, our project officer, and Captain Francis Gilbert for helping us out here at Fort Belvoir. Without these people, I don't think we could have made it. You know, ladies and gentlemen, in June 1778, an order was issued from General Headquarters, Valley Forge, setting up a school of engineering in the Army of the United States. From that beginning, 175 years ago, the School of Engineers here at Fort Belvoir has become one of the most efficient, respected military organizations in the world. When you go to a newsreel and see pictures of a new bridge that saved lives and time, it's safe to bet a couple of bucks that some boys from Fort Belvoir have been busy. I saw the work of the engineers myself, and I'll sign the statement any time that these guys have the know-how and the guts it takes to get the hard things done in any war. There's no greater tribute for a GI than the tribute paid to him by another man in uniform. A general by the name of Eisenhower said it all when he said, "The engineers, those unsung heroes, have mastered the trickiest instruments of modern warfare." Thank you.
Hope Show is brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Why were you being blackmailed?
You don't care whom I hurt. Just so long as I answer all your questions.
I only want to clear a murder.
Caught in the tangled web of murder, 3 people confess the secrets that torture their souls. But in the echoes and shadows of the ancient city of Quebec, Canada, walks a man who knows the whole terrifying truth, but can never tell all the strange things his ears have heard. For he is sworn to silence. Grim silence that points the finger of suspicion at him. Crushing silence that brings him the contempt of the people who loved and respected him. A deadly silence that leads him to the 13 steps of the gallows.
examining his stomach, the doctors found that he could not have died before 11:30. Madame Granfo said that she left Father Logan at 11. A lot of things can happen in 30 minutes.
You're in love with me. You've always been in love with me. You haven't changed.
I have changed, Ruth. So have you.
You want me to pretend that?
Do you understand? I chose to be what I am. I believe in what I am.
Well, I'm not going to talk about it now.
What do you want me to do?
Whatever you wish.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield, the only cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size, brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to narcotics detail. A steady flow of heroin has been making its way into your city. Most of it has fallen into the hands of teenagers. You don't know the source or the head man of the operation. Your job, stop it. The modern way to sell cigarettes is the Chesterfield way. Premium quality in both regular and king size. And we're the only one that gives it to you.
Premium quality in a cigarette means the world's best tobaccos, the best ingredients, the best cigarette paper. Only Chesterfield gives you this premium quality in both popular sizes.
King-size Chesterfield contains tobaccos of better quality and higher price than any other king-size cigarette. Well, that's certainly important to every king-size smoker. Of course, it's the same fine tobacco as in regular Chesterfield. There is absolutely no difference, except that king-size Chesterfield gives you more than a fifth longer smoke.
Yes, the modern way to sell cigarettes is the Chesterfield way. Premium quality, both regular and king size.
Chesterfield is much milder. Chesterfield is best for you.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, April 6th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out on narcotics detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Kearney. My name's Friday. I'd just gotten off work, and I'd gotten a call from a friend who wanted to see me. It was 5:46 p.m. when I got to my apartment house. Apartment 12.
Hi, Joe.
Oh, Ed. Just getting ready to go in. Come on in.
Caught you.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
Sit down.
You got a date or something?
No, it's all right. I just thought I'd get something to eat and then maybe take in the show. What'd you want to see me about?
It's about Gary, Joe.
Your boy?
Yeah, I don't know quite how to say it.
Yeah, well, you sounded pretty upset on the phone, Ed.
I was, Joe. I still am. I don't know what I'm going to do.
Well, come on. What's it all about?
It was all I could do to keep my hands off him. I never felt like that with anybody before, but I did with Gary. I wanted to strangle him.
All right, now what's he done, Ed?
He's a dope addict, Joe.
Well, that's a pretty serious thing to say, Ed. Are you sure about that?
I am now. First, I couldn't believe it, but tonight Ellen and I went through his room. We found this. Here.
Uh-huh.
Open it. See?
Yeah. Looks like a layout.
I couldn't find any drugs in it. I know that he's using them, though.
spoon, eyedropper, needle. Yeah, everything's here. Where'd you find this, Ed?
In his room. Had it hidden up on the shelf in his closet. I found it tonight. I didn't know what to do, Joe. Helen's been crying all day. She's almost out of her mind. You were the only one I could think of coming to. Who do you talk to when you find out your son's an addict?
Well, now, Ed, are you sure this is his in the first place, that he's been using it?
Yeah, I'm sure. I never would have believed it. Not Gary. There's no reason for it. We've given the kid everything he wanted. There's nothing he didn't have. Good home. Helen and I have always tried to understand his problems. Always looked at them like they were important. Everything. We gave him everything. Now this. I don't know what to do, Joe. I got no place to turn. There's nothing I can do. Maybe you can figure a way. Maybe you can't. I don't much care anymore. I just know that I can't see him again. Not for a while. I'm afraid, Joe. I'm real afraid.
All right, now, let's take it easy, Ed. We'll work this out some way.
You don't know what it's like, Joe. You can't. To feel like this and to know you'll do it.
What?
I see him again, Joe. I'm going to kill him.
I'd known Ed Field for the past 7 years. I'd met him when we were conducting an investigation while I was assigned to Bunco Division. His testimony had been instrumental in breaking up a gang of shoplifters. Since then, we'd become very good friends. He lived just down the street from my apartment, and on occasion we got together for an evening. I knew his wife, and I'd met his 18-year-old son, Gary. The boy was a senior in high school, and as Ed had told me many times, his grades were well above average. The Field family was moderately well-to-do. Their home wasn't luxurious, but it was good-sized. To look at the boy, there was nothing that would cause anybody to think that he might be a user. 6:12 p.m. Field and I arrived at his home. Helen Field was waiting for us. She was a nice-looking woman in her early 40s. She let us in the house and showed us to the living room. It was obvious that she'd been crying.
I don't know how to thank you for coming over, Joe. I guess Ed told you what it's all about.
Yes, Helen did.
Gary home yet?
No, I haven't heard a word from him since he left.
I didn't tell Joe what happened this afternoon. Thought it'd be better if he got it from you.
Oh, all right. You want to sit down, Joe?
Sure.
I'll tell you.
Thank you.
Well, Gary came home this afternoon about 2:30. Walked into the house and went right to his room. He didn't say a thing to me. First, I thought that maybe he might be sick. I went to the room and he'd locked the door. I knocked, asked him if he was all right.
Yeah.
He called through the door that he was okay and for me to leave him alone. I asked him if there was anything I could do. You know, if he was sick, he might need something.
I understand. What did he say?
Told me to get away. To leave him alone and get off his back. Those were his exact words. Leave him alone and get off his back.
Mm-hmm.
About 20 minutes later, he unlocked the door and came out. He seemed to feel fine. He came over and kissed me and said he was sorry about what he'd said. Said that he hadn't been feeling well and that he'd said those things without meaning them. I told him that he ought to wait until I could take his temperature. He said there was nothing wrong, for me to get out of his way, that he had some business to take care of and be home for dinner. I tried to stop him from leaving, and he pushed me aside. He knocked me down.
Get my hands on him. I'll teach him.
He stood there for a minute, and I thought he was going to cry. But he just turned around and walked out.
Well, you any idea where he might have gone? What this business was that he was going to take care of?
No, not the slightest idea.
You can see what we're up against, Joe. I'm afraid to even see the boy.
Yeah. When did you first figure that he might be using narcotics?
When I came home, Helen told me what had happened. I thought about what would make the kid do a thing like this. The more I thought about it, the more there had to be only one reason. That's when Helen and I went through his room and found that kit.
Has the boy been ill at all lately? Under a doctor's care? Something that you might not know about?
No. I'm sure that if he was, we'd know about it.
I want to see you, Gary.
Yeah, I'll be right with you.
I want to see you right now.
You'll have to wait.
Maybe there's something wrong with your ears, son. I'm not going to take that from you.
Please, Ed, don't do something you're going to regret.
Now, listen, Helen, that boy's 18 years old. For all that time, we've done everything we could for him. We've given him a lot more than most boys his age have. I'm not going to stand by and see it all blow up just because he's a kid. That's no excuse. I want an answer for all this. What he's been doing, what happened this afternoon. I want those answers, and I want them now.
Remember, he's only a boy.
And I'm getting sick of that, too.
Where is it?
Now, listen, boy, I know what's been going on. I want to talk to you about it.
I don't want you to lecture me. All I want to know is where's the kit.
Take it easy, son.
What are you doing here?
I asked him to come over.
You didn't turn me in, huh?
Your dad asked me to come over to see if I could help here.
I don't need nothing from you, cop. I want the layout. Where is it?
You aren't going to use that anymore.
I want the layout. I gotta have it. Where is it?
Please, Gary, don't get your father any more mad than he is.
I don't care how sore he is or how sore he gets. I want the layout. I want it now. I can't think of any more simple way to say it. If I have to take it away from you, then I'll do it your way.
You lousy bum. I'll teach you to talk to me.
All right, take it easy, guys. This isn't going to get you anywhere now. Come on, settle down, both of you.
Get out of here. Get him out of here. Joe, I swear I'll break him in two.
See, then, Joe, do something.
Let him go. Let him go. It's about time he found out I'm old enough to call things my way. Go on, let him go. I'm not afraid of him. I'm not afraid of you either, cop. I'm not worried about anybody. All I want is that kit. I gotta have it. I got it. I'll give it to me and we can talk then. I gotta have it fixed. I got it.
Joe. Do something, please.
All right, come on, sit down. Sit down, boy. This has gone far enough here. Now, let's get a few things straight. You're not going to have any more of that. We'll see that a doctor looks at you. He'll do what he can, but you've had it. No more narcotics for you, and I'll face it. You want me to tell you where you stand? You're a user. Any way you slice it, this had to happen.
I don't want anything from you. Why don't you just leave me alone?
I can't do that. Let me see your arm. Come on, roll up your sleeve.
Do what he says, Gary.
Yeah. Both arms, huh?
I'd take a joy pop once in a
Now,
while.
don't con me, Gary. You got it bad, and it's going to get worse. You didn't get that arm from chipping with the stuff. The kit we found. You don't need a layout that big to joy pop. You've been mainlining it for quite a while. I know it, and so do you. You holding now? Come on, boy, answer me. You holding now?
Yeah?
Well, let's have it.
I'm not going to give it to you.
You got no choice, son. Either you give it to me or I'll take it.
All right, here it is.
How big a habit you got?
Not big.
How big?
Couple of bucks.
Now, come on, boy. Let's have a straight answer.
25 a day.
$25 a day. That's a lot of narcotics, isn't it?
It's what it takes.
Where's it come from? Come on. Who's your connection?
You maybe got me, but I'm not going to be a fink. You got to let me go at that.
I can't do that. Now, where'd you get this stuff?
How about that doctor? You going to do something about that?
We'll talk to him.
Talking to him ain't going to do any good. I got to have a fix. I'm going to fall apart. Come on now, be a pal. Let me have a fix. I'll tell you all about it then. You got the kit. You got the stuff. Come on, be a sport.
No
huh?
go. You can't do it. Come on, let's go downtown.
You're going to take him to jail, Joe?
I'll take him down to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. The doctor can look at him there. We're going to have to hold him for a while in this field.
Why'd you do it, Gary? Why? Can't you tell me? Is it something your father and I have done? There's got to be a reason. What is it? Oh, please, Gary, tell me.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Can we see him after he gets there, Joe?
Yeah, I'll call you, Ed.
Don't you want to say goodbye to your mother, son?
Why? It wouldn't prove anything.
Yeah, I guess that's the way you'd look at it.
I broke the law. Now they're going to make a convict out of me. I didn't call him. You did. How are you going to explain that to her? You turn your own son in. How are you going to tell her about it? I hope you're real happy now.
I'm not proud of it, son. There's one thing I'd like to ask.
Yeah?
What have you done to her?
8:30 p.m. I called Frank Smith and filled him in on what had happened. He said that he'd meet me at Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. I took young Gary Field down with me and had a doctor check him over. After that, the boy was taken to the narcotics division, and Frank and I talked to him.
I don't know how to tell you any better. Isn't any other way to say it. I'm not going to give you any names.
That's not going to help you any, son.
So it won't help me. Won't get any of my friends in trouble.
Well, you got great friends, haven't you? Now, where'd you get the money to take care of your habit?
I earned it.
Where?
I worked.
Where'd you work?
Look, it's getting late. That stuff the doctor gave me didn't do any good. I still need a fix now. I'm getting sick. Do what you got to do. Let's get this over with.
Now, look, this is going to be the same in the morning, son. We're going to keep asking questions till you come up with the right answers.
Look, cop, I don't want any favors from you. Now, leave me alone.
We're only trying to help you, boy.
Oh, get off my side. Now, I need nothing from you. You saw your duty and you did it. That makes you a big man, huh? I know you'll both make lieutenant. Now, beat it,
All
huh?
right, that's enough of that. Now, there's a couple of things we'd like to set you straight on. Maybe help you to figure where you stand in this.
Oh, here it comes. What do? Give you a license to preach when they hand you the badge?
That's enough of that, youngster.
Come on, get off my back, cop. If my old man hadn't turned thick, you'd never have got me.
Where you going?
I'm getting out of
now,
here.
sit down. Sit down. All right, young fella, you want to be a big man, that's the way it's going to be. I'm going to tell you that you get no special treatment here because I know your parents. You'll be treated just like any other user. You're getting a little of the edge because you're a youngster. There's not a pound of honesty or integrity in your distorted mind. The simple way would be to drop you in a cell and let you sweat out the cure or let you fall apart if you had to. Let me tell you this. We're going to get the connection that's been supplying you, and then we're going to get the man behind him. I don't much care about them, but I do care about the kids around you. You've got a big habit. It takes a lot of money to keep up a habit like that. I've seen kids like you before, and there's only so many ways to get that money. You steal it or you start pushing narcotics yourself. I don't think you're stealing, so you got to be pushing it. That means that you probably got other kids hooked on it. Other youngsters that have got trouble because of you. Mules that are dragging your wagon for you. Your folks will maybe forgive you for what you've done to them, but they'll never be able to buy what you did to the other kids. You had a chance to help yourself and help the rest of them. You had a chance to do something good for somebody else, and you wouldn't take it. Well, you're playing it smart, big boy. Keep playing it that way when you end up in a jail cell, will you?
You through, cop?
Yeah, I'm through.
Fine. Let me get some sleep, huh?
Let's go, Frank.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
Friends, you'll remember some months ago we read you our first report, the 6 months report on the effects of smoking. Then more recently, we read you the 8 months report. Now, here is the latest one. The full 10 months report confirms again.
The group examined showed no adverse effects on the nose, throat, and sinuses from smoking Chesterfields.
This from a medical specialist who is making regular bi-monthly examinations of a group of people from various walks of life. 45% of them have smoked Chesterfield for an average of over 10 years.
After 10 full months, the specialist reports he observed no adverse effects on the nose, throat, and sinuses of the group from smoking Chesterfield.
That's the report. Buy much milder Chesterfield, regular or king size. The cigarette that's best for you.
Gary Field was taken to the main jail and booked. Frank and I went back to the office to fill out the arrest reports. The next day, Wednesday, April 7th, we began to talk to Gary's friends and teachers. From all of them, we got the same story. Until 6 months before, the boy had been a model student. He was always at the top scholastically in each of his classes. He was a member of several honorary student organizations and had twice been nominated for president of his class. Then, apparently without reason, the boy's personality had changed. He stopped taking an interest in his schoolwork. Several of his teachers told us that he wouldn't have gotten passing grades at the end of the semester. He dropped out of the service organizations at school. From some of his teachers, we got the names of his close friends. Talks with them netted us little. They told us that Gary had dropped out of the crowd of youngsters that he'd been running with and had taken up with new friends. They told us that they didn't see much of him after school, that he'd gotten into fights with other students on several occasions, and that after a period of time, they'd stopped asking him to their functions. None of them were able to give us the names of his new friends. We checked with the neighborhood merchants. Most of them knew Gary. They said that he'd worked for them after school, but they hadn't seen him for several months. We asked them if they could help us locate his friends. They told us that they had seen him in the company of one particular man on several occasions, but they couldn't identify him for us. We got a description of the man, but it meant nothing to us or to the other members of the narcotics division. Photographs of known narcotic suspects were shown to the parents of Gary Field and to the storekeepers around the school. They couldn't identify any of them. 2 days passed. Friday, April 8th. We got a call from the field boy. Frank and I went over to see him.
What'd you want to see us about, Gary?
I wanted to tell you I've had it.
What's that mean?
I don't want to tell you about it.
What's the matter? You been sick?
A little. That's not why I called you, though. They treated me all right here, but I got to thinking.
All right, go ahead.
I used to read in the papers where the kids would turn themselves in or get caught and cop out. All about how they realized what they'd done. Always seemed like a lot of phony sob sister stuff. I know different now. I know what I've done. I know I got to stand for it. I'm not asking any favors because I know that I've done nothing to call for. I'm not trying to be a hero or a martyr. I just want to help get this thing cleaned up.
One thing I'd like to know, Gary.
What's that?
What made you get started on this stuff? You seem like a kid that has everything you want. You don't look like a kid who'd fall for it.
Who knows? I'd give you 1,000 reasons. They still wouldn't add. I guess I just wanted to be top man all the way around.
How'd you get on it?
Started lushing it up, then the tea, then the heroin. That's the way it runs, isn't it?
Most of the time.
I didn't figure I'd ever be hooked. Thought it couldn't happen to me. How wrong you can be.
How long you had the big habit?
About 6 months. Chippied with it about the same time before then.
Where'd you get the money?
Yeah, guess we had to get to that, huh?
That's right. Where'd you get it?
I got some kids pushing this stuff for me. Worked for a while. Wasn't enough. By that time, the kids were hooked themselves. I was the only connection they had. They had to do business with me or do without it.
Yeah?
I told them that if they couldn't pay me in cash, I'd take merchandise. They'd bring it. I'd sell it. That way we both came out all right. They got their H, I got mine.
You mean you got them to steal, that it?
Yeah, I guess so. I never asked where they got the stuff. I just took it and sold it. With that and the stuff they sold for me, I made out.
These kids pushing H for you?
No. Well, they're shoving tea. I sell it to them for 4 bits a stick. They get up to $1.50 for it.
You know where they peddle it?
No, I never asked. All I was interested in was if I got mine.
All right, give us their names, will you?
Guess that's the only way, huh?
That's the only way.
Okay, I'll give them to you.
How about your connection? Who's he?
Guy named Jack?
Jack who?
I don't know, honest. I really don't.
Where'd you meet him?
Drive-in downtown.
Where?
Drive-in at the corner of Reno and Vernon.
How do you set up the meet?
I just go in there between 10 and midnight, park the car and order coffee. He comes over to the car.
You mean that he's always there at that time, huh?
Usually is.
So your only source?
Yeah.
Anyone else pushing it around there?
No, as far as I know. I think he's the only one in the operation.
All right, you'd be willing to arrange a meet with him so we can pick him up?
Yeah, I'll do it.
All right, fine.
Sure want to see the folks. I got so much to make up for.
That's right, you have.
Don't think I'll live long enough to do it all.
9:32 a.m. We got a description of the suspect known as Jack and also the names and addresses of the teenagers involved. Frank and I contacted the juvenile authorities and gave them the information. We went back to our office and had Gary Field check our files of known narcotic suspects. He was unable to give us an identification on Jack. 11:56 a.m. We took the boy to his home and talked with his parents. 12:30 p.m. Frank, Gary Field, and I drove to the corner of Vernon and Reno to check over the drive-in restaurant. It was set up in the usual way with a parking area around the main building for car service. In the rear of the lot was a building housing a cocktail bar, and there were parking spaces in front of that for the bar customers. As we drove past the place, Gary told us that he usually parked around the side of the main building and that this Jack came from the direction of the bar. He was unable to tell us whether the suspect drove a car or not. The plan was for Gary to introduce me as a narcotics buyer who was trying to get a local connection. It was agreed that because of the size of the buy I was to make, it would be necessary for me to deal with the head of the organization. 11:05 p.m. Gary and I got into my car and we drove to the drive-in. Frank followed us in a police unit. We arrived at the meet at 11:14 p.m. Frank stayed in the background and we waited. The suspect failed to make an appearance. The next night, the plan was repeated. Again, nothing. Sunday, April 10th, 10:05 p.m. We arrived at the drive-in. We waited. 11:05 p.m., 11:15, 11:30. No sign of the suspect. Midnight, 12:04 p.m.
Looks like he isn't going to be here.
Thought you said he usually showed up, didn't you?
I don't know what happened. He was always here before.
You sure you got the right drive-in?
Look, Mr. Friday, I know what you're thinking, but I'm telling the truth.
Yeah, you know all this is kind of tough to buy, don't you? 3 nights and he isn't here.
I don't understand. He was always here before. Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Hold it. Yeah, that's him, coming over from the bar.
All right, which one? There's a couple of people coming out there.
The big one. See, in the gray suit, the hat.
Yeah. You sure that's this Jack?
Positive, Mr. Friday.
All right, now you look. You know what you're going to do. Don't let on that anything's wrong here. Remember that nothing's going to happen to you.
I'll remember.
All right, now hold it. He's coming over.
Hi, kid.
Hi, Jack. Been looking for you. Where you been?
All right. Who's a friend?
Oh, yeah, I want to talk to you about him. Wants to do business with you.
What are you talking about? What business?
Look, Jack, he's all right. I know it. Think I'd have brought him here if I didn't know it?
Oh, he's all right. He's a friend of yours. You know the bit, any friend of yours. I don't know what to talk about business is. I don't know what you're doing here, but I'm here for a cup of coffee.
Better let me talk to him alone.
What are you trying to prove, bringing the guy here? Who is he?
Friend of mine.
Told you once. I told you 1,000 times. Don't ever bring nobody with you. Haven't I told you, huh?
Oh, yeah, but he's okay. He wants to make a buy, a big one.
Crazy kid. You told him about it?
Look, he's okay. I know it. Look, Jack, we both stand to do all right from this. I kind of figured if he bought from you, you might give me a little piece of it. You know, sort of say thanks for the business.
How long you known this guy?
Long time.
How long?
A couple of years.
How come I never seen him before?
He doesn't hang around this part of town.
Well, what's he doing here now?
Like I said, trying to make a buy.
Where'd you meet him?
Before I met you, I used to buy stuff from him. He moved out of town, went up north, does business up there. Last couple of days, I couldn't get in touch with you. I ran into him. He fixed me up. And then he told me he wanted to buy. Right away, I thought of you.
All right, I'll talk to him. But I ain't making no deal.
You just talk to him. You'll find out everything's okay.
All right. You let me do the talking.
Joe, this is Jack, the fellow I was telling you about.
Hi.
Hi. Kidder tells me you're down on business, is that right?
Yeah, I'm looking around.
Nice place, L.A. A lot of business to do here. What line you?
Whatever pays me.
Where you from?
Up north.
Mm-hmm. How long you known Gary here?
Now, you listen to me. I haven't got all night to stand around here and guzzle his stale coffee with you. The kid told you what I want. Now, it boils down to one simple question. You want to do business or don't you?
You're going kind of fast, aren't you?
I haven't got a lot of time.
I don't like to deal that way.
All right, kid, let's get out of here. Should have known better than to figure on dealing with a small-time operator. I told you that before.
What do you mean by that?
You read it any way you want. Well, let's go, son. See you around, mister.
Hey, hold on. No need to get sore about it. Just have to be careful. You know how it is.
Now, you listen. I was shoving horse when you were playing with marbles. I've outgrown the kid games. I thought I could make a buy. I see I was wrong.
Maybe not.
What?
I said maybe we could do business.
I gotta have it tonight.
How much you need?
I need an ounce. It's gotta be good.
Mm-hmm. I haven't got that much with me.
How much have you got?
I only got 12 bindles with me.
How much?
You gotta understand, this is good stuff.
How much?
Now, look, this is better than you can find anyplace else.
All right, let's quit playing, huh? What's the tab on it?
$10 a bundle.
All right, I'll take the 12. How soon can you have the rest of it?
When do you want it?
I told you I was in a hurry. Don't you hear good?
Yeah, maybe tomorrow night.
All right, that'll have to do. If it's good quality, I may want some more. How much can you supply?
How much do you need?
Oh, I'll go maybe another ounce.
Mm-hmm. You got the cash for this?
I don't do business any other way.
Wait here, I'll be back.
It's all right, isn't it, Mr. Frank?
Yeah, Gary, everything's fine.
You see where he's going?
No, it's too dark. Don't you worry about it. Frank will see where he goes.
I'll be glad when this is over.
Right, hold it.
Okay, mister, let's see the money.
I got it right here. Let's see the horse.
You got it?
All right, looks all right. Here.
You don't mind if I count this?
No, go right ahead. It's all there. $120, isn't that what you said?
Just to make sure.
Yeah.
50, 70, 90, 110, 120. Yeah, right, it's all here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll see you tomorrow night, huh?
Yeah, sure.
I'll tell you, it's nice to do business with you. It's been a real pleasure, real pleasure.
Well, it works both ways, mister.
Mm-hmm. Well, I hope to see a lot more of you.
You will. You're under arrest.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On July 29th, trial was held in Department 89, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. In 1952, American smokers bought more Chesterfields than ever before in the history of the industry. Today, sales continue to mount for two big reasons. Chesterfield is the first and only cigarette to give you premium quality in both regular and king size. Only Chesterfield gives you this scientific evidence on the effects of smoking. As we told you earlier, after 10 months, the group examined showed no adverse effects on the nose, throat, and sinuses from smoking Chesterfields. Change to Chesterfield yourself. Regular or king size, Chesterfield is much milder. Chesterfield is best for you.
Gary Richard Field, because of his cooperation, was placed in a hospital for rehabilitation and at the conclusion of his treatment was placed on 3 years probation. The other juveniles involved were handled through the juvenile court and received sentences comparable with his. Jack Alexander Williams was tried and found guilty of violation of the State Narcotic Act, a felony, and was sentenced to the state penitentiary for the term as prescribed by law. Violation of the State Narcotic Act, a felony, is punishable by imprisonment for a period of not more than 6 years in a state prison. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Harry Bartell, Virginia Gregg, Eddie Firestone. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
For a million laughs, tune in Chesterfield's Martin and Lewis show Tuesday night on the same NBC station. And sound off for Chesterfield, either regular or king size. You'll find premium quality Chesterfields much milder. Chesterfield is best for you.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Tonight, it's Adventure with Barry Craig, confidential investigator on NBC.
This knight is no stranger. Only one Saxon could ever fight like that.
This black knight's tricks bear watching.
I think I know that knight, Rebecca. But how do you?
By all that's wonderful, I almost see myself grown young again, Rowena.
Your name, Sir Knight? Or your degree?
My name I withhold. My allegiance is to Richard, King of England.
By the laws of chivalry, you have earned the right this day to choose who shall be queen of love and beauty at our sport.
It is our pleasure you shall appoint her, so that one at least shall mourn you when you lie cold beneath your shield.
Now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Waiter. Bring us a few more drinks, waiter, please.
A special rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. You're invited to drop in where the elite meet to eat. Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Huh? The crowd here? It's a pretty horrible-looking ensemble. Huh? Yeah, I think Eddie must have stood out in the gutter and swept in. Well, you know who's coming here tonight, Duffy? Dinah Shore. Yeah, the female chanteuse. Huh? What? Well, all I can say is if Crosby had a shape like that, he wouldn't have to worry about Sinatra. Huh? No, she ain't a soprano. She's a sort of a mezzo barracuda. Yeah, down in Nashville, down in the South, you know, where she comes from, they call her the mezzo belle. No, Duffy, not matzo ball. No, Metzabel. Yeah, she's gonna sing a song that I'm writing. I call it, Leave Us Face It, We're in Love. Hello? He hung up. Eddie,
Yes, Mr. Arthur.
I gotta finish this song of mine. What's the word for when two people's in love, you know, and then they die, and then they're in love again in another life, and then they die, and then they're in love again.
Same two people?
Yeah.
Monotony.
Oh, Eddie, wait a minute. It's on the tip of my tongue. I can. Reincarcerated. Yeah, that's it. Now, Eddie, what rhymes with eyes?
Eyes? You mean like eyes are blue or eyes are Augustus?
No, regular eyes. You know, the optional ones.
Oh, eyes. Eyes. Flies, spies, dies, prize, guys, sighs, skies, buys.
Eddie, if it was as easy as that, you'd be a songwriter, too.
You a songwriter.
Oh, yeah? Well, wait till you hear Dinah Shore sing me song. Then I'll get Bing Crosby to plug it, and Kate Smith, Fred Allen. No, not him. No. Frank Sinatra, Ginny Sims, Dennis Day.
Eddie Green.
Eddie Green. You'll plug it?
Sure. By that time, I'll be singing at the Metropolitan Opera House. And them big shots ain't gonna ruin their program singing your song.
They ain't, huh? What'll you bet?
I'll bet you a week's tips.
Okay, it's a bet.
Okay. Here's my dime. Where's yours?
All right, here's mine. Now, we'll plug this song, and I'll start with Dinah Shore.
Maybe your start, but it'll be her finish. How you gonna be able to get her to do it?
Very simply, Eddie. Personal magnetism. I just say, Dinah, lift your lovely voice in song while I put my arms around you and kiss you and caress you.
Oh, well, if you're going to threaten her.
Look, Eddie, stop trying to re-welch on me. Now, let's finish the song. Let's see. What rhymes with quirk? Oh, hiya, Finnegan.
Yeah, what you doing?
I'm writing a song.
Writing a song? Anything I know?
No, Finnegan, this is an original song. It has never been wrote before.
That's pretty dumb. Writing a song that nobody knows. As long as you're writing a song, why don't you write an old favorite? Like Chloe.
But, Finnegan, if it's an old favorite, it means that somebody has already wrote it.
Then write an old favorite that nobody wrote yet. So what's the name of your song?
I call it Leave Us Face It, We're in Love.
Oh, who's in love?
Me and Dinah Shore.
That's your bum title. I got a better one. The Dinah, is there anyone finer in the state of Carolina?
But, Finnegan, that's owned by another songwriter.
Then change Carolina to Oklahoma.
But Oklahoma don't rhyme with Dinah.
Then make it Margie.
Archie.
Oh, yes, Miss Duffy.
Do you think that Dinah Shore sings better than me?
Miss Duffy, she sings better than you with both vocal cords tied behind her back.
If you think Dinah sings better than me, why don't you go to work for her father?
Her father ain't got a Dinah. Now, please, Miss Duffy, leave me alone, will you?
Mr. Archie.
What's the matter, Eddie?
Now, something terrible has happened.
What?
Somebody won on the pinball machine.
Holy cat, who was it?
Mr. Moriarty.
What was the score?
4,003,750,000.
Did the blue lights go on?
Yeah.
The red lights?
Yeah.
The bell ring?
Yeah.
American flag come out?
Yeah.
Looks like he made it, all right.
Well, look here. What do we do?
Well, what else can we do? I'll go over and pay him his nickel. Yeah, better go and check up on that machine. You know, it's the second time it's been hit this year. I'll be right back, Eddie.
Yeah.
Eddie, what do you think of Dinah Shore singing?
Mighty fine.
What do you think of my singing?
Mighty fine.
Well, who do you think is better?
Mighty fine.
spaces. Where in... I should have wrote it in a lower octave. Leave... No, the first one was right. Leave our spaces.
Hey, Miss Archie, there's a lady over there looking for a package.
Where? Eddie, that ain't no lady. That's Joan Davis. Miss Davis, I understand you're looking for a package?
Oh, well, yes, I am. Say, you're pretty cute. Blue eyes, curly hair, and where'd you get them muscles?
Where did you get yours?
I asked you first.
About this package.
Oh, yes, it's very important.
Oh, what's in it?
I don't know.
Who gave it to you?
I'm not sure.
Well, what does it look like?
I don't know.
Now we're really getting somewhere. You are sure that it is a package?
Oh, yes, it's a very important package.
Well, why is it important?
I don't know.
I bet you I know what's in the package.
What?
A straitjacket.
Oh, no, I got one of those.
Oh, well, wear it in good health.
Well, thank you. Say, by the way, what are you doing later? How would you like to take me home?
I thought you came here looking for a package.
Well, I haven't found it yet, and why should I go home empty-handed?
Well, Miss Davis, exclude me out. I ain't no package.
Well, you could be if you were tied together better.
Hi, Archie. Who's your cute face? Hey, lady, you're pretty.
Brother, you're crazy.
Yeah, could be.
Okay, Miss Davis, we'll look for your package. Now, in the meantime, why don't you go in that booth over there and sit down, huh?
Well, I don't want to sit all alone.
What do you mean all alone? There's 7 sailors in that booth.
For me, that's alone.
Look, why don't you come back tomorrow and look for this package, huh?
Oh, I can't tomorrow. I'm looking for it on Eddie Cantor's program.
Oh, well, then there's only one other way out.
What's that?
The back door. Come on, Davis. Right back, Eddie.
Boy, this place is so full of radio stars. The joint is really jumping tonight.
What do you mean, Eddie?
Well, there goes Davis through the old back door, and in through the front comes Dinah Shaw.
Dinah Shaw. Welcome to Duffy's, Miss Shaw.
Thank you, but it's Mrs. Montgomery, if you please.
Oh, yeah, you just got married.
Uh-huh.
Likewise, I hope. Archie'll be back in a minute, Dinah. And guess what? He don't know you're married.
Well, that's funny. It was in most of the papers.
Was it printed in the racing results?
Who do you think I married, Bing Crosby?
Anyways, tell me, Dinah, does it bother you being married to a movie actor?
What do you mean?
Well, being a movie actor, your husband has kissed so many other women before you.
Miss Duffy, maneuvers have never spoiled a battle. Miss Duffy, have you ever thought about getting married?
Ever since the age of 9. Not that I haven't had chances. Oh, goodness. The brilliant, talented men I could have had. Battleship painters. Vacuum cleaner salesmen. Wealthy sandhogs. But I just couldn't give up my career.
What is your career?
I sing.
Oh. Well, it was very courageous of you to give up all those men for your singing.
They insisted on it. You see, my singing teacher...
Oh, who is your singing teacher?
Yasha Panyaslavnik.
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Hello, Dinah.
Oh, hello, Archie.
Well, Dinah, glad to see you again. What's new?
New? Well, I've got myself a new roommate.
Oh, that's fine. Nice?
Lovely.
Oh, fine. Nice. A girl has a nice roommate, you know. Wearing each other's clothes. Taking turns making the beds. Going Dutch on the rent.
Smoking each other's pipes.
Must be very good tobacco. You ain't looked lovelier in a long time. Well, Dinah, enough of this shop talk. How's about rendering us with a number?
Okay, Arch, I'll render you with No Love, No Nothing. It's one of the big current hits.
Oh, yeah? Well, there may be another one out soon that's even current hit.
Oh?
I'll talk to you about it later. Paul, wake up the Philharmonica for Dinah, huh?
No, nothing till my baby comes home. No, sir, no, nothing long as baby must roam. I promised him I'd wait for him till even Hades grows. I'm lonesome, heaven knows, but what I said still goes. No love, no nothing, that's a promise I'll keep. No fun with no one, getting plenty of sleep. My heart's on strike, and though it's like an empty honeycomb. No love, no sun, no nothing till my baby comes home. No love, no nothing, that's a promise I'll keep. No fun with no one, getting plenty of sleep. My heart's on strike, and though it's like an empty honeycomb. No love, no sun, no nothing till my baby comes home.
Really wonderful, you know?
Thank you.
You was on key all the way. You sang that in B clef octave, didn't you? B clef octave. You know, 2 quarter notes with the umlaut. You see, my song, on the other hand, is written in...
Your song?
You seem astounded. Of course, my song.
Well, I had no idea you were so musical, Archie.
Musical? Mercy me. I played the piano when I was 3 years old.
3 years old?
It was a little piano. What they call a pianissimo.
So you were a child progeny, huh?
Yeah. And it was a curse, you know. Day after day, my father used to say to me, Archie, why don't you go out and play baseball with the other boys, you know? And I'd say, no, Dad, I have to go upstairs and practice my chamber music. Yep, day and night I practiced until finally they sent me to the observatory.
Archie, which keeper did you study under?
They call them maestros up there. Yeah. Very conservatory observatory. Anyways, that's where I studied the old masters, you know. I loved them. Tchaikovsky. And Debussy, Puccini, Bach, Tchaikovsky.
Archie, that's Tchaikovsky.
So I mispronounced one of them. Yeah, and that, Dinah, is the background that produced this.
Oh, is this the song? Let's see. Leave us, face it, we're in love. Lyrics, words, and melody by Archie. You wrote the words, too.
Well, the words is easy. All you got to do is make 'em rhyme, you know. It's a knack. Say something, anything.
Radiator.
Hot tomato.
You're fantastic.
Gastric. Go ahead, hit me again.
Sweet Lalani.
Hot pastrami.
Georgia peaches.
Donna Meaches. You see? Got Dinah over there in the corner looking over me song.
Well, I suppose she don't like it.
If she don't like it, then, like I said before, I'll call on me personal magnetism.
This Miss Shaw, maybe she's married or something.
Don't be silly. How can she be married? I ain't even asked her yet. You let me handle it, Eddie. Oh, Dinah.
Oh, yes, Archie.
Dinah, did you look over the song?
Yes.
You're carried away with emotion, huh?
Yes, the kind of emotion I feel on the ocean.
Well, okay. Dinah, dear, look at me.
Personal magnetism coming up on the outside.
Look, Dinah, don't sing this song for just plain Archie, but for the Archie whose feet you have swept off. Look, Dinah, here you are living alone with your roommate. An empty life. While with me...
just a second, Archie. Is this a proposal?
It could be construed.
My roommate would pin back your ears.
Listen, the same don't live that I can't lick. Come on, Dinah, sing it, huh?
Archie, I'm afraid I don't know it. Archie, I can't sing it. You see, it's not in the right...
Well, don't sing it then. We'll just have the band play it, and you'll just accompany the band. Paul, trumpets, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Dinah Shaw will now sing me own original composition, Leave Us Face It, We're in Love.
I stand in good old Duffy, where the elite meet to eat. Me red corpuscles racing, I await for you, my sweet. In my hand is a diamond unfurled. We should holler it out to the world. Leave us no longer pretend that you are merely a friend, for it is rose in the stars above. So we have tried to act cold, suddenly, lo, and get home. Leave us faces. We're in love. Leave us not blush with no shame if people bandage our name. Shoes and old rights are worth dreaming of. Stories like In Our Two Eyes could win the Pooh-Stiller Prize. Leave us faces. We're in love. Somehow I know many ages ago in an old French chateau we was mated. Now thine love is mine, just as mine love for thine has been reincarcerated. So I plight my troth at your feet. Don't leave me life incomplete. I'm like a turtle without a dove. Love light ain't made to be hid. No, 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 perish, forbid. Leave us faces.
Well, Dinah, what do you think? Well, look, why don't you think it over? You know, take it home and show it to your roommate.
He won't like it.
He. You mean,
Archie, I am Mrs. George Montgomery.
How do you do, Mrs. Montgomery? Excuse me. Hello? The package? Oh, hello, Joan. Listen, Joan, how would you like to sing a song of mine? What? What am I doing Wednesday night? Nothing. Brother, what you got to do to get a song plugged? How does it go? Well, it's... leave us no longer pretend. I better whistle it.
Before we leave Duffy's, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. The plat is spinning. The needle comes down. It's music.
Paducah, if you want to, you can rhyme it with bazooka. but you can't poo-poo Paducah. That's another name for paradise. Paducah, Paducah, just a funny little city in Kentucky. But to me it rhymes with lucky when I'm looking into two blue eyes. Tulip time, they get excited over tulip time. And I'm delighted over tulip time because I happen to love a resident of Paducah, Paducah. If you wanna, you could rhyme it with Paducah, but you can't prove Paducah. That's another name for paradise.
This rebroadcast is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
We have great news for you. The forecast is for bright days ahead in this theater. Happiness for everyone. Because MGM is bringing you a new musical to lift you right up to the blue skies.
From the war, made a solemn pledge to meet again today. They had their glorious reunion at noon, proving true friendship never dies. And I know that just like me, they are all feeling a wee bit misty. Bless you.
You're about the prettiest program coordinator I've ever seen. You know, a fella isn't safe alone in a cab with a girl these days.
All right.
Feeling so unlike myself. Always used to dislike myself.
Baby, you knock me out. You're the fraud I put in the Broadway show. You're the chick with the kick like a rodeo. Money bunch got the bunch, the lazy low. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, boy.
Your mind, and thanks for Fort Knox sealed and signed.
But I've got a guy who's Clifton Webb and Marlon Brando combined.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Denis Day.
That makes life seem worthwhile. Well, in your eyes and the smell of your smile.
Denis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Colgate Dental Cream. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. The Denis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, George Dooning in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Denis Day. Here's Denis to sing the new hit from the score, Paleface, Buttons and Bows.
East is east and west is west, and the wrong one I have chose. Let's go where you'll keep on wearing those frills and flowers and buttons and bows, rings and things and buttons and bows. Don't bury me in this prairie, take me where the cement grows. Let's move down to some big town where they love a gal by the cut of her clothes, and you'll stand out in buttons and bows. I love you in buckskin or skirts that you've homespun, but I love you longer, stronger, where your friends don't tote a gun. My bones denounce the buckboard bounce, and the cactus hurts my toes. Let's vamoose where gals keep using those silks and satins and linen that shows. You're all mine in buttons and bows.
And now, here is a very important announcement. Palmolive Soap is giving away prizes worth $67,000, a grand prize of $25,000 in one lump sum, or $100 a month for life. And that's not all.
There are over 2,000 prizes in Palmolive's big treasure chest contest. Ford sedans, Westinghouse laundromat, Fromm Silver Fox scarf, Toastmaster toasters, and it's easy to enter. Complete the last line of this jingle.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Write your last line on a plain sheet of paper or use an official entry blank giving complete rules obtainable at your dealers. Include your own and dealer's name and address, and mail with the big word Palmolive from the front of the wrapper of one regular and one bath-size cake of Palmolive soap to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York.
Now, here's the jingle once more.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Mail your entry to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York.
Get Palmolive soap for a lovelier complexion. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive's beauty results.
Well, there's nothing more thrilling to a red-blooded man on a crisp October morning than to be crouched beside a lovely lake with his trusty gun and a flock of ducks circling overhead. Which is why Mr. Anderson asked permission of his wife yesterday to do just that. And so today we find him beside a body of water. He's at the kitchen sink with his trusty washcloth and a flock of dirty dishes. His retriever is our young hero, Denis Day, who takes charge of each plate as it leaves the suds.
Gee whiz, Mr. Anderson, why didn't you ask Mrs. Anderson to get an electric dishwasher?
It's no use, my boy. She prefers me. I don't have to be plugged in.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, we're nearly finished anyway. Oh, where does this platter go?
On the shelf in back of the saucers there. Only be careful, that's Poopsie's favorite platter.
Okay.
You know what happened the last time you put one of her Queen Victoria plates away?
Yeah, it slipped out of my hand and abdicated all over the place.
I know.
Well, I'll be careful. Hey, look. There's a letter here up on the shelf.
A letter? That's funny.
Yeah, and it's in Mildred's handwriting. Holy smoke, it starts out, "My darling of the burning lips."
Oh, it's for you.
Oh, don't be silly. She knows me better than that.
But Mildred couldn't possibly be writing a love letter to anyone else.
Really? Gee, I'm a little worried.
Oh, nonsense. Read some more.
Okay. When you put your strong arms around me, my love, I know I'm being held by a man.
By gosh, it is to another fella.
Oh, this is awful. My Mildred, what'll I do? What'll I do?
Now, Dennis, don't get excited. My gracious, maybe it's just a mistake.
Some mistake. She'd had another fella on her mind all the time she's been with me. I'm going to take back my fraternity pin and give her back the pawn ticket for her sorority pin.
But, Dennis, you're the one she loves, I'm sure. For the moment, some other fella's turned her head, that's all.
Yeah, and I wind up with the back of her neck. Believe me, I'm going to tell that girl plenty.
That's the worst attitude you could possibly have. Now, if you want to win her back and you're smart, you listen to me.
Could you really help me, Mr. Anderson?
Certainly. Now, I'll give you a little tip. You can catch more flies with honey than you can with vinegar. Get it?
You mean she'll love me again if she sees I can catch a lot of flies?
No. But the trouble is, you've never really courted her, Dennis. A woman doesn't like to be taken for granted. Now, suppose you started playing the cavalier and did little things for her and shouted attention.
Gee, I see what you mean.
Sure. Gallantry. Well, women eat it up. They think they're delicate creatures, and they'd rather have a man flatter them with little courtesies than anything. There she is now. For goodness sake, remember what I told you.
Yeah, okay.
I'll sneak out the other door so you can be alone. Good luck.
Oh, here you are. Hi, Denis.
Hello, fragile little thing.
Huh?
How tired you must be, my darling. You've been up for over 2 hours. Here, sit down in this chair before you go out completely.
Denis, what are you talking about?
Oh, just trying to do little things for you, my love. Shall I fetch your slippers so you can sit in front of the fireplace and smoke your pipe?
My pipe? You know I never smoked a pipe.
Oh, I'll give you one for Christmas.
Dennis, you must be mad. And if you think I'm going to stand here and...
Wait, where are you going with that bottle of ink?
If you must know, I'm working on a letter, and I just came in here to fill my fountain pen.
Oh, but I can't let you do that. You might get ink on those lovely, dainty little hands. Here, let me...
Dennis, I'm not an invalid.
Please. I couldn't bear the thought of ink on those lovely, dainty little hands. Now, if you'll give me the bottle and pen, I'll
Dennis, let go. I'll do it myself.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, my. All over your lovely, dainty little face.
Oh, I could
kill you.
I was just trying to be a cavalier, and now you hate me.
Oh, I don't hate you.
Yes, you do. It's written all over your face.
Oh, I certainly don't like ink all over me. Oh, golly, I'm a mess.
Well, I'll run get a towel. I'll be right back.
Oh, dear.
What's all the excitement? Good heavens, what happened to you?
It was just an accident, Mother. Golly, everything's going wrong today. First, I can't find the letter I wrote for the Passion Story Magazine Love Letter Contest, and now this.
Well, don't bother me with it. I have enough troubles of my own.
Well, now what's wrong?
Oh, that woman who just moved in next door. She gives me a pain. Standing there in her backyard yelling that our incinerator is filling her yard with black smoke. The nerve of her making up such a fantastic lie.
Oh, our new neighbor? What does she look like?
I don't know. I couldn't see her through the smoke.
You really ought to have that incinerator fixed, Mother. Everyone's complaining.
I wouldn't dream of it. I have only a few pleasures left in this world. Why should I deny myself fighting with the neighbors?
All right, Mother. I'd like to help, but between losing that love letter for the contest and Denis...
Denis? What's the matter with him?
Oh, I wish I knew. He's acting so unusual today. I was talking to him just now, and he didn't make a bit of sense.
Well, come on, get to the unusual part.
Well, he kept wanting to do things for me, buy me presents, things like that.
Really? When a man acts that way, it always means one thing. There's been another woman.
Oh, good golly, it does?
Yes. Now, I wonder what it'd mean in Denis's case.
And all that happened was she got covered with ink?
Yeah, some cavalier I am.
Oh, dear. Now she's probably more in love than ever with that fella with the burning lips.
Well, let her. Let her get her lipstick melted clear off for all I care.
Now, you know you want her back. And maybe if you could make her jealous or something.
Gee, you think that might work?
Well, it's done wonders in some cases. Let's see now. Is there some other woman that you've been friendly with when you've kissed, maybe?
Sure, but I can't see Mildred getting jealous of my mother.
No. Say, wait. About Miss Baker, that old spinster on the corner who's got such a crush on you.
Oh, my gosh, I'm scared to go near her.
Oh, don't be silly. As far as she's concerned, you're just a passing fancy.
Well, she sure makes some fancy passes.
She's about your only chance, my boy.
Well, do you really think Mildred would come back to me if she saw me with Miss Baker?
Definitely. Just let her find you on the couch with her here tonight. I know women like a book.
Well, I'll try it, but this is one chapter I wish you'd skipped.
Yes? Why, Denis Day!
Hello, Miss Baker.
Oh, you great big wonderful bundle of stuff. What brings you to my house all alone, and I hope so?
Miss Baker, I love you.
You what?
I love you. I love you. I tell you, my heart just leaps at the sight of your beautiful face.
Oh, you darling. Now say it with your eyes open.
I mean it. May I come in and sit a while, Miss Baker? And may I call you Ruth?
Oh, if you come in and sit a while, you can call me John L. Lewis. Oh, come right in. And sit down anywhere and make a lap.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, did you mean it what you said? I mean about being in love with me, did you, huh? Did you?
I'm wild about you. Can't live without you. Your hair, those lovely waves, that glorious golden color.
Goodness, I didn't even know I was wearing that one tonight. But what about your girlfriend, that little Mildred Anderson?
She's in love with another fella.
Oh?
And I'm trying to get her back.
Oh. So that's it. You're trying to make her jealous.
Well, yes, ma'am.
Oh, but Denis, don't you see Mildred couldn't possibly believe there was a romance between us? After all, the difference in our ages alone.
Why, I must be older than you by weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, thousands of them, I guess.
Well, yes. Now, maybe I can help you after all. A cousin of mine just returned home from school. Oh, she's an awfully sweet girl, and I know she'd do anything I ask.
Oh, gosh, Miss Baker. Could you have her over at the Andersons about 9?
Well, just for you. Oh, because you're so cute. And it might be the basis for a little blackmail someday.
Gee, Miss Baker, you're wonderful. Someday Mildred and I will get married and settle down with our chickens and our dogs. In a month or two, there'll be a baby, and we'll name it after you.
Dennis, I doubt if you'll have a baby in a month or two.
And then we'll name one of the dogs after you. Good night.
We'll continue our day in the life of Dennis Day in a moment or two. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing Confess.
Why don't you confess? I wish you'd reveal to me the way that you feel. Confess, it isn't a crime to open your heart to me and say that you're mine. How long can I keep waiting for a tender word from you? The sweetest rose starts fading when the sunshine won't come through. Confess, please don't make me guess. If you really care for me, then, darling, confess. Then, darling, confess.
Well, when Denis found a very torrid love letter in Mildred's handwriting hidden away in a dictionary, he leaped to the conclusion that she had another boyfriend. The letter was merely a prize entry in a magazine love letter contest, but Denis, unaware of that, has launched a campaign to make Mildred jealous by arranging a rendezvous with Miss Baker's cousin, a young lady he's never met.
Do you honestly think this will make Mildred come back to me, Mr. Anderson?
Oh, we can't miss Dennis. Only remember, when Mildred walks in, you and this girl have to be in a really torrid embrace.
Oh, don't worry. I'll go all the way. I'll be holding both her hands.
Dennis, maybe we'd better get a few things straightened out.
Huh?
Have you actually ever necked with a girl?
Well, no, but I came awfully close once. I was in a restaurant and the girl at the next table started playing footsie with me.
Consider that close to necking, huh?
Oh, you haven't heard the half of it. She was wearing open-toed shoes.
Well, you may have to step up the pace a little bit tonight.
Oh, I will. I will, don't worry.
Good. Now, I'll go in and see if I can think of some way to get Poopsie out of the house so Mildred will find you alone with this girl.
Yeah, swell, Mr. Anderson.
Is that you, Herbert?
Yes, flame of my desire. You know something? I've been thinking.
Thinking?
Yeah? Let's be devils tonight, huh, Poopsie? Let's take a walk through Weaver Park like we used to when we were courting.
Why, Herbert, that's a wonderful idea.
Yes. I thought maybe we could meander down to the south end and see that big oak tree. Remember, the one we cut our initials in?
Oh, how could I forget it?
Yes.
I was just a young girl at the time, wasn't I?
Yes.
I wonder if our initials are still there.
Well, we could take along a stepladder and find out.
Oh, this'll be fun. Here, while I'm putting on my coat, take this trash out and burn it.
Poopsie, do you think we should? You know that new neighbor's been complaining about our incinerator.
I said take it out and burn it.
But, Poopsie, this type of trash, are you deliberately trying to get even with her?
Nonsense. It's just ordinary refuse. Now take it out and make sure the hot water bottle and that old inner tube are on top.
Theodore, do you smell that?
Hmm?
Can't you smell it? It's that Mrs. Anderson's incinerator again.
Oh. Well, I thought maybe your brother opened the door of the room he keeps his pigeons in.
Don't be funny. Oh, just look at the smoke pouring into this room.
Yeah. Well, first thing tomorrow morning, I'll go over and see...
Tomorrow morning, my foot. You go over there this minute and give them a good piece of your mind.
Now? Oh, honey, it's after 9.
I don't care what time it is. I've stood all I'm going to. If you won't go over there, I will. Right now.
Gee, 3 minutes after 9. She should be here any minute. Well, I've sure got this room looking like a love nest, all right. Mildred can't help but think we've been drinking with all those empty Coke bottles and used tea bags lying around. Gosh, I wish that girl would... at last.
Good evening.
Oh, how do you do? Won't you come in? I've been expecting you.
I shouldn't wonder. I'm Mrs. Schroeder.
Mrs. Schroeder? My gosh, does your husband know you're doing this?
Certainly. He very nearly came here instead of me.
Well, I'm glad you did. It would have looked a little silly with him.
What?
Well, I mean, I think a man and a woman is the ideal combination for a thing like this.
I did not come here to waste time. I want something done, and immediately. Do you understand?
Oh, gosh, don't rush me. Let's get acquainted first. Here, sit down, won't you?
Thank you. I prefer to stand.
But isn't it usually done sitting down?
Well, why should it be?
Well, I guess you've been around more than I have.
Young man, are you sure you know what I'm here for?
Oh, sure, don't worry.
Don't worry. Do you think I want to be choked to death?
Oh, I'll get a very loose grip.
What on earth are you talking about?
Huh? Why, this act we're putting on, of course.
Act? You call smelling up the whole place an act?
Lady, if you don't know my technique, don't rap it.
Indeed. Well, you just listen to me. If I don't get some action, I'll have my husband come over here and tear out your incinerator bodily.
Tear out my what?
You know very well what. That vile, smoky incinerator in your yard.
Incinerator? Wait a minute. Aren't you Miss Baker's cousin?
Who? I am Mrs. Schroeder from next door.
Oh, my gosh, I thought... Holy smoke, have I made a series of nasty blunders.
What?
Look, Mrs. Schroeder, you gotta help me.
I've got to help you.
Yeah, you see, I got a girl, and I gotta make her Oh, my gosh.
Oh, hello. I didn't know we had company, Denis.
I am not company, young lady. I came over here to
Oh, it's no use, Marigold. She's caught us. We might as well face it. She knows all now.
Huh?
Oh, it's a good thing you didn't arrive a few minutes earlier, Mildred. Marigold and I were on the sofa. We were necking and petting and squeezing and doing all enjoyable stuff like that there.
What? Now, see here. I was merely complaining about the smoke.
Can I help it if I'm a hot necker?
Oh, Denis. Look here, young lady. I came over here to complain about your smelly incinerator. But just forget it. From now on, burn anything you want. Only keep him on your side of the fence. Good night.
Ah, poor foolish girl. Where will she go? What will she do now that she's tasted the rich, tender ripeness of my cherry lips? What can she say to her husband now except, there?
Oh, stop it. That's the woman from next door to complain about the incinerator, and you know it.
It didn't do so good, huh? Well, okay. If you must know, I was trying to make you jealous.
Jealous? Me? But why?
Well, I figured then maybe you'd forget about the fellow who you wrote the letter to. You know, the guy with the molten lips.
Oh, Denis, you big goof. That was a letter I was entering in a contest.
In a contest?
Of course. The only person I know with molten lips is you.
Oh, my gosh, that's wonderful. Mildred, I'm so happy Well, would you? I mean, would it be all right if I turned on my volcano now?
Of course, Denis.
Oh, gosh, I wish you had a third hand so I could kiss that, too.
Oh, Denis. Do you know something? If there really were another girl in your life, I'd never speak to you again as long as you live.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that. You're the only girl I ever looked at. Gosh, I wouldn't think... Oh, I'll go get it. Yes?
Lover boy, my angel, kiss me.
Look, this isn't necessary, girl. Just tell me who you want me to vote for, and I'll... Oh, my gosh, it's you.
So there's never been a girl in your life.
We've never seen each other before this moment, have we, miss?
Why, Denis, darling.
Denis, darling, huh?
See, it's obvious she doesn't know me. My name is Dennis Day.
Come here, love bundle.
Wait, let go.
Mildred, I swear if she ever takes her mouth away from mine, you'll hear a perfectly reasonable explanation.
Dennis Day, don't you ever talk to me again.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. With George Dooning in the orchestra, here now is Denis to sing the beloved old Irish air, Galway Bay.
If you ever go across the sea to Ireland, then maybe at the closing of your day, you will sit and watch the moon rise over Clather and see the sun go down on Galway Bay. For the breeze is blowing o'er the seas from Ireland, are perfumed by the heather as they blow, and the women in the uplands digging pretty speak a language that the strangers do not know. For the strangers came and tried to teach us their ways. They scorned us just for being what we are. But they might as well go chasing after moonbeams or light a penny candle from a star. And if there is going to be a life hereafter, and somehow I am sure there's going to be, I will ask my God to let me make my heaven in that dear land across the Irish
Ladies and gentlemen, this is United Nations Week. The United Nations today is the greatest influence in the world for peace and understanding among nations. It is the common denominator among all nations and all political creeds. The United Nations requires the wholehearted support of every decent man and woman in the world. Good night, everybody.
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dent Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
For soft, gleaming, glamorous hair, try Luster Cream shampoo. Not a soap, not a liquid. In tubes or jars, whichever you prefer. Be a lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
For the true romance in Dennis Day's own life, there's a special treat in store for you in True Romance magazine, now on sale at all newsstands. Listen again next week to Colgate's Hour of Fun, Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over your favorite NBC station. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
Johnson Wax program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax, Johnson's Carnew, and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Walk into a store to make a purchase, whether it's Johnson's Wax or soap or shoes, does it occur to you that your dealer renders you a valuable service? And never so valuable as now, when wartime restrictions complicate his operations. He buys a little of this, a little more of that, things he believes you're going to need, and he puts them on his shelf until you come to buy them. He has to have a convenient location, people to wait on you, and maybe delivery service. Now, if that's all he did, you still couldn't get along without him. But he does more. He exercises buying judgment on your behalf. Selects from among the goods offered those that he can recommend to you and stand back of. For your protection, Johnson's Wax, Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, and Johnson's Carnew are sold only through recognized dealers, never by independent door-to-door canvassers. Remember this, if a house-to-house canvasser ever offers you such a product under a Johnson name... what is so rare as this time of year, when city dwellers full of cheer start making for the lakes and woods with tons and tons of sporting goods. With suntan lotion, bathing suits, fly rods, rifles, wading boots, camp stoves, tents, and hunting knives, dark glasses, beer, and weary wives. Full of fun and fancy follies and plans like Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Of course, what I'd really like to do is go into the wildest part of the Rocky Mountains with nothing on me but a blanket and a hunting knife. That's really what I'd like to do. What's so funny?
You.
Huh?
I can picture you prowling around the mountains with a blanket and a knife.
What do you mean?
Why, you can't even peel an apple without losing a few fingers.
And why? Because I'm soft. I've been living too easy. A couple of weeks in the woods and I'd harden up like a boarding house mattress.
Well, somehow a week or two of camping out doesn't have much appeal for me. Let's stay home, Magee, and play rummy and go to a few movies. Huh?
No, sir, nothing doing. I want to get away from things.
What things?
Well, things. People, telephones, and mail, and newspapers.
Well, where are we going? Have you decided?
Oh, I think so. Of course, we can't take the train anyplace, and we haven't got a car, so I had to pick a place nearby. Lake Dugan.
Lake Dugan?
Yep.
Why, that's right on the edge of town.
Sure. Take all our stuff out there right on the streetcar. I can run in every morning and get the mail and the newspapers and see if there was any phone calls. Swell swimming there, too.
Yeah, if you can find a place between the rowboats. That's a fine place to get away from people.
Huh?
Why, you can't roast a marshmallow out there without burning a hole in somebody's bathing trunks.
That reminds me, where's my Boy Scout hatchet?
Well, you threw it away.
I did?
Sure, because it cut your wrist when you tried to open a can of tomatoes with it.
Huh?
Remember? I washed your wrist off with boric acid and your mouth out with soap.
Where's my rifle?
Well, it's practically all rusted to pieces.
Rusted? How did it get rusted?
Well, you said it was almost impossible to get cartridges for it now, so I had to have something to stir the washing with.
Oh, my gosh. All my equipment is shot. Why, come in.
How do you do, Mr. Magee? Hello, Mrs. Magee.
Hi, sis. Hi.
Well, how do you do, I'm sure.
I just stopped in to tell you I'm going on my vacation for the next 2 weeks, and to wish you a very pleasant summer.
Well, gee, sis, thanks. Thanks very much. Same to you.
Yeah, we hope you have a nice time, too, dearie.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
It'll be nice to hear your voice again in the fall. Well, good day.
Good day.
Good day.
Who's that?
I don't know. I thought you knew.
I never saw her before in my life. I was going to ask you.
Why, this is terrible. I'm going to ask you.
Yeah, you better find out.
Wait a minute, dearie. What's your name?
Mert.
Oh, thank you. Mert.
Yeah, my gosh. I knew I'd heard that voice someplace. Whom now?
Abigail Uppington, and be nice, Magee. We won't be seeing her all summer.
I wish somebody'd write music to that. Those are the prettiest lyrics.
She doesn't mean to be so uptown. She's just got an inferiority complex.
Inferiority complex, my clavicle. That's the excuse everybody gives for somebody being bad-mannered, high-hat, and generally disagreeable. Why, that old whippet never had a...
Hush. She'll hear you. Come in. For goodness sakes, if it isn't Abigail Uppington.
Oh, how do you do, my dear? And Mr. Magee.
Hi, Uppity. Fling the frame on a chair, and I'll tell you how we celebrated Father's Day in Sisters.
And how did we, Mr. Magee?
It was pop, pop, pop all day long. You get it, girls? Father, pop? It's kind of a subtle play on words.
It ain't funny, Magee.
Personally, I thought it rather provocative of mirth. Well, Uppy, what are your plans for the summer? Just start the conversation because I don't really give a hoot.
Magee. Mind your manners.
Oh, not at all, Mrs. Magee, please. After all, one expects a certain natural rudeness in the virile, masculine, rough diamond, outdoor type of man.
Well, gee, thanks, Uppy. You don't just say
Although in the anemic, undersized pool room type like you, Mr. Magee, it's just nearly irritating.
Oh, yeah? Why, you triple-chinned, non-flying portrait?
Magee! Stop it this minute. My goodness, you ought to be ashamed. Now, apologize to Abigail.
Okay. I apologize, Uppy. It's my inferiority complex. Makes me nasty.
Oh, these little outbursts don't upset me in the least, Mr. Magee. I merely say to myself, Abigail, I say, why should you be annoyed annoyed because some inflated little gutter snipe goes away and leaves his voice running.
But Abigail, listen.
No, these little arguments do not affect my social equilibrium in the slightest degree. That is due to my theatrical training. Oh, yes, in the theater. One is trained not to be overwhelmed by the stress of emotional scenes, and in spite of them, to make a graceful exit. Good day.
Wait, Abigail, don't...
Hey, Uppy, that's the door to the...
Wrong exit. Goodbye.
For camping trip. I've been camping out ever since I was a kid. Nothing healthier, too.
Yes,
either.
I guess so.
Used to sleep like a log. Matter of fact, up in the Canadian Rockies once, I slept so much like a log, they rolled me into the river, and I was halfway down to the sawmill before I woke up. It was only because of my...
Hello there, kids. Where are you going?
Hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Going down to the Wistful Vista Sports Shop, Oldtimer. Starting our vacation tomorrow and need some camping equipment.
Oh, that's great stuff, kids. Great stuff. Used to be quite an outdoor man myself. Used to own a ranch in Wyoming.
That's what you says last week. What was your brand?
2 guitars, a fiddle, a banjo, and a jug. One of the fellers...
No.
Huh?
Not band, brand.
Yeah. Didn't you brand your cattle?
Nope. Started to once, but I accidentally sat down onto a hot branding iron.
I see.
What happened to me shouldn't occur to a cow.
Well, if you spent so much time on a ranch, Mr. Oldtimer, how come you're not bow-legged?
Used to be awful bow-legged, daughter.
Oh.
I was so bow-legged I had a terrible time in church for a while. Took me 3 pews to kneel down.
How'd you ever get your gams ironed out?
I took a trip to New York. Got caught in the subway rush. Come out knock-kneed.
Knew you were a Westerner, Mr. Oldtimer. You know, you've got that squinty look around the eyes that comes from gazing across the sunlit desert. Or trying to find the pork in a can of pork and beans.
That's pretty good, daughter. That ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to... Gotta get going. Have a nice summer, kids. See you in the fall.
Hey, what's the rush?
Oh, I got a date with my gal, Johnny. Librarian at the library. She reads to me every afternoon. We're on Black Beauty now, and I'm pretty worried how it comes out. Things the way they are now, I'm scared Black Beauty's going to wind up on a blue plate.
Be as young as he is when you're as old as he is, Magee.
I hope I never look that old. His face looks like it had wore out 3 bodies. Well, here's the sports shop, Molly. Come on.
Good day, sir. What can I do for you? We're having special today on moose calls. Genuine Brazilian birch bark. They come in 3 tones: plaintive, urgent, and imperative.
No thanks, Bud. I don't want one.
But, sir, Why, on our last order, we asked for 6 gross. And do you know how many we got? Half a dozen, of which this is the last one.
Oh.
There won't be any more, for the duration.
Oh, how terrible.
Gee, maybe I better take one.
No. We don't want it, McGee. We need a moose call like you need a hole in the head.
In his case, that might be exactly
Pipe down, bud. If my wife says I don't need a moose call, by George, I don't need a moose call, see? But I would like to try it once. I never blew a moose call.
Certainly, sir. Go right ahead.
Well, that didn't seem to arouse any particular... Oh, look, McGee, here comes Mr. Wilcox.
Why, this is a wonderful little gadget, Molly. One honk and in comes Wilcox.
Yeah, but he's not a moose.
Well, he's an elk, ain't he? That's awful close. Hi, Junior.
Hello, Fibber. Hello, Molly.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. Say, you're an expert on better homes. Won't you help McGee pick out a pup tent?
Oh, sorry, I can't do it, Molly. I have to be at a war plant in 20 minutes.
Oh.
I just dropped in here to have my tennis racket restrung. Take care of it, will you, Abercrombie?
Certainly, Mr. Wilcox. I'll have our racketeer go right to work on it.
What you all going to a war plant for, Junior?
Well, I've got to give a short talk.
On what? As if we could never guess.
On nutrition.
Well, that's a new way to approach the... On what?
Nutrition.
Oh, now, come, Mr. Wilcox. It's a fine product, we know, but even we who love it so dearly wouldn't eat it.
Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm going to give a talk on the importance of war workers, yes, and other workers, too, maintaining their health by eating the right kind of bodybuilding food. Primarily butter and milk and cheese products. That's Group 4 of the government's nutrition program.
I see.
Yes, it seems the nutrition experts have divided all food into 7 groups. And to keep in fighting trim, we must have at least one food out of each group every day. Milk is one of the most necessary items in the whole list.
So what if I don't like milk? My gosh, if I get plenty of meat and potatoes...
You see, the milk and cheese group of the nutrition plan contains some of the most vital elements to human health. Milk furnishes about 3/4 of the calcium we need every day to build our bone structure properly. Milk and cheese are full of vitamin A, and without vitamin A, our eyesight is impaired. All grocery stores have lists of the 7 basic food groups posted up, and it's easy to refer to them when you do your shopping. Well, I think I'll close my little talk by saying, vitamins for victory. There's a great day coming, so drink your great day today.
Oh.
You like that?
Oh. No, I don't.
You don't?
No.
Well, then it must be good. I'll use it. See you later, folks.
Goodbye, Mr. Wilcox.
Hasta la wistful vista, Junior.
Is there anything in particular I could show you now, sir?
Not right away, Bud. I want to kind of look around first.
Yeah, we're mostly interested in camping equipment. He wants a pip tent.
Pup tent.
Well, give me the pip. Every time... Oh, look, McGee, here comes Dr. Gamble. Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Doc.
Buying something, or did you just come in to get out of the fresh air?
Starting a vacation tomorrow, Doc. Going to go camping.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
I can hardly wait to treat you for sunstroke, poison oak, chiggers, water in the ear, spider bites, and fish hooks in the gluteus maximus.
You know, I'm going to make him be more careful this year, Doctor.
Oh, it's no use, my dear. He's the kind who needs a lifeguard when he washes his hair. I think there ought to be a law against vacations. Here we build a man up and keep him in shape to do his daily work for 50 weeks out of the year, and what happens? He takes a vacation.
Wow.
He sleeps outdoors on a damp cot. Exercises like a commando when his greatest effort for the past year has been tearing the band off a cigar. He swallows gallons of muddy lake water.
Tush. You're just an old sourpuss, Doc. You think everybody ought to go through life chewing on a thermometer and walking on their hands so they won't get their feet wet?
Well, the doctor just doesn't like to see people make fools of themselves, dearie.
You're quite right, Mrs. McGee. But it's like trying to keep an apple seed from making an apple of itself. Well, I hope you folks enjoy yourselves this summer. Take a good rest, my boy.
Thanks, Doc.
And my boy, don't be like most men on a vacation.
Huh?
Remember, this little woman is your wife. Not a red cap, a washing machine, or a nursemaid. Let her have some fun, too. I'm glad you're getting out of town for a while, McGee.
You think it'll do him good, Doctor?
I doubt it, but it'll give me a new lease on life. Goodbye now.
All right.
The King's Men and a little close harmony.
The old songs, the old songs, are good old songs for me.
I love to hear those
minor chords, and good close harmony. Down in the cornfield, hear that mournful sound, all the darkies am a weeping, masses in the cold, cold ground. Hush, hush, don't make a noise while the old man's sleeping. Run in the barn, get out the boys, and we'll have a little banjo meeting. Down in the cornfield, hear that mournful sound. All the darkies am a weeping, masses in the cold, cold, cold ground. The cold, cold
Now, this is a very humane rabbit trap, Mr. McGee. Here's how it works. We put a piece of lettuce on the trigger here, cock the spring, then Mr. Rabbit comes along. See? He sniffs the lettuce, takes a bite, and that blank cartridge explodes. Ingenious, isn't it?
Yeah, but that would scare the rabbit away.
Of course. That's why this is the most humane trap made.
Well, I think that's ridiculous, and furthermore, I don't
Hello
know...
there, McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee.
Why, Mr. Coast Guardsman Latrivia, how nice.
Hi, Latriv. You still on leave?
My leave is up tomorrow, McGee.
Oh, want to stop coasting and start guarding again, eh?
Yes. As I was saying to one of our petty officers last week.
Now, that isn't a very nice way to talk about your officers, Mr. Latrivia.
I said nothing derogatory, Mrs. McGee. In the Navy, an officer's rank...
If an officer's rank, you should keep quiet about it. Sure. Nobody's perfect, Mr. Latrivia. Remember that.
Mrs. McGee, please. I merely made the statement that a superior officer...
You've got an inferiority complex, Latrivia. They just seem to be acting superior because you got no gold braids, see?
I didn't say they acted superior. They're superior officers because the higher the rank...
They higher the rank what? Go on and say it, Latrivia. But remember, enemy ears are all about us. No disloyalty.
Don't accuse me of disloyalty, McGee. I was only trying to tell you that an ordinary seaman...
Don't you dare call our sailor boys ordinary seamen, Mr. Latrivia. Why, our sailors are the best seamen there are.
Yeah. Just because you think your officers are petty and act superior, Latrivia, don't you think...
I don't think anything. I mean, I didn't think what I was saying. You twisted everything I've said. Now, let's start at the beginning.
Okay.
I said that one of our petty officers...
Now, Latrivia, I warn you. If you persist in that attitude, I'll be forced to report you.
Yes. Then you'll be thrown in the grog for 90 days, and how do you like that?
It isn't a grog, it's a brig. Grog is an old Navy term meaning rum.
Yeah, well, what's so rum about a term in one of our grogs?
I tell you, it isn't a grig, a brog. A drink is a brig... No, that's grog. In a Navy grib, a brig, a dog, a brog...
Say, have you been drinking, Mr. Latrivia?
I don't drink, and you both know it. But before I go, I'd like to straighten you out.
Don't you threaten my wife, you big bully. You'll have to straighten me out before you lay a finger on her.
Yes, for shame. A man in the United States uniform threatening women with violence. Mr. Latrivia, I was never
Please. Just listen to me for a moment.
Okay, Latrivia, but make it snappy before I call the FBI.
Now, look. You got me all wrong. I didn't mean to say it. My observations from you. My officers are the finest. Say, what is this?
Dear.
Have you been pulling my leg?
Yeah, and I don't mind telling you, Latrivia, you got the stretchingest leg we ever pulled.
Don't be angry, Mr. Latrivia, but it was just like old times, and we just couldn't resist it.
Angry? Oh, I'm so relieved I could kiss you. I think I will.
Hey.
Oh, thank you.
Now, McGee.
Oh, no, you don't. You get away from me. I ain't going to...
Oh, don't be silly. I just wanted to shake hands.
Oh, that.
That's it. Wish you a nice vacation, both of you.
Thanks.
Good luck. And I hope when we meet again, the box score will be no Hitlers, no ruins, no terrors.
Oh, I hope so, too, Trivia. Happy landings, boy.
Goodbye now.
Great little guy, Latrivia.
Little?
Yeah.
Did you see his chest? I was scared to death he'd take a deep breath and push us right through a showcase.
Yeah, he's a pretty husky little... Oh, you got that sleeping bag I asked for, Bud?
Yes, sir. A genuine snug bug sleeping bag.
Uh-huh.
We have 2 of these, though the other one is damaged, which makes this one the last one we have in stock.
For the duration?
Yes.
Hey, that's pretty good. A sleeping bag. Just crawl in and zip it up, eh, Bud?
That's all. Waterproof, sun-fast, and guaranteed as long as it lasts.
Now, listen, Magee, I don't think you want to... Oh, hello there, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, Mrs. Magee. Hello, Mr. Magee.
Hi, Wimp, old man. You like this sleeping bag? I'm thinking about buying it for a little camping trip Molly and me are going on.
Oh, I don't care much for them, Mr. Magee. Let sleeping bags lie is my motto.
Mr. Wimple, were you buying some vacation things?
No, Mrs. Magee. Sweetie Face sent me down to pick up a couple of dumbbells.
Oh.
My goodness, I never expected to find you here.
Is that a crack, Wallace?
Oh, of course not, Mr. Magee. I never make cracks.
Oh.
I learned my lesson last week when I flew off the handle with Sweetie Face.
Oh.
You did what, Mr. Wimple?
I flew off the handle.
You finally did it?
Yes, I was out in the kitchen frying some eggs, and Sweetie Face came in.
Yeah?
She grabbed the frying pan, but I hung onto it, so she started whirling me around her head.
Oh.
Finally, I flew off the handle and crashed into the china cabinet.
I bet she was sorry she did that.
No, that made her more angry than ever. She said, aha, in your cups again, and sloughed me with a refrigerator.
Very violent woman, I'd say.
Yes. You going to buy this sleeping bag, Mr. Magee?
Well, I don't know, Wimp. Mind if I try this one on for size, Bud?
Very happy to have you, Mr. Magee. We don't close till 5:30 if you'd care to take a little nap in it.
Oh, no, Magee.
Oh, I ain't sleepy anyway, Molly. Here, hold the top open while I wiggle into it. That's it. A little wider. That's it.
Fits nicely around the hips, doesn't it?
My goodness. He looks like a little caboose in there, doesn't he, Mrs. Magee?
You mean papoose, Mr. Wimple. A caboose is the rear end of a freight train.
Yes, I know.
Okay, zip it up, Bud. Hey, this is wonderful. I'll buy this, Bud. But you better let me out now. It's too hot.
Oh, dear me.
What's the matter?
The little piece that unzips it is broken off. So careless of me.
Well, get it out. Cut me out of this. I'm smothered.
Sure.
Cut it. Good heavens, man. It's the $32 sleeping bag.
Well, he's worth more than that to me alive. Rip it open.
Hurry up, Bud. Hurry up. Let me out of here.
Just be patient, sir. I have no authority to enter the property of the store.
Well, with all that dirty luck, why does everything have to happen to me?
What do you find so amusing, Mr. Wimple?
It just struck me funny, Mrs. Magee, to have you end the season on this note.
On what note, Mr. Wimple?
Well, for once, the bag is holding Magee.
Oh, dear.
There's one thing we all have in common right now. We're very busy. There are so many demands on our time, both on the job and at home, that we're tempted to let certain things slide, just not get them done. You might think, for example, you could just forget the finish of your car. Let it look shabby as long as you watch things like the tires and batteries. But there's more to it than meets the eye. That dirt and grease and road scum that collect on the finish may be doing serious damage by chemical action. The only safe procedure is to remove that shabby film of dirt and keep the finish clean. Then it won't deteriorate. You can keep it clean so easily with Johnson's Car New, the easy-to-use polish that both cleans and polishes with one application, 2 jobs at once. Car New is a liquid. It dries to a powder which is easily wiped off. You'll gladly do a Car New job yourself, and you'll be surprised what it will do for your self-respect and for your driving pleasure. Remember the name Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our sponsors and all of us connected with this show, we want to thank you once more for your wonderful support and loyalty. This last season, as you know, the makers of Johnson's Wax dedicated every 4th program to the presentation of some government message, some phase of the war effort which we thought we might make a little clearer to you in our own peculiar way. We want to thank Mr. Elmer Davis, his Office of War Information, for the highly efficient cooperation we've had in getting our facts straight and eliminating conflict with other programs.
Yes, and keep tuning in this summer at the same hour. Because you know Johnson's Wax is again presenting MGM's outstanding teller of amazing tales, John Nesbitt, in his dramatic passing parade. Now, if you remember his famous Letter to Hitler last summer, which was so widely reprinted, you'll be interested to know that in his first show next week, he gives you a new letter to Hitler. It'll be a wonderful series, and we know you'll enjoy it. So until Magee and I see you nice people again.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Of the old-timer and Wallace Wimple heard on this program were played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night when we bring you that outstanding teller of amazing tales, John Nesbitt, in his passing parade. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
It's the good old summertime, and Judy's getting ready to open her heart to a blind date. What will he be like, Judy?
He'll be tall and dark, terribly, terribly handsome, and sort of sad.
Andy, don't look so sad.
Tell you the truth, Rudy, I don't feel so good. Look out for the carnation.
It's 8:15, Andy. You don't have time to feel bad. Where's the button hook?
On the desk. I don't think I should go, Rudy.
Oh, Andy.
And on a lovely summer day, they meet and fall madly into each other's arms.
Oh!
Here's my card. That's where I work, see? Now you go buy yourself whatever I've ruined, and I'll be glad to pay for it, all right?
Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Put your arms around me, honey, hold me tight, huddle up and cuddle up with all your might. Oh, babe, won't you?
Excuse me for a minute. Would you like a little help?
I don't care if people frown on me. Perhaps it's the lone way, but I go my own way, that's my philosophy.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
The Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker and Portland Hoffa. Our guest, New York's favorite restaurateur, Lindy. The Martins and Al Goodman's Orchestra. It's Texaco time. Ladies and gentlemen, you never can be sure of your in-laws. You never can be sure of the weather. You never can be sure of a beef stew. There's only one thing you can be sure of. It's Wednesday night. And here is that man again, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Jimmy, for once, I must say that you are correct. You can't be sure of anything these days.
Well, how do you mean, Fred?
Well, didn't you read about the aquarium?
No,
Well, you'd certainly think that an institution like the aquarium that has been down in Battery Park for 40 years was here to stay, wouldn't you? Mm-hmm. But no, the aquarium has got to go.
Well, if you've got to go...
even if you're... Now, wait. First, the city, even if you're in the aquarium. But first, First, the city tore down the L, Jimmy. Now it's dispossessing the eel. They're going to spend $2 million to build a new aquarium up in the Bronx. $2 million so the fish can meet a better class of people.
Oh, look, Fred, let's get on with the news.
You know, I read only Sunday in the paper that the city is expecting a deficit next year, and here it is moving 200,000 gallons of water and 12,000 fish from the Battery uptown to the Bronx. You know, that's going to cost plenty, too. If the mayor sends those fish uptown by subway, the IRT, 12,000 fish at a nickel a head. There's $600 more right there, James.
Fred, the newsreel.
$2,600,000 to put an aquarium in the Bronx. Why, if the people in the Bronx want to see fish, let them go down to the Fulton Fish Market. That's what.
Fred.
An aquarium in the Bronx. All I have to say is, if the city is going to put an aquarium in the Bronx, they'll have to insure the herring. That's more expensive.
Fred, please, the newsreel.
All right. I'm not really through, Jimmy, but who am I, after all? Let's get ahead with the news. That fanfare should be sent to the Bronx, too. That's wet enough to join the aquarium on the way uptown. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Speaking at a conference of the League for Industrial Democracy, Department of Markets official says that owners of New York retail meat shops threaten to close in protest over higher meat prices. Texaco News, with microphone disguised as a turkey leg, presents Box Chop interviews to get reactions to advancing meat prices. First, a prominent authority on meat, meet Dr. Asa Brindle.
Correction, please.
I beg your pardon?
Dr. Brindle couldn't come. I am deputizing for him.
Oh, you are? Well, who are you?
I am Dr. Tekla Pearl.
Dr. Tekla Pearl? And are you a cattle expert, doctor?
No, I am an authority on swine.
A swine authority. We ought to have a no porking sign around here.
No porking. Very good.
You have a blunt sense of humor, Doctor. But tell us, Doctor, what is causing these rising meat prices?
It's the scarcity of cows.
Really? And what is responsible for the scarcity?
Hollywood.
Hollywood?
Compel Hollywood to stop making Western pictures, and meat prices will go down.
Your theory is?
Thousands of cows who are merely being stooges for Technicolor cowboys can be butchered and sold. This would lower the price of meat and put Hopalong Cassidy back on relief.
This will settle the consumer's beef, you feel, Dr. Pearl.
That is my opinion. Dr. Brindle concurs.
Well, thank you. Oh, say, I forgot to ask you, what happened to Dr. Brindle tonight?
Dr. Brindle is home with ptomaine.
A meat authority stricken with ptomaine?
Yes. A friend gave him a bum steer at a barbecue.
It happened to you, and the sooner the better. And thank you, Dr. Tekla Pearl. A family, he was quite good for a swine authority, really. A family man who resents the steadily rising meat prices is Putney Dobbin. You buy a lot of meat, do you, Putney?
Yeah, once a week, but I keep getting less and less.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, for 20 years, every Saturday night, I've been taking $1 out of me pay and stopping in the butcher's.
You buy $1 worth of meat?
Yeah, it used to last through the week.
Oh, it used to?
Yeah. Back in 1920, I'd go into the butcher, slap me buck down on the chopping block.
Yeah?
The butcher'd give me a cleaver and a lantern, open the icebox door, and say, help yourself.
And you would?
I'd chop a cow in half, braid a couple of lambs, load me pockets full of tripe and kidneys, and go home.
You were messy but happy. That was back in 1920. Now, when did they start to cut down?
In 1925.
Oh, did the butcher stop you from going in the icebox?
No, I was still going in. But the butcher was going in with me and watching.
And how long did this keep up?
Till 1930. I was still buying me dollars worth.
And still going in?
No, the butcher was going in the icebox alone. I had to wait outside and take what he give me.
And meat still kept going up?
In 1938, every Saturday night, all I'm getting for me buck is a pig's head.
Well, you could have bought something else, couldn't you?
No, it had to be a pig's head. It had to see us through the week.
Well, what happened in 1939?
All I'm getting is flank, shanks, and tendons.
And in 1940?
I'm getting $1 worth of hamburger. I'm carrying it home in an envelope.
Well, what about the meat prices today, Putney?
Oh, they're brutal. Last Saturday night, I go into the butcher's.
Yeah?
What do you think I get for me $1?
What?
The butcher lets me smell the meat hook.
That accounts for that bicarbonate on your nose, and thank you, Putney Dobbin. A housewife who is up in arms over the high meat prices is Mrs. Yandel Sturm. What action are you taking, Mrs. Yandel Sturm?
Us housewives is prepared.
You are? Prepared for what?
We ain't cooking nothing but mock meat dishes.
Mock meat? You mean like mock turtle, like that?
Yeah. Mock meatballs, mock cutlets, mock hot dogs.
Mock frankfurters? Well, how are they made?
I have the recipe right here.
You have the recipe with you? Well, may we have it, please?
Sure. Recipe for mock hot dogs. Take one old rubber glove, butter well inside, stuff fingers with chopped eggplant, wild rice, and breadcrumbs.
Yeah.
Add pinch of flour and yeast. Put rubber glove in slow oven and bake for 2 hours.
And this comes out frankfurters?
Yeah, you cut the fingers off the rubber glove. You got 4 mock hot dogs.
Oh, what do you do with the thumb?
Don't ask me. I got 2 closets full of them.
Well, tell me, what is your favorite anti-meat dish, Mrs. Sturm?
Mock omelets.
Mock omelets? Well, how do you serve a mock omelet?
Well, my husband cackles, and I lay a wheat cake on the table.
And thank you, Mrs. Yandel Sturm. A downtown delicatessen dealer who resents increasing meat prices is Prentice Blauvogel. Now, Prentice...
Please, not Prentice. It is Salami Sam.
Salami Sam?
This, everybody in the delicatessen game is calling me.
Salami Sam.
Sometimes I am knowing the party well, then they are calling me Sammy. Salami Sammy.
Salami Sam. Well, where is your delicatessen, Sam?
Well, for instance, you are coming up Rivington Street to Pincus's Pickle Parlor.
Yeah?
You are walking kitty corner across the street. Turning left.
Yes?
Taking a deep breath.
Take a deep breath.
This is leading you direct to Salami's house. By the window, a tongue is hanging.
Oh, a tongue hangs outside?
That is a signal. You are seeing outside that tongue. You are knowing inside is sandwiches.
Oh, I see. Well, what about the meat prices?
Every day prices is advancing. Every day I'm going outside to painting on the window under the tongue new prices.
Every day?
Every day.
Every day?
Yes, sir, every day until today. Today is coming the last straw.
What happened?
For 2 years outside the tongue is hanging.
Yeah?
For 2 years I am painting on the window under the tongue the new prices. For 2 years nothing is happening.
And today?
Meat is finally going too hot.
Well, how do you know?
This morning, when I am painting under the tongue new high prices.
Yes?
The tongue is going...
The receivers will eventually hold your tongue, and thank you, Prentice Blauvogel, alias Salami Sam, alias Salami Sammy. If meat prices continue to rise, meat may soon become a luxury commodity. Meat may become so rare, the day will come when we will hear romantic episodes like this. Two sweethearts sit on a divan. The lights are low. The boy speaks.
Close your eyes, darling.
Yes, John.
Hold out your hand.
Yes, John.
Now open your eyes. Look.
Oh, John, you shouldn't have been so extravagant.
Are we engaged now, darling?
And how? This is the biggest solitaire calf's liver I've ever seen.
Darling!
Thank you. And so from the meat course, we turn for dessert to a Mexican confection, a short order of perfidia dished up by Chef Kenny Baker.
Cries out perfidia, for I have found the love of my life in somebody else's arms. Your eyes are echoing perfidia, forgetful of a promise of love, you're sharing another's charm. With a sad lament, my dreams have faded like a broken melody. While the gods of love look down and laugh at what romantic fools we mortals be. And now I know my love was not for you. And so I'll take it back with a sigh, perfidious one. Goodbye. Strangers, and we were sweethearts for so long. Lovers, until you let your love go wrong. Kiss me, then give your heart to someone new. Darling, this is our last adieu. With a sad lament, my dreams have faded like a broken melody. While the gods of love look down and laugh at what romantic fools we mortals be. And now I And so I'll take it back with a sigh, perfidious one. Goodbye.
That was very nice. Kenny, say, Jimmy.
Yes, Fred?
I noticed that you're not shivering so much tonight. Are you finally getting accustomed to our New York winters after all of those years you spent out in balmy California?
Yes, I'm getting used to cold weather now, Fred. Of course, a few things still bother me.
Why, a few things such as what?
Well, my ears.
Your ears, really?
Yes, I don't mind them dropping off on cold days, but it's an awful bother sticking them back on.
Yes, I notice you've got one on upside down tonight, too. The other one.
And then another thing that bothers me is the customs that people have here. They tell me, Fred, why do they always hang those shiny glass things on the eaves on cold days?
Shiny? Jimmy, those are icicles.
Well, what do you know?
Yes, and that white stuff that comes down, Jimmy, that's snow.
Oh, really? Not soap flakes?
No, it's snow. We call it snow here in the East. You may wash with it out there, I don't know, but we call it snow. Well, I can see that you don't know much about cold weather, Jimmy.
Well, maybe not, Fred. But there's one thing that I do know. The colder the day, the more certain you can be that duds, those useless, slow-action elements in gasoline, will be at work, slowing down starts and running down the battery. Duds are a terrific handicap to the few ounces of chilled gasoline in a carburetor that have the big job of starting your cold engine. For duds just won't take the spark readily. But you don't get duds in Texaco Fire Chief gasoline. The duds are out. That's why Fire Chief is famous as a gasoline that's quick to start, accelerate, warm up. And this faster response to starter and accelerator means gasoline economy, too. So for fast, thrifty winter action, try Fire Chief. There's not a dud in a tank full.
We have to get a bigger podium. The maestro is losing his balance there. Well, Maestro Goodman and his daily racing form ensemble have just played The Vulgar Boatman across the board. Now, at this time, ladies and... Oh, it's always something. If it isn't the door, it's the telephone. Hello.
This is the Ballop Radio Survey. We're checking on radio listeners.
Yes?
What radio program are you listening to?
The Fred Allen program.
Well, that's one. Goodbye.
Well, at least it cost him a nickel to insult me. I didn't. Hello?
That potty reversed the charges.
A million places I can go and get insulted for nothing, and I have to come in here.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland. I thought you, with that outfit, you were going to call for Philip Morris. I didn't. Yeah?
If Mama comes, will you tell her I couldn't wait?
Yeah, for your laugh, you mean? Couldn't wait for what? Well, where is your mother?
She went to send a telegram. She'll be 2 hours.
Oh, a slow writer, huh? It takes your mother 2 hours to write 10 words?
No, Mama's waiting to see the stage show.
What has the stage show got to do with your mother's telegram?
Well, Mama saw a big sign that said Western Union.
Oh, and when she got inside?
It was the Roxy.
Oh. Well, when she comes out, tell her to go across to the Globe where Night Train is playing and get an upper berth. She'll get a good night's rest.
I'll tell her. Goodbye.
Now, wait a minute. Where are you going?
Oh, I've got to go to the hospital.
Somebody sick?
Everybody's sick in the hospital.
Someday I will learn to keep my big mouth shut. Now, I'm going to open it just once more to ask you a leading question. Who is our guest tonight?
He is Lindy, the gentleman who runs the most famous restaurant on Broadway.
Well, you don't mean that New York's beloved keeper of the kipper has been coaxed out of his haven of hospitality for an interview?
Yes, Mr. Allen, meet Lindy.
Well, good evening, Lindy.
Good evening, Fred.
Well, Lindy, this will be the first time I have ever talked to you that I didn't wind up getting the check.
That's right, Fred. Tonight, I am getting the check.
And you're not kidding either. Everybody on Broadway calls you Lindy. Lindy, is that your real handle?
No, my name is Leo Lindemann.
Leo Lindemann. Well, do you think I ought to call you Mr. Lindemann, to give the interview a little class?
If you want me to feel at home, Fred, just call me Lindy.
Okay, Lindy. Now, before we start, let's have an understanding. You're relaxed and at ease, I hope.
I'm fine and enjoying it.
You locked the cash register before you left? I mean, you won't start worrying now and running out in the middle of the program.
No, Fred, I'm all set.
Well, good. Well, first of all, Lindy, for the benefit of those who haven't read about your famous restaurant in the Broadway columns, where is your meal mart situated?
I have 2 branches, Fred. The old Lindy's next to the Rivoli Theater, and the new Lindy across the street from the Capitol.
I thought you didn't know where the second one was there for a minute. Well, you have these two cafes, restaurants rather, and you personally supervise both places.
That's right.
Well, do you have a split personality, or do you use the same magnetism at both places?
I'm just Lindy all over.
Lindy? Well, how long have you been a main stem Boniface?
20 years, Fred. This week I'm celebrating my 20th anniversary.
20 years. And during that time you have been host to about every celebrity that I dropped a nail in there. There's so much of it to pay these days, you have to lose track of one occasionally. But, and during that time, you're looking for a relative or someone?
My wife.
Is Mrs. Lindy here? Oh, Mrs. Lindy, how do you do? Just as long as he knows where you are. Then we can go along, because he's on the air and he doesn't trust you yet. Well, during these 20 years, you have been host to about every celebrity known along the gay white way.
Yes, actors, authors, producers, and songwriters, they all seem to like my place.
Especially songwriters.
Yes, Fred. The boys say some of America's greatest songs have been written on my menu.
Well, isn't that rather risky for composers? If a songwriter got some of your dishes mixed in with his lyrics, the nation might wind up singing Jeannie with the Light Brown Blinzer. But apart from the Tin Pan Alley boys, who are some of the other famous folk who dine at your gastronomic grotto, Lindy?
Well, there's Damon Runyon, J. Edgar Hoover, Gertrude Lawrence, Oscar Levant, Walter Winchell, Morse Hart, Ed Sullivan, Louis Soul.
Say, you don't, now these gossip columnists, you don't serve the gossip columnist asparagus with hot tips, do you, when they're in there? You're very good. You're waiting for the laughs and everything.
No, we just give them good food.
Well, what would you say is your outstanding dish, Lindy? Your food frenesí?
It depends on your taste. If you like it, I have it, and it's the best.
Well, do you have any one tidbit that no other restaurant boasts here in New York?
Yes. I serve a baby sturgeon that comes from Davenport, Iowa. Delicious.
You sneaked in a little commercial on the sturgeon. Well, a sturgeon is only a salmon with class, isn't it? Well, besides the local celebrities, your place is also a rendezvous for Hollywood stars when they come east, isn't it?
Yes, they all drop it. Jack Oakey, Wallace Beery, Jack Benny, Boynton Allen.
Just a minute, Lindy. There was a name in there for show, I just noticed. The name Benny sneaked into that roster there. Now, I said stars, not bit players. You know that Mr. Benny has only one claim to fame. In my last picture, he played the longest extra part in Hollywood history.
Jack is a nice fellow, Fred.
You are in business, Lindy. I can tell the truth. You know, Benny is strictly an automat gourmet. A slot glutton. You can always tell when Benny has a big meal, his fingers are tired, you know. But tell me, what was Benny doing in a high-class place like yours? Shanghaiing a toothpick?
No, Jack told me to send 2 portions of gefilte fish by airplane to a friend of his in Hollywood.
Gefilte fish? That's aquarium hash, isn't it? Well, that's not so remarkable. After all, Benny himself has been in planes, and if the airlines will fly a ham across the country, there's no reason why they shouldn't fly a fish. Well, enough about Herbert Marshall's stooge, Lindy. There's one thing I've forgotten to ask you, Lindy. It's really the acid test of a restaurateur.
What's that, Fred?
Did you ever eat in Lindy's, Lindy?
3 times a day I eat my own food, so help me.
That's good enough for me. But tell me, to what do you attribute the fame and prosperity of your celebrity canteen?
To my wife's help and suggestions, Fred. Some of her best dishes, the gefilte fish, the boiled chicken, and the marinated herring, are from my wife's recipe.
Well, that's swell. You know, most people attribute their success, most men, rather, attribute their success strictly to themselves. And it's mighty nice of you to give the little woman a side order of credit. It really is.
After all, she's listening in, Fred.
She's not only listening in, she's here in case you didn't mention. Well, I want to thank you for this little glimpse behind the table d'hote, Lindy. And with all of this talk about boiled chicken, roast beef, steaks, and chops, I feel pretty good about our interview tonight.
Why, Fred?
Well, this is one time the sponsor can't say that there wasn't enough meat in the script.
Good night, Fred.
Good night, thank you, and good luck. Well, this seems to bring us... Mr. Lindy opens with unit number 7, a hot dog wagon tomorrow in White Plains. Well, this seems to bring us to the Martins, ladies and gentlemen, gaily clad in Bermuda lounge gear. Did you boys and girls see a robin this morning or something? Well, to make a long introduction short, the Martins sing for us, The Rhythm is Red, White, and Blue.
Put that shim-sham and that Lindy Hop away. There's a brand new rhythm that's the top today. I'll bet it's even tops way up on Mars. 100 million people give it 48 stars. Birds in the trees, they're all singing. Even the breeze seems to say, you better get hip and jiving to a rhythm that's red and white and blue. When you feel low, just get swinging. You can be so bright and gay. The rhythm in you bids gloom adieu when the rhythm is red and white and blue. We all know how much it's worth to laugh and make our livings. There's no other place on earth where to use up to Thanksgiving. The future may hold lots of changes. Things will grow old, still I say the music forever will be new while the rhythm is red and white and blue. From Maine to Texas, from Texas to Maine, the whole darn country is singing this strain. From California to South Carolina, they've caught the spirit and fallen in line. They're singing a new song, a red, white, and blue song. 'Cause we all know how much it's worth to laugh and make our livings. There's no other place on earth where we use up to Thanksgiving. The future may hold lots of changes. Things will grow old, still I say the music forever will be new while the rhythm is red and the rhythm is white. The rhythm is red and white and
Jimmy, who is that man standing over there, the big fellow who keeps puffing on the cigar? Who is he?
Gee, I don't know, Fred. Isn't he the house dick?
No, he isn't. He's got no badge on. Wait, I better see who he is. Say, pardon me, friend. Are you waiting for somebody?
Oh, golly, can you see me? I thought I was invisible.
A big side of beef like you? Well, who do you think you are, friend? The Shadow?
No. I'm Elmer Bolts, the inventor. I'm testing out an idea I got for soldiers. You see this cigar I got here?
Yeah?
Yeah, well, my invention is that every soldier goes into action smoking a cigar, see?
Yeah.
He lays down his own smoke screen like I was doing. It makes you invisible.
Oh, well, it doesn't make you invisible.
I can't understand it. They hide battleships with smoke screens, don't
Yeah.
they? If the Navy does it, why can't I?
Well, for an answer to that, I refer you to our Navy expert, Admiral Wellington. Elucidate, Admiral.
Well, it's true that in modern naval maneuvers, a few destroyers can lay down a smoke screen that conceals an entire fleet. But the smoke from that cigar is like smoke pouring from the exhaust of an automobile. It conceals nothing, reveals everything. Smoke means trouble. So before your car becomes a smoker, help reduce excessive wear in your motor. Wear due to heat, wear due to cold, and wear due to oil impurities. Change to insulated Haviland. Insulated Haviland stands up under the high temperatures to which oil is subjected in modern engines. Insulated Haviland flows quickly, too, guards against the wear of cold, dry starts. Haviland also is distilled to remove carbon-forming impurities. Change now to insulated Haviland at your Texaco dealer. Help reduce excessive wear in your motor. Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
Number 10, Lullaby Lane, played by Al Goodman and his Texaco Tunesmiths. And now, Kenny. Where's Kenny, Portland?
I don't know.
You know, Kenny's getting careless lately. He didn't show up for rehearsal this morning. Now, I'm going to bawl him out. I just thought...
Kenny's got a good excuse.
What excuse?
He was captured by Indians.
What? Captured by...
Kenny said it was terrible. There he was, surrounded by savages.
Oh, look, Portland, if you're going to believe everything that Kenny tells you, you'll go bake a berserk. Now, Kenny has got to stop eating before he goes to bed at night.
But Kenny said...
Kenny's conversation all stems from nightmares. If he ever gets insomnia, he won't see anything to talk about. He'll have no topics for conversation. You know that boy's imagination stretches farther than Don Wilson's girdle?
You mean Kenny's fibbing?
Why, of course. Now, last week we had an Indian on the program. Kenny needed an alibi for not showing up at rehearsal today, so he invented a lie sprinkled with Indians, you see.
This week, Kenny should not be lying. Saturday is Papa's birthday.
Saturday is also George Washington's birthday, Mr. Goodman.
What else? This is precisely what Goodman is saying.
What has George Washington got to do with Papa? Elucidate.
This I will do later. First, Goodman will explain.
Oh, fine.
Goodman is a citizen of this country.
So?
Washington is the father of this country.
So?
So Washington is Goodman's papa.
And?
Saturday is Papa's birthday.
So?
So this week, it is obvious Kenny should not be lying.
A masterpiece of broken logic.
Hi, folks. What's a good word?
Truth is the good word, Kenny, if you know the word.
You mean truth as in truth and consequences?
That's the one. Oh. What is this story you told Portland about being snagged by Indians?
Boy, was I in a spot. My hair was a pompadour all day.
Really? You were so frightened, huh? Kenny, this Indian story of yours is a crude, half-breed fabrication. Now, you missed rehearsal, and you invented this Penobscot peccadillo, hoping that we'd think it was the truth.
But I tell you, those Indians were...
Look, Kenny, when we want a fibber on this program, we'll get one complete with Molly. Now, you had better stop telling these stories.
Yes, you'll be drummed out of the Boy Scouts, Kenny.
I'll handle this, Portland. Kenny, are you acquainted with the story of George Washington and the cherry tree?
No, you don't, F.A. I didn't make up that one.
See, now that happens to be a true story, Kenny. Your Indian story is a pure but clumsy invention.
Honest, F.A., may I never live to stop another good humor man.
And don't take those vanilla oaths, either. All I want is the truth now, Kenny. What happened?
Well, I was on my way to rehearsal, and I got lost in Central Park. That's when the Indians got me.
But there are no Indians in Central Park.
Not even little Indians?
No.
Well, whoever they were beating tom-toms, and they got me.
Well, if they got you, how did you get away?
I paid the ransom.
What ransom?
I had to give the chief my yo-yo.
You gave the chief your yo-yo and he let you go?
Honest, Mr. Allen.
Kenny, you're lying.
No, Mr. Allen, I'm not.
Do you think anyone will believe that routine?
I believe it.
Quiet, Portland. You still believe in Orson Welles.
Mr. Allen, if you don't believe me, you can ask my Uncle Phil.
What does this blood relative by a transfusion know about it?
Uncle Phil was with me.
Another lie, you see. I've caught you again. You just said when the Indians caught you, you were alone.
I was. I was a lookout for Uncle Phil. I was watching for cops.
Watching for cops?
Yeah, on account of the grass.
Oh, your Uncle Phil was walking on the grass?
No, he was eating it.
Your Uncle Phil eats grass?
Yeah, he thinks he's a horse.
Well, that's done it, Kenny. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Now, look where one little lie has led you. You started trying to alibi missing a rehearsal, and now you wind up by trying to make us believe that your own Uncle Phil thinks he's a horse.
But you forced me into it, F.A.
Kenny didn't know what he was saying, Mr. Allen.
That's right. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have said my Uncle Phil thinks he's a horse.
You wouldn't?
No. It's a family secret.
Well, that is the last straw, Kenny Baker. Now, first you say you ransomed yourself from an Indian chief by giving him your yo-yo, and just to save your own skin, you're willing to say that your Uncle Phil thinks he's a horse. Why, shame on you, slandering a member of your own family.
Gosh, maybe I shouldn't have said that about Uncle Phil.
You ought to hang your head until further notice.
Well, maybe I did exaggerate a little. You know youth, impetuous youth.
Yes, I do, and I hope you realize now where lies can lead you. Will you promise to stick to the truth from now on, to try to emulate George Washington?
I promise, F.A.
People will like you better for it, Kenny.
In the beginning, frankly, telling the truth will cost you money.
Quiet, please, Maestro.
But honesty is the best policy.
Well, that's right.
Although personally, I'm with Metropolitan. A 20-year endowment to keep up the policy is killing me.
Look, please, back on your podium, Maestro, and start Kenny's music. Now, Kenny, your song is... Come in.
Well, Kenneth?
Uncle Phil!
I'll attend to you later, Kenneth. Mr. Allen, I heard my name mentioned here on your program. I'm Kenny's Uncle Phil.
Well, I'm sorry Kenny embarrassed you, but I'm sure he has learned his lesson.
You really think so?
Well, I can assure you, sir, that Kenny will be a truthful boy from now on.
And the family's very grateful for what you're doing for Kenneth, Mr. Allen.
Well, we like him a lot, and we're trying our best.
And we thank you. Well, I don't want to intrude. Goodbye, Mr. Allen.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, Kenneth.
Goodbye, Uncle Phil.
Well, I'm off.
You see, Mr. Allen, I told you.
Kenny, don't say a word, not a word. Just sing your song.
Gosh, Mr. Allen, did you hear Uncle Phil whinny?
Quiet, please, Portland. I know when I'm licked. Kenny, let's have your... Portland, see who that is.
All right.
Uncle Phil sure is a card, isn't he, F.A.? You should have seen him the day he came in fourth at Hialeah.
Look, I don't want to either discuss or lay a bet on your Uncle Kenny.
Mr. Allen!
Yes, Portland?
Look who's at the door.
An Indian chief.
How?
How what, Chief?
How you work this yo-yo?
No, not that.
Happy hours away in visions bright, redeeming the fleeting joys of day, dreaming the happy hours, dreaming the happy hours away. Where my love lies dreaming, he's sweetly dreaming the happy hours away. Come with the lute, come with the lay, my own love is sweetly dreaming, her beauty beaming. Come where my love lies dreaming, is sweetly dreaming the happy hours away. Her slumber, thoughts bright and free dance through her dreams like gushing melody. Light is her young heart, light may it be, whether awake or dreaming. Come where my love lies dreaming the happy hours away. Come where my love lies dreaming, yes, he's sweetly dreaming the happy hours.
Come where my love lies dreaming. And now, ladies...
Pardon me, Fred.
Oh, yes, Larry Elliott.
I want you to hear something. Listen to this and see if you know what it is.
Well, it sounds like a man with asthma blowing at a bowl of noodle soup, Larry.
No, Fred. Those are automobiles pouring off the factory assembly lines. Today, the automobile manufacturers of America are producing cars at the rate of 1,500 each working hour. 25 shining new cars every minute. Almost one new car every 2 seconds of the working day.
Well, if I only had on my hat, Larry, I'd certainly tip it to those automobile makers. It's marvelous how they can speed up production when the occasion requires.
Yes, Fred, and just as marvelous as their flexibility of production is the flexibility of the modern car itself. Just think what you may call upon your car to do, even in one short drive. Pick up from a standing start to cruising range. Throttle down to a crawl in heavy traffic. Swiftly gather speed as the road opens up ahead. When your car answers that wide range of demands with constant yet flexible power, that's really driving. And it's the kind of driving you'll enjoy with Sky Chief, Texaco's different premium gasoline. For Sky Chief responds to your most fleeting whim. A split-second opening in traffic and flash you're through. The challenge of a hill and zoom, you're over. Enjoy that kind of flexible power. The highways with Sky Chief, your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline for those who want the best.
And now the Texaco Workshop players. Tonight, they present a saga of a fluid. This playlet is called Milk. Milk. What is milk? Where was the first milk discovered? What is the story behind this nutritious lactic extract of Guernsey? Professor Quiz on a recent program said to a lady contestant,
"Where does milk come from, madam?"
And the lady answered,
I don't know. It's always there when I get up.
"That is the common theory. It is always there when I get up." But where does milk come from? Who discovered milk? Hippocrates, the first Greek physician, once remarked,
"We didn't have milk in ancient Greece. It was B.C., before cows."
Yes, Hippie was right. Milk wasn't discovered until 1807. In March 1807, during a severe windstorm in Tampa, Florida, a farmer's baby was blown under a cow. As the cow was about to be whirled away in the typhoon, the little baby reached up and held on. 3 days later, the father said,
"Gosh, the baby's fatter than when he was blown away. What's the little rascal been living on for 3 days?"
The father resolved to find out how the little baby had lived under that cow for 3 whole days. And one morning there in Jacksonville, the farmer said,
"I'm going to tamper with that cow."
And he went, and he did. Later, when the farmer was asked how he finally found that the cow was concealing milk, the farmer replied,
"I owe my success to a little jerk, but don't mention no name."
Since that day, the cow has been regimented. Milk today is a big business. Competition is keen. Milk barons bid for your lactic favor. The following episode recently took place in the offices of a monster milk magnate. We find the monster milk magnate entering his office. Good morning, Miss Curd.
Morning, Mr. Allen.
Call an advertising agency. Call the nearest broadcasting company. Call the reporters from all the leading papers. Get them over here right away.
Yes, sir. What's all the excitement?
For 20 years, Mammoth Milk has fought off all competition.
I know, sir.
When other companies pasteurized milk, I pulverized it.
Yes, sir.
When they homogenized milk, I pragmatized it.
Yes, sir.
Today, other companies are dramatizing milk. Mammoth is going to advertise it. I have coined the perfect milk slogan.
What is it?
Mammoth, the milk from happy heifers.
The milk from happy heifers. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Here's a Proofs magazine ad, F.A.
Who is this?
It's a candid camera shot. John Barrymore drinking a glass of Mammoth milk.
Well, how did you get Barrymore to drink milk?
They put an olive in it to fool him. Yeah, Barrymore thought it was a cloudy martini.
Great. Now rush this copy right out.
Okay.
There's a man waiting, Mr. Allen.
Well, show him in.
Yes, sir. This way, please.
Oh, thank you. I'm from the advertising agency, Mr. Allen. You phone?
Yes. A lackey phone. Don't mix me up now. What agency are you from?
Beaten, batten, mutton, and button.
Which one are you?
My name's Fish.
Well, I don't talk to small fry fish.
But I'm a member of the firm.
Beaten, batten, mutton, and button?
Yeah, my name won't fit on a door. We have a small door.
You don't use the knob?
Not in the advertising game.
Oh, naturally, I forgot. Well, Fish, I'm launching an advertising campaign on milk. I'm going to use a slogan.
Oh, yeah, we got a million slogans. Have you got wastebasket hair?
No.
There's that mattress slogan, good to the last flop.
No.
And then there's that toupee slogan, ask the man who combs one.
No. I have a slogan that will make these sound like double talk, Fish.
Yeah, what is it?
Mammoth, the milk from happy heifers.
A classic.
Thank you very much. Now, I want this slogan in every newspaper and magazine in the country.
Oh, you can depend on beaten, batten, mutton, and button, Mr. Allen.
Well, thank you, Mr.
The name is Fish. I'll do a whale of a job.
Well, don't flounder, Fish. Get to work.
Yeah, I will. Just for the halberd.
Miss Curd?
Yes, sir.
Take a memo to the president of the broadcasting company.
Yes, sir.
Dear sir, Mammoth Milk is going on the air. I'm featuring my slogan, Milk from Happy Heifers. You got that?
Yes, sir.
Now, here's my radio show. Be very careful. Take this as I give it out here. The program opens with a cow mooing. Moo. Then into a milk theme song. What's this you're pulling on me?
Yes, sir.
Then bang into a 20-minute commercial. Mammoth Milk, blah, 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 blah.
Yes.
Then Elsie the cow is a guest star. A real-life interview. What the rotolactor has done to my shape. You know, the woman's angle. Then a 10-minute commercial, Mammoth Milk, blah, 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 blah. And into the finish, a male chorus, 200 milkmen singing, I'll take you home again, Holstein. Is that the buzzer?
Yes, sir. There's some newspaper man waiting.
One newspaper man, is it?
Yes.
Has he got a notebook or a camera?
A camera.
He's from PM. Show him in.
Yes, sir.
Ah, you're from PM?
Yes, I'm flanking. We got a flash. Something's going on here. What is it? Labor trouble, I hope?
No. Mammoth Milk has coined a new slogan. Milk from happy heifers.
Wonderful. What's the story behind this slogan,
Milk
Alan?
from happy heifers sums up my life's work, Flankin. I've got 20,000 cows working for me. My goal has always been happiness in every stall.
An idealist, eh?
Every cow is my personal guest. The barns are air-conditioned. Manger maids turn down the sanitary hay for each cow at sundown. And we have band concerts back of the barn every Sunday. Toscanini informal in overhauls. Conducting with a pitchfork.
Wonderful.
Every cow in my employ is happy. We don't force them, Mr. Flankin. The cows are milked by men wearing soft silk gloves with pussy willow palms. And on the hour, my efficiency men check on each cow's mood.
Well, I'll be a...
Now, you see, here is the stall survey. We have the hourly survey. Here is the survey for 11 o'clock. Mr. Crosby goes into every stall personally. Now, you see here, number 53, lowing gently. 54, grinning. 55, chuckling. Every cow on the premises is happy.
Milk from happy heifers. This is a great PM story.
My slogan's 100%, Flankin, and my word is as good as my milk. I've been selling milk for 30 years, and I've yet to hear my first complaint.
Mr. Allen.
What is that?
I'm Cringe, driver 47, Mr.
Well, I'm in conference, Cringe.
Yeah, but this is a catastrophe, Mr. Allen.
What's wrong, Cringe?
A pint of milk has been returned.
What?
Yeah, Mrs. Munro, 57th Street, returned this pint, so she says it's sour.
Sour? You're lying, Cringe.
Honest, Mr. Allen, look.
Why, it's all curdled on top. It looks sour to me.
Sour? If this gets out, I'm ruined. I've signed radio and magazine contracts for $1 million, guaranteeing milk from happy heifers.
The cow that gave this pint wasn't happy.
Which cow is it, Cringe? What is the name on that bottle cap?
It's number 76, Isabel.
Miss Curd, get Isabel in here right away.
Yes, sir.
And buzz for Wassop.
Yes, sir.
Who's Wassop?
My psychoanalyst. Wassop psychoanalyzes the cows every morning.
And he must have slipped up on Isabel.
Gad, if Isabel is in the dumps, milk from happy heifers as a slogan isn't worth a farthing.
What a story for PM. Slogan sabotaged by Sulkin Steer.
Here's Mr. Wassop and Isabel, sir.
Well, which one is Wassop?
This is me without the horns.
Oh, I see. You were both down on all fours. I couldn't tell as you came in.
Quiet, Isabel. Quiet. That's a girl. Now, what's wrong, Mr. Allen?
What's wrong? Isabel here is wrong. Taste this milk, Wassop. It's sour.
Yes, there is a dash of melancholy there.
If Isabel's neurosis isn't cured, Wassop, my slogan is ruined. Mammoth Milk will be bankrupt.
Steady, Isabel, steady. I'll psychoanalyze her again, sir.
Examine her thoroughly, Wassop. Fluoroscoper, stethoscoper, and horoscoper.
Yes, right away, sir. Sit down, Isabel.
No, wait. Oh, not in that wastebasket, Isabel. Here, let me get your tail. Sit up here on my desk.
I'll start with the stethoscope. Inhale, Isabel. Now, I'll try her reflexes. Stand back, everybody. I'll hit her knee.
Hey, your leg flew back like a puppet.
Quiet, please. I'm diagnosing.
Sorry.
Say ah, Isabel. No, ah. That's better.
Well, what's your verdict, Wassop?
Well, physically, Isabel's perfect.
Maybe it's something mental.
Impossible unless it's hereditary.
Oh, where's her chart?
Her chart is right here.
Uh-huh. She was in good spirits at roll call,
Yes.
frolicked in her bath,
Yes.
ate a hearty breakfast, playful, being delactic.
What could have upset her?
Did anyone speak sharply within Isabel's hearing?
No, Mr. Allen, Isabel's sign was up, quiet, cow giving.
You say Isabel didn't sulk being delactic?
No, she just stood looking out of the window. Isabel seemed to be lost in thought, like she was pitching moo.
Pitching moo. That's it.
What's it?
Looking out of that window, Isabel saw something that upset her. Some horrible thing that caused melancholia to tincture her milk.
I was right there with her all the time.
What was going on outside of that window, Wassop? Speak up, man. What met Isabel's gaze?
Well, nothing. There was just a big billboard across the street.
No more there isn't. They're tearing it down to make a parking space.
That's all I wanted to know. Miss Curd?
Yes, sir.
Call up and buy that property across the street. If I can put that billboard back up, my slogan, Milk from Happy Heifers, is saved.
I don't understand, sir.
How could tearing down a billboard upset Isabel?
That billboard advertised tobacco, Mr. Flankin. Isabel thinks she's been jilted.
Jilted?
Yes, Isabel's been flirting with the bull on that Bull Durham sign. Thank you. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
How do you like that? Not a cop within a mile from here. Go get me a cop.
Sure.
What?
It's Laugh Ahoy, my hearties, with a new comedy rage of the nation. Those gay, goofy, hilarious nitwits of the Navy, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, in a bigger, better, funnier show than Buck Private, in the Navy.
Taste that dish. Shall we?
Mm-hmm. They'll torpedo your troubles and blitz your blues. Aided by this grand cast of fun and music makers. Dick Powell, those song-sational boogie-woogie singers, the Andrews Sisters, lovely Claire Dodd, Dick Foran, Butch and Buddy, Shemp Howard, the Condos Brothers, in the merriest Navy musical that ever hit the screen.
What do I care about the petty officer? I got no use for a petty officer. Ooh.
So I say.
Could this possibly belong to you, sailor?
Thanks, buddy.
Attention to bridge. Man battleships. Launch aircraft.
So long, goodbye, sailor, see you again. 'Cause you're off to see the world and see what makes it tick. And earn your promotions, but do it quick. So long, but not forever, goodbye. We'll see you again when you put back into port. So long, bon voyage to you, 'cause you're off to see the world. We're in the Navy, watchdogs of liberty. We're in the Navy, scrappy, happy-go-lucky sons of the sea. First in line and set to clear the deck. Any galoot who wants to dispute will get it in the neck. So gangway, don't cross our bow. We're in the Navy now.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Chester?
Bissell's in the barber shop, Mr. Dillon. There's 3 of his boys waiting outside and a couple more in with him.
All right.
You think we might better take care of them separate than all together, Mr. Dillon?
Can't take care of them at all, Chester, unless they do something. I'd as soon not wait for it to happen. Have they seen you?
No, sir, I don't think so. I've been mostly around the corner here, out of sight.
That's good. All right, keep me covered, will you?
Now, here, you ain't going in there alone.
Yeah.
Now, you can't do that. They take one look at your badge and they'll draw.
I don't think there'll be any shooting, Chester.
Yes, sir.
I started across the street to Stapley's barber shop, and I saw 3 gunmen lounging outside. They didn't directly look at me, but they knew I was coming over because their hands slipped down and hung an easy distance from their guns. One of them I recognized as Buffalo Mason, a cowboy who found more money working for Frank Bissell as a gunman than driving cattle up from Texas. The other 2 I'd never seen, but I knew the kind. By the time I'd crossed the street, they'd moved. They stood on either side of the door.
You want something, Marshal?
I hear your friend Frank Bissell's inside.
It might be.
Seems to me I told you weren't to show your nose around here again, Mason. You remember?
Not rightly, Marshal. Did you say that?
Yeah, I said that. Get away from the door. I got a word or 2 to say to Bissell.
Well, how's about you tell me the word, Marshal? I'll pass it along. Frank is kind of busy right now.
If I wanted to tell you, I wouldn't be needing to tell him, would I?
Well, that's so, Marshal.
How come you to take all this talk, Buffalo? Why don't you just kick him out in the street?
What's your name?
Hey, man. Dill.
All right, you 2. Take your pal over to the water barrel there and cool him off. Move.
Oh, come on, get it, Buffalo.
Howdy, Marshal Dillon. Be with you in just a few minutes. Have a chair.
Thanks, Mr. Stapley.
Yes, sir, I tell you, friend, styles is changing. I seen in a New York magazine a center parting that'd knock your eye out. Sister of mine sent the picture out to me. Now, you sure you wouldn't like me to try it?
Just cut it like I told you.
Yes, sir, you're the customer.
Tom,
Yes, Frank?
tell Mr. Dillon to step around here where I can see him.
You hear what Frank says, mister?
I heard him.
Take it easy, Barbara. You're pulling my hair in the back.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
You know what I can see in the mirror, Mr. Dillon?
A lot of things, I guess.
I can see outside the door. I saw a friend of mine out there a minute ago. And I saw a fella whip him on the head with his 6-gun.
That's funny. I saw the same thing.
My friends don't like being buffaloed.
Well, they should have done something about it.
They should. Maybe they will.
Maybe. Now, I got something to say, Bissell.
Bissell? Frank Bissell?
Keep on cutting, Barbara.
I ain't cut no killer's hair. No, sir. If I'd known who you was, I never...
You heard him. Finish.
It's all right, Mr. Stapley. You go ahead.
Yes, sir.
I know your reputation, Bissell, but right now I got no cause to arrest you. So far as I know, you're clean in this territory. But you're not staying here. As soon as you're through in that chair, you and your pals are getting out of Dodge.
Well, we just got here, Mr. Dillon. We thought we'd put over for a spell. Here you got mighty fine entertainment here.
It doesn't start till after nightfall, and you're going to be gone by then.
Funny thing, Mr. Dillon, I've heard a lot of talk about you. Buffalo Mason says he had a run-in with you a few months back. I thought you were a different man to what I see.
So?
So, you're not much. Kind of windy, but not much. Tom, give the marshal a $5 piece and show him the door. That's for your duty, Mr. Dillon.
Are you all through with him, Mr. Stapley?
Yes, sir. I'm all through.
Okay. Now get up out of that chair, Bissell. I knew what they meant about Frank Bissell when I saw him smile as he got out of his chair. It was the smile of a man who says one thing with his lips and another with his eyes. He reached down to his holster and then around to his pocket. Pulled out a bill and passed it to the barber. He'd made his move like he wanted to get me to draw. And when I didn't bite, he pulled his hat off the peg and came over to me. The two boys with him went past us and waited by the door.
It's like I say, Mr. Dillon, my boys and I are here for some resting and playing. Now, if you want a private little war, you can start gunning for us any time you want. But you'll have to start it.
You've got until sundown to leave town, Bissell.
Marshal, you didn't hear what I said at all.
Sundown. If you're still around after that, you'll all go to jail.
We don't want any trouble. We want to take it nice and easy. You take it easy, too, huh? I'll be seeing you.
That was him, wasn't it, Marshal? That was Frank Bissell. The Frank Bissell. Oh, Mr. Dillon, if you shot him in here, I could have put up a sign. Yes, sir. I sure could. Frank Bissell, shot and killed here by Marshal...
I'm sorry I couldn't oblige you, Mr. Stapley. Good day.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
They're getting out, huh? I didn't think it'd be as easy
It
as
isn't.
that. Yes, sir, but look, they're riding right on.
I gave them until sundown.
Oh, that's about 2 hours. Hey, you know, Mr. Dillon, in 2 hours, them boys can do an awful lot of trouble.
They try, and there's going to be trouble.
Yes, sir. You want me to follow her and see where they go?
No. No, we'll wait back at the office. On the way back, I stopped at the saloons and told the boys to send out word if Bissell and his gang came in after sundown. I told him I'd be waiting in the office. When I got to the Texas Trail, Kitty was leaning against the bar, singing. A half a dozen cowboys were standing around, drinking, but listening quietly. It was a kind of a sad song.
Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day.
Hi, Matt. Chester.
Evening, Miss Kitty.
Kitty? Well, never heard that song before.
Well, I haven't either. Fellow was in a while back, brought it by. He wrote out the words for me. It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fine. Say, Kitty, there might be a little trouble tonight.
Oh?
Yeah, Frank Bissell and his boys are in town.
I heard. It's all over town.
I know. Let me know if they come in, will you?
Sure, Matt.
Okay. I'll see you. So long.
So long.
Seldom heard a discouraging word. Mighty tuneful, Mr. Dillon.
You feel like stopping by Delmonico's for supper, Chester?
Well, Mr. Dillon, I'm kind of low this week. You see, I sent East for one of them new suits Mr. Hightower was telling about. You know, the ones that got the vest and all? The thing cut away here and then fine and tight up here.
I'm sure you'll look fine in it, Chester. Come on, let's get supper. I got money. It was about sundown when we got through supper. I'd gone in Delmonico's mostly with the idea that Bissell would head there himself. That way I could get the thing over before it got really started. But he didn't oblige. Not until Chester and I were getting up from the table.
My gracious, Mr. Dillon. I feel swole up like an overfed puppy dog.
You look like one.
Mr. Dillon, look. Coming in.
Yeah, I see him. All right, let's go.
Man, I'm hungry. I could eat me one.
Well. Hello, Mr. Dillon. Say, how's the food in here?
It's sundown, Mr. Bissell.
Yeah, it's late for me to be eating. The boys, too. We're hungry.
Come outside.
Mr. Dillon, we just came in for a nice, quiet meal.
You don't want trouble with all these people in here, Mr. Bissell. Now, you do as I say. Outside, come on, huh?
You want to start trouble, Marshal?
Buffalo, where's your manners? There's women folk in here that might get hurt if shooting started.
Frank, you heard...
You heard what I said. Besides, Mr. Dillon isn't going to do anything. He's just got to make noise like he does. So those people will think he's doing his job. Well, Mr. Dillon, I sure would like to stay and talk, but...
All right. All right, go ahead and eat, Bissell. I'll be waiting for you outside.
Sure. You do that, Mr. Dillon. You wait for me outside.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, America's best-dressed woman wears the uniform of a nurse. This uniform is a symbol of service to humanity and of an honored and respected profession. The nurse's uniform is an open sesame to many fascinating fields aiding the medical profession: research, rehabilitation, work with the men in service, to name only a few. Young woman, if you are a high school graduate, you can enroll now as a student nurse at your nearest hospital. consult the Nurses Registry Desk or Collegiate School of Nursing. You can become one of America's best-dressed women and wear the uniform of a nurse. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
I knew there'd be a lot of talk in Dodge. Some would say that I should have drawn on Frank Bissell and his gang right then in Delmonico's. And I had my own opinion about that. Chester and I waited outside for Bissell to get through and come out. By that time, the word was out, and it sounded like every cowboy, bullwhacker, and buffalo hunter in Dodge was hanging around waiting to see the fun. It was dark then, and the moon was rising.
A lot of them boys has come up from the other side of the tracks, Mr. Dillon.
I know. You got any tobacco on you, Chester?
Yes, sir, right here. You want I should tell them to get on back? Here you are, sir.
Thanks. Now, I tell you, Chester, most of those men have come to a show. They want to see some shooting, some blood and killing. Well, seeing how long that's what they came for, I don't figure they'll want to be any part of that show.
Yes, sir. What are you aiming to do when Bissell comes out?
Arrest him. Fine Bissell $100 and the others $25 apiece. Then lock him up for the night.
Yes, sir.
The crowd got bigger, and it got quieter, too. Standing on both sides of the street with a respectable distance between themselves and the entrance to Delmonico's, where Chester and I waited. It was going on 8:30 when the door opened, and Frank Bissell stepped out, his boys following after him.
You still waiting, Mr. Dillon? I thought you'd be somewhere rolling drunk by now.
You're under arrest, Bissell. And all of you.
What have we done? We're real peaceful, you can see that.
Come on, Frank. Let's get down to the Opera House.
Hand over your guns.
Mr. Dillon, I never done that yet. I don't expect I'm going to do it now for you.
We're calling your bluff, Dillon. 6 of us. Go ahead and start it. Go ahead.
I don't want any killing, Bissell. Now, you come in quietly.
No, Mr. Dillon.
I'd made up my mind even before he answered because I knew he wouldn't back down. And the crowd was watching. And in that same second, through the window of the restaurant, I saw the figures of 2 women and a child making for the door. They were right in line with any shooting I might do. Bissell and the others were directly in front of them. And now they had their guns drawn. And mine was still in its holster.
Oh, now. I've heard you're pretty fast, Marshal.
With talk, Frank. Lots of talk, that's all.
Sure. Now, you be a good fellow and go about your business. We're going down to the Opera House. Don't come looking around because next time we might have to be real painful with you.
Hey, look at that. You better get out of town, Marshal Dillon. You're through.
Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
I'd made 2 mistakes. First going to Delmonico's and figuring I could bluff him out of town without any shooting. And then not getting Bissell away from the restaurant door before calling him. And it wasn't good. A lot of drifters in Dodge were going to take advantage of the situation before the night was out. Law officers don't live long when they make mistakes. Chester and I headed for the Texas Trail.
You going to let them get away with that, Mr. Dillon?
For a while.
My gracious, Mr. Dillon, they spit right in your eye, every one of them. You ain't going to take it, are you?
I made a mistake, Chester. Now I got to make it right.
Yes, sir, I know, but this will be all over town. Mr. Dillon, will you tell me why you didn't draw and get it done?
I had my reasons, Chester.
Where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day.
Matt, I heard you were waiting for Bissell over at Delmonico's. I was worried.
Everything's fine, Kitty.
No, it ain't fine, Miss Kitty. That Frank Bissell drawed on Mr. Dillon and...
And what, Chester?
You said you had your reasons, Mr. Dillon.
Join us for a beer, Kitty?
Sure, Matt. You didn't get him out of town?
No, not yet.
Oh. They liked the song. Did you hear it?
We sat in the Texas Trail. Chester nervous and looking to the door every minute or so. And as a cowboy drifted in, and then another, and a couple more, I could tell that news of what had happened outside Delmonico's had spread. That's the trouble with a reputation. You build it or you get it built for you. It's like a trap. You gotta stay a step ahead of it. If you don't, there's always the question. Even with the people you think you know real well. Like Chester and Kitty. And I knew they were wondering why I'd backed down. I let a half hour go by, which I calculated was enough time for Dodge to make a hero out of Bissell. Then it was time to go.
Where are we going, Mr. Dillon?
The Opera House.
The Opera House. That's where they've gone, ain't it?
That's right.
Well, good.
I want you to stay out of this, Chester.
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon...
You heard what I said.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Now, remember what I said, Chester. Keep out of it until you're told.
All right, Mr. Dillon, I will.
It was between shows at the Opera House, and most all the customers were in the saloon next door. Bissell was at the bar, and his pals were around him, and a dozen or more newfound friends standing him drinks. Yeah, the news had got around all right. And the gunman was a hero. He'd made the law back down.
Hey, look who's here, boys. Hey, Frank. Looky.
Marshal Dillon. Didn't I get through telling you a while back?
Are you drunk, Bissell?
I never get drunk, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. All right, you other men, get away from the bar, quick. You six stay where you are. I'm telling you. Now, anybody who wants to stay with Bissell and his gang's going to get hurt. Now, you move.
He sure is tough, Frank.
Okay. Mr. Bissell. Draw.
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon. You don't want me to do that.
Yeah, leave me do it, Frank. I need the practice.
No. No, wait a minute. No, I think he means it. Sure, Mr. Dillon. I guess I have been riding you pretty hard. Sure. Anytime you...
Well, what are you going to draw, mister? I'm going to tell you something. I could have hit you in the belly as easy as making a hole in the wall. But I don't like killing. Now, you're under arrest, all of you. Chester.
Yes, sir.
Keep them with their arms up.
Yes, sir.
Now, you. Take off your guns, Bissell. I said take off your guns and do it now. All right, put them on the bar. Now, I'm putting my gun on the table here. If I'm not on my feet to get it when you and I are finished, it's yours. And I'm through as marshal here.
Yeah. Hold that. Come on. Get him. Hit him, Fred.
Mason, you pick him up. You help him. We're all gone out of the jail. Carry him with you. So I made a show for the town. And a lot of big words to go with it, and they swallowed it. And Bissell and his gang lost everything, including their conceit. We put them in jail overnight, and the next morning each man was fined $25, Bissell $100. And they rode out of Dodge. I'd be a liar if I didn't admit I did a little more than my job when I threw my gun away and worked Bissell over with my fists. He was a hard man, and I might have lost. Except that I had my reputation to think about.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Lawrence Dobkin, Barney Phillips, Jack Crucian, and Howard McNear. Parley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tomorrow night, Mrs. Lou Gehrig, wife of baseball's immortal, joins Lionel Barrymore on the Hall of Fame Playhouse. As a tribute to the great national pastime, your Hall of Fame Playhouse dramatizes the story of Henry Chadwick, the father of baseball. Learn about the origin of baseball. Hear of a man's vision that blossoms forth as America's most popular sport. Tomorrow night on most of these same stations when CBS Radio presents Lionel Barrymore's Hall of Fame Playhouse. George Walsh speaking. And remember, every Sunday evening, the Theater of Stars invite you to the best in drama with your favorite stars on the CBS Radio Network.
an enemy spy at large, an invisible man.
It's amazing. Oh, you will be of great help to us.
Who is this terrifying Phantom Commando? What is his amazing mission? See The Invisible Agent, suggested by H.G. Wells' Invisible Man, starring Ilona Massey and John Hall, with Peter Lorre, Sir Cedric Hardwicke, J. Edward Bromberg, Albert Basserman, in the most amazing story of our times.
Stop!
Steady now. Don't let him get away.
Gesundheit. Who is there?
How did you know I was going to England?
I didn't, but...
So the trap was all set, eh?
Frank, how can you talk like that?
Oh! Well, what's this? It's full of hooks. Oh, they're tearing into me.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O! The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Hallelujah from Hit the Deck. Here's the true story as told in the local paper of a potluck supper which was held out in Madison, Wisconsin a short while ago. It seems that 8 women were each asked to bring one surprise dish, and the reception committee thought they'd probably bring baked beans or potato salad. Well, the table was all set and the coffee was brewing, and they began to unwrap the dishes. The first dish was Jell-O. The second dish was Jell-O. The third dish was Jell-O. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, so help me, they were all Jell-O. And not a baked bean or a bit of potato salad in sight. Well, now, we've never recommended Jell-O for your entire meal, but that story shows you what we mean when we say Jell-O is America's favorite gelatin dessert. That's because it tastes so good, with that delicious extra-rich flavor as tempting and refreshing as the real ripe fruit. It's the perfect dessert for any occasion, family luncheon, company dinner, or just potluck supper. So look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. And Jell-O spells a treat. That was Hallelujah, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I present our versatile master of ceremonies. A comedian who with one subtle gesture, one wistful look, can plumb the depths of your emotion.
I get right down there.
Why, only 2 weeks ago, he was Gunga Din in a loincloth, lost on the desert.
Water. Water, that's what I want. Water.
And last week, he was Alexander Graham Bell, inventing the telephone.
Operator. Operator, that's what I want. Operator.
So tonight, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we bring you the Paul Muni of radio, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I appreciate that lovely introduction you gave me. I'll admit I have done some fairly dramatic things in radio, but you really shouldn't compare me to Paul Muni. He's a great artist.
But, Jack, look at the way you handled the role of Gunga Din 2 weeks ago. Who else could have given it such a vivid characterization?
Oh, Don.
And last week, when you portrayed Alexander Graham Bell, who else could have brought to life that great scientist and inventor? Who else?
I'm thinking, Don. We don't grow on bushes, you know. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello.
Why, Jack, do you realize that an artist like you is only born once in 100 years?
Now, wait a minute, Don. I appreciate that, but really, I'm not the actor I think I am. I mean, I'm not the actor you think I am.
You're the actor I think you are.
Mary, I'm talking to Don. What were you saying, Don?
We were talking about the big opening of the Hollywood racetrack last Tuesday.
We were not. Now get back in them green pastures. Yowza.
Oh, yes, pardon me. I was comparing you to Paul Muni.
Yes.
Oh, Jack, I should think you'd want to get off that subject. My goodness, haven't you any modesty?
Well, it isn't a case of modesty, Mary. I just want to get this thing settled one way or the other. Either I'm as good as Paul Muni or I'm not. Personally, I don't think so.
You can be sold.
Not so easy, Mary. I never swell up without a struggle. You know that.
Go on. You're the only guy I ever saw that gets mumps above the ears.
Is that so? You're certainly a smarty pants today, aren't you? Huh?
Say, Jack.
Yes, Phil.
This may be a surprise coming from me, but the dramatic stuff you've been doing on our program lately has been terrific.
No kidding?
Why, there isn't one person who comes into the Wilshire Bowl and has a marvelous dinner for $1.50 and no cover charge that doesn't say Jack Benny Sensation.
Well, thanks, Phil. I know that comes right from the heart.
I may rib you a lot, Jack, but as far as I'm concerned, you're as good an actor as Paul Muni any day, and I know what I'm talking about.
Well, Phil, if you're kidding me, I'll kill myself.
No, Jack, I'm on the level.
Me too. Oh, I see. I get it. So you guys thought you were fooling me, eh? Thought you were putting something over on me. Well, the joke's on you because I went right along with you.
Yep, hook, line, and sinker.
Why, Mary, you don't think for 1 minute that those guys had me going, did you? I was just stringing them along.
You were?
Certainly. Imagine comparing me to Paul Muni as though I'd fall for that. Why, as an actor, he makes me look like a nickel.
You got change coming, brother.
Thanks. And congratulations to all of you. You were very clever. But you know what kills me?
What?
You guys can always think up silly gags to pull on me. But last week, my car was stolen right in front of the studio, and not one of you had the decency to ask me if I'd found it or what happened to it or anything. Fine bunch of pals.
Oh, that's right, Jack, and I'm sorry I forgot about it.
Nobody cares what happens to me. My car can be stolen, my house could burn down. Well, I could come down here next week in a wheelchair, and none of you would be surprised.
Well, you're about due.
I am, eh?
Yeah, you don't look so hot right now.
Well, there's a reason for that, Phil. I was up all night trying to find a loophole in your contract. That's why.
Did you have a lawyer with you?
It wasn't the Sandman. So Phil better keep his fingers crossed. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack.
You just get in?
Yeah. Say, Jack, I want to tell you something before I forget it. I think you're a better actor than Paul Muni any day.
Oh, fine.
And that comes right from the heart.
Skip it, Kenny. Skip it. It's all over. You should have got here earlier.
Oh, darn it. I miss all the fun.
Oh, so you were in on that little plot, too, eh, Kenny?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I was wise to the whole thing. It was a very obvious gag.
Oh, I brought that up at the meeting, but no one agreed with me.
The meeting? Oh, so you fellas have a club now for your little conspiracies against me. Do you belong to it, Mary?
Oh, sure. I'm a member of the BBUTHD.
BBUTHD, what's that?
Bill Benny up and tear him down.
Well.
Incorporated.
That's quite a little organization you got there. Who's president?
Roosevelt.
I mean of your club. Who's the head of it?
I'm the exalted high supreme knife in the backer.
Well, I should have known that. Imagine a club devoted to the principle of making my life miserable. What's the password of this secret society? I suppose you have one.
Yes, Jack, and it's very mysterious. When you get to our headquarters, which I'm not at liberty to divulge, you knock on the door 3 times and say, Jell-O, Jell-O, Jell-O.
I see. And then someone opens the door?
Not yet.
Oh.
Then a man looks through the peephole and says, name the 6 delicious flavors.
Weird, isn't it?
And you say strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Gee. And then he opens the door?
Not yet.
Oh.
And then the man says, is Jell-O economical and easy to make?
Uh-huh.
And you say, yes, brother, But it's not genuine without the big red letters on the box.
Oh, ain't this spooky? And then the man opens the door?
Not yet.
Oh, for heaven's sake. What happens next, Don?
Then you slice a banana, put it on top of the Jell-O, and serve it with whipped cream.
Oh, that's so complicated. And then the man opens the door?
What door?
What door? The door that the man was talking through, the man on the other side who was... Oh, forget it. I'm all mixed up now.
It's perfectly clear to me.
Well, you're sharp, Kenny. How I ever got involved in these doors, I don't know. And now, folks, going from the secrets of this sinister organization to our solo of the evening, we will have a song by our mystic young tenor, Kenny Baker. This is a brand new number that will soon sweep the country. And come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I've been listening to your program, and I think you're as good an actor as Paul Muni and Spencer Tracy put together.
Well, thanks. Thanks a lot.
I wish somebody put me together. Goodbye.
I'd like to have his head on the end of my cane. Sing, Kenny.
I can hardly believe it. I still tremble with bliss. All my life I've been dreaming of a meeting like this. A new moon and an old serenade. I just stood there and looked at you as the violins played. A new thrill, we were both so afraid, but the moon and the melody seemed to come to our aid. Heaven gleamed in a rose-colored light, and the music seemed to be saying, "You're mine tonight." Your heart called, and I gladly obeyed. In the spell of a new moon and an old serenade, I just stood there and looked at you as the violins played. But the moon and the melody seemed to come to our aid. Heaven gleamed in a rose-colored light, and the music seemed to be saying, "You're mine tonight." Your heart called, and I gladly obeyed. In the spell of a new moon and an old serenade.
That was New Moon and an Old Serenade, sung by a young punk. But I want to tell you something, Kenny.
That was very good.
Now, how'd you know I was going to say that?
You say the same thing every week.
Well,
You're in a rut, Pappy.
all right, sonny boy, if you want to get cute, next week I'll just ignore your song. I won't say a word about it.
You do, and I'll tell Mervyn on you.
Oh, stop showing off just because you got a manager. I got a manager, too.
Some manager. I saw him out in the hall a little while ago passing out cards.
So what?
Jack Benny, comedian. Available for weddings, smokers, and weenie bakes.
Well?
If he don't make you laugh, you only pay half.
Well, that's only fair. But don't run down my manager. He keeps me busy as a bee. Why, last night I was master of ceremonies at the world premiere of that new meat market in Santa Monica. I went over very big.
Did you bring home the bacon?
I got paid in cash. It wasn't a barter deal. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Say, Jack,
Well,
I can't understand why a guy like you that's supposed to be a big shot plays all those cheap dates.
cheap date, you're a fine one to talk. When I found you, Phil, you and your boys were playing in the rose room of a livery stable. Phil Harris and his feed bag, 9. Remember?
Them were the happy days.
Yeah, they certainly were.
By the way, Jack, what were you doing in a livery stable?
He was in there pitching.
All right, Mary, all right. Let's reminisce some other time. And speaking of jobs, Mary, I wish I had a nickel for every tray you juggled. Yeah, she knows I'm not kidding. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I start to announce, next Sunday night, as a super special offering, the Flying Bennies will present, for your entertainment, one of the...
Open up, you got company.
Come on in, Andy.
Hiya, bud.
Well, Andy, long time no see. Say, what are you doing in town?
Buck, I came down to invite you and the gang over to the house next Thursday night. We're going to have big doings.
Oh, what's going on, Andy?
Well, Ma and Pa are celebrating their golden wedding anniversary.
Golden wedding? No kidding. Gee, it doesn't seem possible that your folks have been married for 50 years.
Pa's still trying to get it a no.
Ah, don't give me that stuff. Gee whiz, 50 years. That's a long time ago.
He sure is. When they went on their honeymoon, Buck, Niagara Falls was just dripping.
And look at it now. Well, we'll all be at the party, eh, fellas?
Oh, you got
Yes, sir. I wouldn't miss that for anything, Andy. You going to have any entertainment there?
Oh, yes, sir. We're going to have an orchestra, square dancing, and everything.
Well.
And for the main event, Ma and Pa are going to put the gloves on for 10 rounds.
Oh, boxing, eh?
Yeah, you ought to see Ma in those purple tights.
What do you think will win, Andy?
Well, around Van Nuys, the odds are 5-1 on Pa.
I see.
But confidentially, Buck, if the fight goes over 3 rounds, more pulverizing.
Well, that sounds like there ought to be plenty of excitement. Huh?
Say, Jack, don't you think we ought to chip in and buy the old folks something for their anniversary?
Why, certainly. What can we buy for your ma, Andy?
Oh, anything, Buck. She'd be tickled to death if you got her a pair of gold earrings or something like that.
Well, we'll make her happy. And, oh, yes, what does your pa want for his golden wedding?
Just golden wedding.
Well, I don't blame him. He's got a right to celebrate. Well, Andy, you can bank on us. We'll all be there next Thursday.
I don't think I can make it. I got a date to take my girl to a movie Thursday night.
Why don't you take her out Friday night?
I can't. She's our maid.
Oh, well, bring her along to the party. The more, the merrier. He'll be there, Andy, and so will I.
I'm counting on you. Say, Buck, I meant to tell you, I was awful sorry you heard...
That's all right, Andy. Take it easy. Take it easy, Andy. But while you're taking it easy, this isn't an hour program.
I mean... Buck, really and truly, I was awful sorry when I heard your car was stolen. Are you going to buy another one?
I will if I don't get my Maxwell back. You know, Andy, I hate to lose that car. It isn't the value of it, but it's a matter of sentiment. Why, that car is part of me. I don't know, just like a child of mine. What are you laughing at?
Junior needs new seat covers.
Well, wait till I get it back. And incidentally, Mary, did you put that ad in the paper like I told you to?
Yes, and I put in about the reward, too. $75.
$75? I never mentioned any reward.
Don't worry. When they see your name, they won't believe it anyway.
Don't be too sure. I doubt that I'll ever get that car back, though.
Well, why don't you buy a new one, Buck?
Oh, I don't know. I might.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Come on in, Happy.
How do you do, Mr. Benny? I can't guarantee immediate delivery, but don't worry, you'll get it just as soon as it comes from the factory. Here you are, sign right here.
Wait a minute, what is this?
Buck, this is a friend of mine, Happy Callahan. He's an automobile salesman.
Well, Andy, I
Just
don't...
call me Hap. Now, look, Mr. Benny, you're a busy man, and the only car in the world for you right now is the Comet 6.
The Comet 6? Never heard of it.
What? You never heard of the zippiest, puttiest, slickest little car on the market today?
Well, Hap,
Why, this job is everything. Synchro mesh, transmission, automatic clutch, a built-in radio, hot and cold running water.
What are you talking about?
You want a car, don't you?
Well,
I'm sure you do, and this is the lucky day for you. With every Comet 6 this week and this week only, we're giving away absolutely free a bag of peanuts.
Listen, mister, if you think I'm going to eat peanut shells all over my new car, you're crazy.
Why, this is a marvelous find, Mr. Benny. It costs only $1,200 FOB, Shanghai, China.
China?
Yes, you know.
What? What did you say?
And besides that, you can save $200 if you drive the car home from the factory.
Well, how am I going to drive a car from Shanghai to Los Angeles?
Why, the roads are marvelous. You don't hit a stoplight for 5,000 miles.
Well, of course not. That's the Pacific Ocean.
All right, a little water ain't going to hurt you.
Now, listen, mister, I don't want to rush into this thing. I want to give it some thought. And as soon as I decide, I'll let you know.
Okay, Bud, no hard feelings. See you later. Remember, those peanuts are going like hotcakes. So long.
Well, there's a go-getter if I ever saw one. Is he really a friend of yours, Andy?
Sure, he's going to be at the party Thursday night, so watch out.
Thanks for the warning. Oh, say, Phil, how about a number while I recover from that human tornado that blew in here?
All set.
What are you going to play?
White Check, I'm going to play one of the zippiest, peppiest, liveliest little numbers you ever heard. It's got class, it's got Sam, it's got Bam, Wham, Jam.
Oh, just play it. Don't sell it. What a number. That was My Heart Stood Still, played by Phil Harris and his internationally famous orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Internationally famous?
Yes, by that, Phil, I mean you're just as well known in Tijuana as you are in San Diego. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I have tried to announce several times this evening, next Sunday night, in response to requests from two Great Danes, an Irish setter, and numerous other dogs, we are going to present our version of 20th century's current film success, The Hound of the Baskervilles. In fact, I have before me right now a letter which I received from a dog in Fireplug, Nebraska. Especially requesting this play. May I quote from this letter? Dear Mr. Benny, Sincerely yours, Priscilla St. Bernard. Now, as we have gone to a great deal of trouble and expense preparing this mastiff piece, tonight, tonight we are going to give you a preview of some of the highlights of this, shall I say, canine epic?
Sure. Okay.
That's all right with me.
Me too.
Oh, quiet. Now, Andy.
Yes, Buck?
I'm glad you stayed a while because you're going to play the leading role. That is, you're going to be the Hound, a vicious, snarling beast with sharp teeth and long claws.
Do I have fleas, too?
No, you don't have fleas.
Then what good are the long claws?
Never mind. Now, in our previous... I wish he'd have had fleas after that gag. Huh? Now, in our preview, Andy... Now, in our preview, Andy, you just howl when you're supposed to.
Well, what am I going to be, Jack?
I'm not sure, Kenny, but I think Andy bites you in the first scene.
Oh, then I guess I better wear my old suit.
I would, yes. And, Don, I want you to announce our trailer tonight. You know, make it sound like the march of time, as only you can do it.
Okay, Jack, I'll be right up on my toes.
Thanks, Don, but I doubt that they can take it. Now, everybody ready for the preview? 1, 2, 3... Oh, for crying out loud. I'll answer it. Hello? Hello?
Hello, boss. This is Rochester.
I know who it is. What do you want?
This will only take a minute.
All right, what is it?
Well, I don't want to appear mercenary, but you know that check you left for me this morning for my weekly salary?
Yes, what about it?
Well, it seems to be $2 south of the stipulated amount.
Oh, well, I meant to explain that to you, Rochester. You see, you're supposed to be my butler, my valet, and my chauffeur.
Uh-huh.
And inasmuch as my car was stolen last week, you're no longer a chauffeur.
Uh-huh.
So I'm deducting $2 from your check on a technicality.
A technicality?
Yes.
Well, boss, I'm going to get myself a pen and some ink and overrule you.
You'll what? Don't you dare temper with that check. As soon as the car's found, you'll get your full salary and not before.
My full salary is only $10.
Well, sure it is, but you get your room and board, don't you?
I can get that in jail.
No, you can't.
And more of it.
That's a fine way to talk, Rochester. Why, you've gained 20 pounds since you started to work for me, and you can't deny it.
I can't explain it either.
Oh, you can. Now, look, Rochester, I don't want to argue with you any longer, and forget about the $2. And incidentally, you're very lucky I didn't take more out of your salary after what you did this morning.
What do you mean, boss?
I don't care how hot it is, you had no excuse for shaving all the fur off of Carmichael. He looks like nothing now. I told you to clip him.
If I don't get that $2, I'm going to peel him.
You leave that polar bear alone, and I'll talk to you when I get home. Goodbye.
So long. Oh, boss.
What?
I forgot to tell you your manager called.
Oh, what does he want?
He says there's a new drive-in stand opening at 10 o'clock tonight, and you got to be there in full dress.
Oh, okay, I'll be there.
Put on some cork. I'm working with you.
Oh, no, you're not, and goodbye. Huh. None of that Sambo and Tambo stuff for me. I'm doing a monologue. All right, fellas, time is getting short, so let's get ahead with our preview. Are you ready, Don?
All set, Jack.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for a few of the highlights from next week's sensational attraction, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Drama.
Oh, Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, Watson.
This man is dead.
Dead? How do you know?
I shook hands with him and he wouldn't let go.
That's elementary, Watson. Elementary.
Mystery.
Now listen to me, Lady Beryl. I want the truth. Did you kill Sir Hugo?
I didn't. You're too cruel, too beastly. Rally, you are. Rally, rally, rally.
And who did kill Sir Hugo?
Sir Hugo was killed by...
What was that?
Andy Devine.
That's elementary, Watson. Elementary.
Action!
Which way did he go?
That way.
No, this way.
No, the other way.
Which way?
Anyway.
Look, where he is now. I'll get him. Those are just a few of the thrills that are in store for you next Sunday night. So be sure and tune in.
Pathos!
Don, we're through. Play, Phil.
Remember the old nursery rhyme about the Queen of Hearts and the tarts that were stolen away? Well, if those tarts were half as delicious as the ones I'm going to tell you about, it's no wonder somebody swiped them. For these are Jell-O fresh fruit tarts, and really, they're swell. You can use fresh strawberries, raspberries, or orange sections, and the same flavor of Jell-O to match. And here's the way to make them. Sweeten the fruit, then dissolve 1 package of Jell-O in 1 pint of hot fruit juice and water. Pour this mixture over the sweetened fruit, then turn into baked tart shells and chill until firm. And there you have something. Crisp, golden brown little tart shells filled to the brim with fresh fruit and delicious shimmering Jell-O. So get some strawberry, raspberry, or orange Jell-O tomorrow and try these fresh fruit tarts.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
Jell-O.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Marvin Roy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Within 3 days, the dead will destroy all the living. I am from another planet, outside your galaxy.
I'm sorry. I just don't understand.
Unless Earth surrenders in 24 hours, we will begin a mass invasion. We are invisible. We are invisible, Adam Penner. You cannot see us.
From outer space come the invisible invaders, living dead men threatening to destroy all life on Earth.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Rosalind Russell and Herbert Marshall in Craig's Wife with Beulah Bondi. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play, Craig's Wife, will probably remind all drama critics that women are unpredictable. For though the critics praised the drama when it opened on Broadway, they all added wisely, the women won't like it. But the unpredictable ladies loved it. A few months later, George Kelly's play won the Pulitzer Prize, then went the way of all hit plays and became a hit motion picture. Tonight you'll hear the same fine actress who played Craig's wife on the screen, Rosalind Russell. And co-starring with her, we present a longtime favorite of this audience, Herbert Marshall. Just why the critics thought women wouldn't like Craig's wife is a little hard for me to guess. It's an honest play, and in my opinion, women admire honesty in drama as well as in husbands. It's the story of a woman who made the fatal mistake of letting love come second. And that's very unusual for a woman. And here's a story in figures that I hope is not unusual. Ordinarily, figures make pretty dull reading. But we got a real thrill out of these in a letter from a calculating woman, the only kind of calculating woman we like. She writes, "We've used Lux toilet soap exclusively in my home since December 1926. And multiplied out, that comes to something over 500 cakes. How's that for a record? And we are farmers, not screen stars." That's nearly 15 years, so the lady must have been satisfied. Personally, we think the farmers of this country have pretty good judgment. So when they pin a blue ribbon on our product, it's something to boast about. And 500 cakes of Lux toilet soap certainly spell enthusiasm to anybody. And now, a rising curtain spells the beginning of tonight's play. Here's the first act of Craig's Wife, starring Rosalind Russell as Harriet Craig, Herbert Marshall as Walter, and Beulah Bundy as Miss Austin. This is the living room of Mrs. Craig's house. Like a room in a shop window, it's cold, austere, and beautiful. A room meant to be admired, but not lived in. Its hardwood floors are too shiny. The drapes hang in much too perfect folds. There are no ashtrays, for Mrs. Craig discourages smoking in this room. It's like the other rooms of the house, in that it reflects the excellent taste and the fanatical neatness of its mistress. At present, Mrs. Craig is not at home. But as if anticipating her immediate return, two maids are feverishly dusting the spotless furniture.
Do you think I ought to dust the top of the fireplace, Mrs. Harold?
Now, Maisie, you know better than that. Just dust every square inch of this room.
But it don't need it, Mrs. Harold.
Just the same, do it. If there's a speck of dust, she'll find it.
Mrs. Craig never looks where I have dusted. She always looks where I ain't. And even if I have...
Maisie, don't touch that vase.
What's the matter?
Put it down. Put it down. You know she can't stand for anybody to touch that vase except herself.
I just wanted to dust up here.
Well, don't ever touch that vase. If it ever got broken, she'd raise the roof. Here, put the newspaper on the table in the hall. That's where she likes it.
She's too fussy. Paper says more rain tomorrow. Mrs. Craig won't like it.
It may not be raining in Albany.
I wonder how her sister's getting along.
If you ask me, she's pretty sick. Mrs. Craig would never leave here in a million years if she didn't have to.
Say, Mrs. Harrow, didn't you used to work out on Willis Avenue one time?
For 2 years, yes. Why?
Did you know any people out that way by the name of Passmore?
I don't think so. Why?
Well, it says here in the paper that they were both found dead this morning in their home.
Good heavens. What happened to them?
It says, fashionable Willis Avenue residence scene of double tragedy. Bodies of J. Fergus Passmore and wife socially prominent in this city found dead in home from bullet wounds. Cause of death shrouded in mystery. Police working on identity of gentleman visitor seen leaving premises in automobile shortly after midnight.
How awful.
I wonder if Mr. Craig knew him.
Probably. Passmore. Now that I come to think of it, I'm sure I've heard him mention that name.
You want to hear more?
No, we haven't time. It'd be just like Mrs. Craig to walk in on us before we're done with the work.
I thought you said she wouldn't be back before Saturday.
Well, that's what she told me before she went up to Albany. Well, it's just as well to keep a day or two ahead of a woman like Mrs. Craig.
But the house is clean, Mrs. Harold. There ain't a pin out of place. There never is.
If Mrs. Craig gets an idea there is, sick sister or not, she'll take the first train home. Get to work.
Aunt Harriet.
Yes, dear? What's the matter?
Aunt Harriet, I hope I'm doing the right thing.
Of course you are, Ethel. Your mother's had heart attacks before and come through them all right. She'll do the same thing this time.
But I should be there, Aunt Harriet. Suppose something should happen.
Nothing's going to happen, dear. The doctor certainly didn't think it was so serious when he suggested you come visit me. And I certainly wouldn't have left my only sister if I thought anything was going to happen. I do have to get back to the house, but just the same, I would have stayed there as long as it was necessary.
But there were some things I wanted to tell Mother.
Were they important?
Well, it was about Professor Fredericks at school. Mother met him and liked him very much. She said she'd be glad if I married him. I wanted to tell her.
Do you mean he said something?
Yes. He's asked me to marry him. Soon.
I don't know why your mother should be so panicky about your future, Ethel. You're only 19.
She said she'd like to feel that I have somebody.
Well, why does a girl need anybody, dear, if she has money to get along on? I wouldn't allow your mother's apprehensions to rush you into marriage, unless, of course, it were an advantageous marriage. Did you accept this man when he asked you?
Practically, yes.
But how does he expect to support you on a professor's salary? He's very lucky if he's getting $200 a month, unless he's some very extraordinary kind of professor.
He's the professor of the Romance languages.
Naturally. And I suppose he's told you he loves you in all of them.
Well, I certainly shouldn't care to think about marriage at all, Aunt Harriet, unless I were at least in love with a man.
Oh, that's just your age, Ethel, darling. We all pass through that. It's the snare of romance. You'll find out later it's nothing more than the most impractical sentimentality.
Why, Aunt Harriet.
Unfortunately, the majority of women are caught with the spell of it. And then they're obliged to revert right back to the feminine dependence and subjection they've been trying to rid themselves of for centuries.
Well, you married, Aunt Harriet.
But not with any romantic illusions, dear. I saw to it that my marriage should be a way toward emancipation for me. It isn't financial independence that I speak of particularly. I knew that would come as a result of another kind of independence. And that's the independence of authority over the man I marry.
I don't understand what you mean, Aunt Harriet.
I mean that I'm simply extracting my share of the bargain. Your Uncle Walter wanted a wife and a home and all the things that go with marriage. Well, he has them. He can be sure of them. But I want to be sure of them, too. Someday I will be.
But how?
By securing into my hands the control of my husband.
But suppose we were to find out sometime.
Find out? Find out what?
That you wanted to control him.
One never understands, dear, what is not in one's nature to understand. Oh, Ethel, I know you're mentally deploring my lack of nobility.
No.
Yes, you are. I see it in your face. You think I am a very sordid woman.
No, but frankly, Aunt Harriet, I don't think it's quite honest.
But it's very much safer, my dear, for everybody. If a woman is the right kind of woman, it's safer that the destiny of her home be in her hands rather than in her husband's.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Craig? You're back ahead of time.
Hello, Maisie. Yes, a little. Will you take these bags, please? Put my niece's things in the corner room. She'll be with us for the next few days.
Yes, ma'am.
Take your things off, Ethel, dear. Maisie, I wish you'd use the back way when you go up and down stairs.
Oh, I always keep forgetting that.
That stairway will begin to look as the way it did before, with everybody tramping up and down it every 5 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Craig. I see you're back.
Hello, Mrs. Harold. This is Ethel Landreth, my niece.
Pleased to meet you.
How do you do? Aunt Harriet, I think I'll go upstairs and rest for a while. You don't mind?
Of course not, child. Don't forget, dinner's at 7.
I'll be down before that.
Well, Mrs. Harold, everything been all right while I was away?
Everything's fine, Mrs. Craig.
Who moved that vase?
Why, it was moved in the dusting.
Mrs. Harold, you know perfectly well I gave orders that no one was to touch that vase.
Yes, ma'am, I know, but...
So will you please see that it is not moved again? Where did these roses come from?
Why, Mrs. Fraser brought them over.
Mrs. Fraser?
The lady across the street. She brought them over for Mr. Craig's aunt.
Well, you'd better take them out of here. The petals will be all over the room. Is Mrs. Fraser upstairs with Auntie Austin again?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did she happen to get up there?
Well, I don't know, I'm sure, Mrs. Craig. Unless Miss Austin asked her.
Oh, all right. Have there been any letters or messages for me, Mrs. Harold?
Why, there were 2 letters, yes. I left them in your room. And there's a gentleman called Mr. Craig last night about 8 o'clock, but he'd gone out. I gave him the telephone number where Mr. Craig said he'd be.
Who called Mr. Craig? Did you get his name?
Yes, ma'am. He said his name was Burkmeyer.
What number was it Mr. Craig gave you last night?
Why, it was Levering 3100. I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget it.
All right, Mrs. Harold. That'll be all. Oh, wait. Tell Maisie to fix the latch on the screen door. It was half open when I came in.
I will, Mrs. Craig.
Information.
Hello? Could you give me the address of the telephone number Levering 3100?
I'm sorry, I don't have that information.
Oh. Well, it isn't important. Thank you very much.
are you?
Hello, Walter.
Oh, I saw your grips on the porch.
Oh, dear, hasn't Maisie taken them up yet?
Darling, it's wonderful to see you. When did you get in?
Careful, Walter. Don't muss my hair. We came a few minutes ago.
How is Estelle? Better?
Oh, nothing more than usual. You'd have thought from her letter that she was dying. So I have to race up to Albany and leave the house for a whole week. Incidentally, I brought Ethel back with me. She's upstairs resting.
Oh, well, that's nice. Well, I'm glad to have you back again, darling.
Oh, stop it, Walter. You'll break my bones.
That's what I think I'd like to do sometimes.
Now, stop it, please. Here, take your hat and put it there where it belongs. And take your paper out of here, too. The room's a sight. Your aunt's company will be scandalized.
All right. Has, Auntie Austin got some company?
The Lady of the Roses across the street.
Mrs. Fraser?
Yes. She's getting very sociable.
Well, she certainly has some beautiful roses over there. I've talked to her a couple of times on the way up from the garage.
You mean she's talked to you?
Now, just what do you mean by that?
Walter, don't lean against the piano. You'll scratch it.
This coat won't scratch it.
Well, there might be something in your pocket that will.
All right. What did you mean about Mrs. Fraser?
Isn't it obvious?
Oh, now, don't tell me you're jealous, darling.
Oh, not at all. I'm simply suspicious of middle-aged widows who specialize in wayside roses.
I'd like to be able to see just what's going on in your mind, darling.
Well, if you could, I dare say you'd find something very similar to what's going on in the minds of most of our neighbors these days.
Our neighbors?
They have eyes, Walter, and they use them. And I wish you'd use yours. And I also wish you'd tell me whose telephone number Levering 3100 is.
Fergus Passmore, why?
Oh. Mrs. Harold told me you gave her that number in case anybody wanted you. And I was wondering where it was.
Fergus Passmore's. I was playing cards out there last night, a little poker.
What did Billy Birkmeyer want you for?
Oh, Fergus told me to get a hold of him, too, and bring him along.
I hope you're not going to get into card playing again, Walter.
Why, I never gave up card playing.
Well, you haven't played in nearly a year.
Well, I suppose that's because you don't play. I don't believe Fergus would have asked me yesterday, only that I happened to mention that you were away.
Was his wife there?
Yes, she was for a while, but she went out.
I suppose that's the reason Fergus asked you, wasn't it?
What do you mean?
Well, you know how insanely jealous of her he used to be.
Oh, I'm sure he was never jealous of me.
Oh, he was jealous of everybody from what I could see.
I'm sorry you have to go so soon, Mrs. Fraser.
Here she comes.
It's almost dinner time. I really must.
I'm getting out of here. I don't want to have to sit and listen to her.
Why, Harriet, I didn't know you were here.
Hello, Auntie Austin. I only got in a little while ago.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Craig.
How do you do? I haven't even unpacked yet. Will you excuse me? Maisie, will you bring up the grips, please?
Mrs. Fraser, I think my wife's a little upset.
Of course. Miss Austin told me about her sister. I'm so sorry.
You'll come again sometime, won't you?
I'd love to. Goodbye, Mr. Craig.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Austin. Goodbye, dear.
And I think it was time I came back, Auntie Austin. From the looks of things, if I'd stayed away much longer, I'd probably have found my house the thoroughfare for the entire neighborhood.
You mean Mrs. Fraser being here today?
You know perfectly well what I mean, Auntie Austin. How did she happen to get in here?
Why, I asked her in, of course. She brought over some roses.
And you walked right into the trap. Oh, I do wish Maisie would learn to keep those drapes straight.
Why do you think Mrs. Fraser is so anxious to get in here, Harriet?
For the same reason that a lot of other women in this neighborhood want to get in here, to satisfy their vulgar curiosity. I'll not allow it. Let them tend to their houses, and they'll have plenty to do. I don't want a lot of idle neighbors on visiting terms.
A good neighbor is a very good thing sometimes.
You may have them. I don't want them running in and out every time I get my back turned.
None of them has ever run in or out to you, so far as I remember.
Well, she was just in my house, wasn't she?
And your husband's house.
Well, she was hardly here to see my husband. Or was she?
No, she was not. Although you'd try to make Walter believe it if you could. Mrs. Fraser was here to see me, your husband's aunt. And I don't believe Walter would appreciate your attitude if he knew it.
Well, you'll probably tell him.
I have a lot of things to tell Walter, Harriet.
I've no doubt you have.
I've had plenty of time to think about them during the past 2 years. Up there in my room. I'm going to tell him, and I want you here when I do, so that you won't be able to twist what I say.
I merely want you to understand that I resent your having Mrs. Fraser in my house.
Oh, why pick on Mrs. Fraser? Be honest about it, Harriet. You don't want anybody in your precious house.
I don't want her.
You don't want your husband. Only that he's necessary to the upkeep here. If you could see how that could be managed, his position here would be no more secure than that pillow there.
Well, that's a very nice thing for you to say to me.
It's the truth, whether you like to hear it or not. You want your house, Harriet, and that's all you do want. And that's all you'll have at the finish unless you change your way. Remember this, Harriet Craig. People who live to themselves are generally left to themselves.
Does that mean that you're leaving us, Auntie Austin?
Yes, I'm leaving. Only before I go, I want Walter to understand why.
Yeah. What's the matter?
Auntie Austin tells me she's going to leave us.
It's nothing very new, Walter.
Why? What's happened? What did you say to her, Harriet?
I haven't said anything to her, of course.
Harriet...
She's simply using her imagination.
You never say anything. You simply act, and then you leave it for us to interpret, if we're able.
Well, I hope I'm open to conviction if you have a grievance.
It isn't my own cause I'm going to plead. I won't be here. It's for you.
I don't understand what you mean, Auntie.
That's probably the greatest danger, Walter, you don't understand. If you did, it would be scarcely necessary to warn you.
Of what?
Your wife.
What are you laughing at, Harriet?
Oh, now, don't you think that's very amusing?
Harriet isn't really laughing, Walter.
Well, what am I doing, crying?
You're whistling in the dark. You're terrified your secret has been discovered.
Really? And what is my secret?
I knew it a long time ago, Harriet. Long before your outburst against Mrs. Fraser a few minutes ago.
She means I've been trying to poison you secretly, Walter.
Not so secretly.
Well, I'm sorry I must go, because I'm sure this is going to be very amusing.
Harriet, I wish you would stay around to have something to say against you. I think it's only fair.
I'll not stay and listen to a lot of absurdities. I hope, Miss Austin, that when you finish discussing me, you'll be as frank in letting Walter know something of what I've been putting up with during the past 2 years.
I wish you'd tell me what's happened, Auntie.
That isn't so easy to tell a man, Walter. It requires a bit of elucidation. To begin with, nobody could like Harriet. She doesn't want them to.
I like her.
You're blinded by her, as many another man has been blinded by a beautiful woman.
But what has she done?
She's left you practically friendless, for one thing. She's made it perfectly clear to all your friends by 1,000 little gestures that they're not welcome in your house. Because this is her house. It isn't yours, Walter. You merely went with the house as a sort of regrettable necessity.
Now, you don't really mean... You can't mean that, Auntie, now can you?
Walter, don't you realize that none of your friends has been here for 18 months? Why? Because she's a supremely selfish woman. She wants to exclude the whole world because she can't impose her narrow little order on it.
I can't believe that. Harriet has her faults, yes.
Walter, why do you suppose your appointment as director at the bank failed to go through?
Well,
Because Harriet insulted Mr. Littlefield's wife right here. I saw her do it.
Auntie Austin.
I saw her. And let me tell you something else I saw, or rather heard. I was having luncheon at the Colonnade, and a man and his wife came in and sat down near me. Immediately, she began to tell him how he should have sat and how he should sit and so on. At the table right near my elbow, I heard someone say, "Listen to Craig's wife over there."
People are talking about us?
Of course. Your friends resent being told where they shall sit and how. So they're avoiding the occasion for it just as I'm going to avoid it. But you have to deal with it.
How? How should I deal with it?
Make your wife realize that there's a man of the house here and that you are that man.
Auntie Austin, I can't be convinced that there isn't an enormous element of misunderstanding between you and Harriet. We can thrash this whole affair out somehow.
No. No house is big enough, Walter, for two women who are interested in the same man. I must go. I'm not happy here.
What will you do if you leave here?
What I've always wanted to do, travel. I want to see things and places and people so that I'll never become little. Oh, I have such a deadly fear of that after these past 2 years.
But I promised Mother that you'd always have a home with me.
You haven't a home to offer me, Walter. You have a house with furniture in it, that's all. I have the impression when I look at these rooms that they're rooms that have died and are laid out.
Well, whatever they are, they'll seem less if you leave them, Auntie. I don't think I'd feel worse if it were Mother herself who were leaving.
Be glad that it isn't your mother, Walter. She would have left long ago.
Good evening. Is Mr. Craig in?
Yes, sir, he's in. Shall I have him?
Billy, how are you?
Hello, Walt. I've been trying to get hold of you since 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Huh? Well, come in. What's on your mind, Billy?
What about it, Walt?
About what?
About Fergus and his wife. Haven't you seen the papers?
No. Why, what's happened, Billy?
Fergus and his wife are dead.
What?
Why, it's in every paper in town. Here it is in the front page. Read it.
Dead. This is horrible.
I saw Adelaide myself last night. I stopped in for a drink, and there she was with that fellow she'd been going out with. Dead. I have a hunch Fergus had heard of the affair and called her on it when she got in last night. You know he was jealous of her.
Oh, this is terrible. I think I ought to get in touch with the police right away.
Well, that's why I wanted to get hold of you. It says in the paper they're looking for a man seen leaving the house after midnight, and I thought...
Of course, that must be me. I'll call the police.
Well, now, wait a minute, Walter. What about your wife?
She's back. She'll probably read it sometime.
Well, if she doesn't see the papers, what she doesn't know won't hurt her. And this thing might clear itself up overnight. I think the wise move is to get over to Passmore's. And if they don't know anything more there, go to police headquarters and let them know where we're at.
Come on. Through the park will be quickest.
Yes?
Dinner's ready, Mrs. Craig.
I'll be right down. Will you tell Miss Landreth?
Yes, ma'am.
Fashionable Willows Avenue residence scene of double tragedy. Bodies of J. Fergus Passmore and wife. Passmore? Walter! Walter, are you downstairs? Walter!
Mrs. Craig, dinner is...
Maisie, where's Mr. Craig?
Why, he was here with a gentleman.
What gentleman? Who was he?
I don't know who he was.
Did Mr. Craig go away with him?
I guess he must have.
He might be in the garage. Run out and see. Tell him to come back. I want to see him.
Yes, ma'am.
Right away. Hurry, Maisie! Hurry!
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars Rosalind Russell and Herbert Marshall will bring us Act 2 of Craig's Wife. Are you one of that distinctive group of women whose coloring could be called Titian or auburn or reddish blonde? If so, you probably have quite fair, delicate skin, and you'll be interested in what a famous redhead has to say about her complexion care. It's Barbara Stanwyck, and she tells you...
I use Lux toilet soap. It agrees with my skin. Gives it thorough, gentle care.
But perhaps your hair and eyes are dark, and you have the real brunette coloring that's so lovely. Listen to what stunning dark-haired Claudette Colbert has to say.
There's nothing more important to charm than smooth, easy-to-look-at skin. I always use Lux toilet soap. It has active lather that leaves my skin feeling smoother, looking so fresh.
Well, I'm certainly not forgetting the true blondes, those blue-eyed, golden-haired ladies whose fair skin reminds you of delicate porcelain. Virginia Bruce is a perfect example of that exquisite type. She uses gentle white Lux toilet soap regularly, too. Here's what she says.
Want your skin to stay lovely? Lux Soap Active Lather Facials are a wonderful help. Here's what you do. Pat the lather lightly in, rinse with warm water, then with cool, and pat the face dry with a soft towel. I love this easy, gentle care.
Yes, whether they're blonde, brunette, or redhead, or brownette for that matter, 9 out of 10 famous Hollywood stars use Lux toilet soap. And any woman knows that a soap has to be pretty special to be the choice of these lovely women to whom beauty is a profession. And Lux toilet soap is pretty special. It's as mild, as pure, as fine a soap as money can buy. It's a soap to use for delicate skin because its creamy, active lather removes dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics thoroughly and gently, too. What a wonderful buy this fine soap is. It costs only a few cents a cake. Why don't you use this simple, easy care the beautiful women of the screen find so effective? Try Lux Soap Active Lather Facials for 30 days. You'll find they work for you, too. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Act 2 of Craig's Wife, starring Rosalind Russell as Harriet Craig and Herbert Marshall as Walter, with Beulah Bundy as Miss Austen. 10 minutes have passed, and Mrs. Craig waits anxiously for her husband to return. Nervously, she paces the length of her immaculate living room, the newspaper clenched tightly in her hand, the newspaper telling of the death of her husband's friends. Suddenly, the telephone rings.
Hello? Yes? Long distance? All right. Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Craig. Oh. Why, Ethel is lying down just now. Who is this speaking, please? Oh, Mr. Fredericks. No, she's quite all right, really. Well, I'd much rather not call her if you don't mind. Well, can't you tell me what it is you want to tell her? Oh, I see. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Fredericks. I don't care to disturb her just now. Goodbye. Maisie, the door.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Craig in?
No, sir, he's not in just now.
Oh, his wife in?
Yes, sir.
Who is it, Maisie?
We'd like to speak to her for a minute if we could.
Yes, sir. Will you just step in?
Thank you.
It's two gentlemen, Mrs. Craig.
Good evening.
Oh. Are you Mrs. Craig?
Yes, I am. That will be all, Maisie.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you any idea what time Mr. Craig will be in?
Why, I'm expecting him any minute. Is there something I can do?
Yes, I think so. We thought we'd like to speak to Mr. Craig first, but I don't suppose it makes a great deal of difference. It's about the Passmore shooting affair.
Oh, yes. Yes, I've just been reading about it.
Oh?
Isn't it a dreadful thing?
Well, it's rather a peculiar case. Of course, it could have been a foiled attempted robbery, but that doesn't explain certain other conditions.
Are you working on the case?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm Captain Cattell from headquarters. This is Lieutenant Grover.
How do you do?
However, there's no connection between that and our visit here.
Well, I'm very glad to know that.
Of course, we do have to follow up any little outside clue. Now, a man was seen leaving the house shortly after midnight, but it was too dark to establish any identification. Besides, that wouldn't account for the death of Mrs. Passmore. You see, she didn't get in until after 3 o'clock.
I see. Then you think Mr. Craig might be the man that was seen leaving there last night?
Oh, no. That possibility is really not being seriously considered. You see, a house of that description might have had any number of visitors during the evening.
That's very true.
But you see, Mrs. Craig, we had a report from the telephone exchange that there was a call made from here this evening asking for the address of Mr. Passmore's home.
You mean that somebody called from here? I can't imagine who it was.
The report said his voice.
Well, that's very extraordinary. It could have been one of the servants, of course.
Oh.
Merely curious, I suppose. However, I dare say there's some very simple explanation of it. If the call was actually made from here.
Has the telephone been used at all, to your knowledge, Mrs. Craig, since 5 o'clock this afternoon?
No. Oh, yes. I just answered a call a few minutes ago from Northampton.
I see. Has anyone from the outside been in here since 5 o'clock this afternoon?
No. That is, except a neighbor from across the street. I scarcely think she would have used the telephone, though. I can ask Miss Austin, my husband's aunt.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to question everyone here. First, though, I'd like to call headquarters.
Oh, go right ahead.
Thank you.
Did you know Mr. and Mrs. Passmore, Mrs. Craig?
Oh, no. But I mean, I could hardly call it knowing them. I'd met them, of course, but I haven't seen either of them for ages.
I see.
Hello? This is Cattell. I thought I'd better call and check with you about... What? Oh, well, that's good news. I'll be right down.
I'll get Miss Austin for you.
Oh, no, it won't be necessary, Mrs. Craig. I've just had word that additional information has come in at headquarters. It looks like the case is just about ready to break.
Walter, is that you? Where have you been, Walter?
Out with Billy Birkmeyer. Why?
Come in and shut the door.
Why, what's the matter, Harriet?
Walter, what do you know about Fergus Passmore and his wife?
I don't know any more about it than you do, Harriet.
I've been nearly out of my mind for the last half hour. I couldn't find you anywhere. Why didn't you call me then and not go rushing out of the house?
I didn't want to upset you.
Well, I certainly couldn't have been any more upset than I have been. I thought probably you'd been arrested or something.
What would I be arrested for?
Why, in connection with the Passmore thing, of course. The police are looking for you. You know that, don't you?
Who says the police are looking for me?
2 detectives just left here not half an hour ago.
What do they want?
Doesn't it say in the paper there that you were seen leaving Passmore's at 12 o'clock last night?
Doesn't say that I was seen leaving there.
Well, who else could it have been but you? You were out there playing cards, weren't you?
Yes, of course. Did they say they knew I was out there last night?
I don't remember what they said exactly. I was too upset. I was never placed in such a position in my life. I didn't know what to say except that you'd be back soon. Where did you go with Birkmeyer?
Over to Fergus's house.
And what in heaven's name did you do a thing like that for?
Well, why not?
Well, do you want your name dragged into a thing like this, Walter?
My name will be dragged into it anyway, won't it?
But you don't have to go rushing out to meet a lot of scandalous publicity. I should think your own common sense would show you what it would mean to have your name even mentioned in a thing of this kind. Why, it would be in every newspaper in the country.
That wouldn't bother me in the least, Harriet. My conscience is clear.
Oh, don't be so absurdly romantic, Walter.
It isn't a question of being romantic.
No, and it isn't a question of conscience either. It's simply a matter of discretion. If you had nothing to do with this thing, what's the use of becoming involved?
What do you mean, if I had nothing to do with it?
Oh, don't start picking me up on my every word. And don't smoke in this room. There are plenty of other places in the house to smoke, if you want to smoke.
I don't know where they are. Did the detectives say when they'd be back here?
I don't know whether they did or not. But if they do come back, Walter, don't give them any more information than I did.
Well, I certainly won't deny that I was a friend of Fergus Passmore.
You don't have to deny that you were his friend. But you certainly don't have to submit to a lot of cross-examination. Let them go cross-examine some of Fergus's other friends.
Did he say he'd seen any other of Fergus's friends?
Walter, I don't know. I told you I was upset. I hardly know what they said.
Well, I think I'll call up Birkmeyer. They might have gone over there to see him, too.
Wait a minute, Walter. Don't.
Why not?
You can't call him now.
Well, why not?
Don't you realize the telephone is being watched? And if the police are probably watching Birkmeyer's, too? The first thing they do in a case of this kind is to watch the telephone calls in and out of the house.
Not from this house.
I mean from Fergus's house.
I wasn't going to call Fergus's house. I was going to call Billy Birkmeyer.
What difference does it make, Walter? Do you think the police can't put two and two together? Birkmeyer called you last night at Passmore's, didn't he? And there's undoubtedly a record of that call.
Well, that wouldn't involve my name.
It would if the operator listened in.
Do you suppose she has nothing to do but listen in on calls?
Well, she listened in on this one, didn't she?
On which one?
What? What did she say?
Which call did you say the operator listened in on?
I don't know which one she listened in on. But someone must have listened in on something, or the detectives wouldn't have come here.
Didn't they say when the call was made?
What does it matter when it was made? The fact remains that our telephone is undoubtedly being watched now.
Well, I want to know why it's being watched.
Listen to me, Walter. Put down that telephone. I will not allow you to drag my name into a notorious scandal.
Harriet, I've got to find out where I am in this thing.
If you speak over that telephone, I'll leave this house.
What do you mean, you'll leave this house?
I mean exactly what I say. I don't want my name associated with a thing of this kind.
Your name?
Oh, ours, of course, both of us.
But suppose something developed that would reveal the fact that I had been to Passmore's last night. Wouldn't it be better for me to be open and above board from the beginning? They're bound to be suspicious if I'm not.
There are grounds for suspicions, Walter.
What grounds? The fact that I was over there last night doesn't mean a thing.
It isn't for me to determine the degree of your guilt or innocence. I'm not interested.
You're not interested?
I am interested only in the impression on the popular mind and the respect in the community we've got to live in.
You mean you'd rather know I was involved in this thing and keep the respect of the community than know I was a victim of circumstances and lose it?
Mrs. Craig, are you going to have dinner now?
All right, Mrs. Harold. We'll be right in.
Mrs. Harold, just a minute.
You're not questioning the servants in front of me, are you?
I am.
I won't stay here.
That's up to you, Harriet.
Did you want to speak to me, Mr. Craig?
Mrs. Harold, do you know if anybody has called Levering 3100 from this phone today?
No, sir.
You didn't have occasion to call that number, did you?
Why, no, sir. I never even thought about it until Mrs. Craig asked me for it.
She... All right, Mrs. Harold, thank you very much.
Walter, it's about time you got back. Where did you go?
I've been out walking.
Walking? I don't suppose it makes any difference to you that we held dinner for over half an hour. Walter, answer me.
Harriet, that call today.
Well?
It was you who made that call, wasn't it? What were you doing, checking up on me?
Don't flatter yourself, Walter. The man hasn't been born yet that I'd bother checking up on.
Why didn't you tell the truth?
Because I anticipated an attack of your romantic conscience.
You were playing safe, at my expense.
I knew the necessity of it. I knew if I told you I made that call, you'd be on the telephone in 5 minutes telling the police.
I intended doing that anyway.
You silly fool.
That's why I went with Billy Birkmeyer to police headquarters.
Oh,
And the only reason I didn't tell them then was the man in charge of the case wasn't there. But I'm going to see him tonight, and I'll tell him then.
You can tell him that I'm leaving you,
Harriet,
too.
why weren't you at least honest with me? Not try to make it appear that I was responsible for this thing. It's you that the police are looking for.
Oh, you needn't try to turn on me. They wouldn't be looking for either of us if you'd stayed at home last night, instead of being out card-playing with a lot of irregular people.
What was there irregular about Fergus
There
Passmore?
must have been some irregularity, or this thing wouldn't have happened. Oh, I knew as soon as my back was turned that you'd be out visiting your friends again. You wouldn't be visiting them had I been here.
How'd you stop me? Lock the door?
It wouldn't have been necessary. You haven't been visiting your friends in the last 18 months, have you?
Then you have kept my friends out of here.
If I have, the end justified the means.
My aunt said that you've driven all my friends away from me.
Well?
She also said something else, and I'm beginning to believe she's right. She said you were trying to get rid of me without actually driving me away from the house.
I don't know what you're talking
Yes,
about.
you do. That's why you left the room before she started.
I'm sorry I didn't stay now.
You should have, Harriet. Oh, how perfectly she knows you. And I felt rather sorry listening to her. I thought she was getting a little old and suspicious. Particularly when she said you had excluded my friends. But that's just what you've done.
Oh, don't try to make yourself out a martyr. You've had your share of the bargain.
I never regarded our marriage as a bargain.
Did you expect me to go into a thing as important as marriage with my eyes shut?
I wanted you to go into it honestly, as I went into it. But you've exploited me. You'd even let the police think me a murderer, just to preserve your own safety.
I've been trying to preserve my home. What else is a woman like me but her home?
Hasn't she her husband?
She could lose her husband, couldn't she? Many women have.
Couldn't she lose her home, too?
She couldn't, if she knew how to secure it.
You mean if she knew how to fix it for herself?
All right. You haven't lost anything by it. If I fix things for myself, I fix them for you, too. I haven't done anything that wasn't honest.
How would you know, Harriet?
I've simply tried to be practical. But with your usual romanticism, you want to make me appear like a criminal.
I'm not reproaching you. You simply married the wrong man.
I married a romantic fool. That's what I married.
How well we understand each other now.
Well, I understand you anyway. And you should be glad that I do. I don't know what would become of you if I didn't.
The brass of you, the presumption. What have you ever done to assume such superiority?
Now, don't get yourself into a temper.
Mrs. Craig, Mrs. Harrow said you wanted to see me.
I do, Maisie. I want to know why I found this card back of my vase on the mantelpiece.
Well, you see, a lady came while you were at dinner. She was collecting for some charity affair.
And you couldn't find any place for her card except behind this vase.
Well, Mrs.
How many times have I told you not to touch anything on the mantelpiece?
But I only thought...
I'm not interested in what you thought. When a girl won't do as she's told, then she'd better leave. I want you to get your things together tonight and be out of here tomorrow morning. I'm going up to Ethel's room, Walter. I'll speak to you when you've calmed down a little.
Her house. Her precious home. Her precious vase.
Good heavens, Mr. Craig. Did something get smashed in here? Glory be. Her vase fell off the mantelpiece.
No, Mrs. Harold, I smashed it myself.
You... Well, I wish you'd tell her it was you that done it, Mr. Craig. She might think maybe I done it.
I'll tell her all about it, don't worry.
Yes, Mr. Craig.
Walter, did something fall down there?
No?
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Well, it sounded up here as though the house fell down.
Maybe it did, Harriet. I'm just sitting here wondering.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Rosalind Russell and Herbert Marshall, will present Act 3 of Craig's Wife. And now let's tune our microphones to a very small apartment in a very large city. Anne Graham has just come home and...
Oh, my goodness, what a day. That office gets more hectic all the time. It seems as if 5 o'clock would never come. I wouldn't stir out of this apartment tonight for... Oh, well, I'll just see who it is. Hello? Oh, David. Fine, thanks. What? Tonight? Why, I'd love it. Okay. Goodbye, David. Now I've done it. Not only going out, but dancing. Oh, but I'll feel like new after I've had my bath. Golly, I'll have to hurry.
That bath that Anne's looking forward to, depending on, is an active lather bath with gentle Lux toilet soap.
She's looking forward to it because she's learned that a few minutes' relaxation in this luxurious bath makes her feel like new, even at the end of a trying day. She likes the way the creamy Lux soap lather bursts into tiny, sparkling bubbles. Sparkling, gay bubbles that seem to carry away worries and cares. She likes the way the creamy lather caresses her skin, rinses easily away, leaving skin feeling so smooth and soft. Anne thoroughly enjoys this daily beauty bath of hers, but what's more important, she depends on it to protect daintiness. You see, Lux soap's active lather is gentle, but thorough. It carries away perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt, leaves skin really fresh, sweet. Yes, a daily Lux soap bath is a delightful way to make sure of that feminine charm that means so much. You're sure to enjoy this luxurious beauty bath, sure to love the delicate, clinging fragrance that Lux Toilet Soap's exclusive perfume leaves on your skin. Try it. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
The curtain rises on the third act of Craig's Wife.
And remember this, Harriet. People who live to themselves are generally left to themselves.
Those were Auntie Austin's words, delivered in a warning to Harriet Craig. It's early the following morning, and Auntie Austin has already left the house. In the living room, where Walter passed the night sleeping in a chair, Mrs. Craig discovers her precious vase has been smashed to bits.
Miss Harold, what is this? Don't tell me it's that beautiful little vase.
Yes, ma'am.
How did it happen? How?
Well, Mr. Craig said
Look
that...
at it. It's smashed into 1,000 pieces.
It must have fallen on the bricks
Oh,
there.
that never simply fell, Mrs. Harold. It's absolutely shattered. Look at the size of the pieces. Oh, that beautiful thing that I wouldn't even allow anybody to go near. Look at it now. How on earth did it ever happen, Mrs. Harold?
I don't know, I'm sure.
I suppose Magee broke it for spite, didn't she?
No, she didn't break it, Mrs. Craig. She was out there in the kitchen with me when we heard it fall.
Well, send her in to me now. I want to speak to her.
Mr. Craig said that he broke it.
What?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell Magee I want to see her.
She isn't here, Mrs. Craig. She's gone.
You mean she's left already?
Yes, ma'am. She left right after she had her breakfast.
Of course she did. The contemptible...
I'm leaving myself, Mrs. Craig.
Oh, are you?
I'm going this morning. I'm meeting Miss Austin downtown at noon.
Miss Austin. And where are you going with her?
Well, she told me last night she was leaving. She said she was going to travel for a few years.
And do you think it's very considerate of you, Mrs. Harold, to walk away this way without giving me any notice?
You didn't give Maisie much notice last night, Mrs. Craig.
Maisie didn't deserve any notice. She was a very disobedient girl. She absolutely refused to do what I told her.
Well, I haven't always done exactly what you told me to do either, Mrs. Craig. So maybe I deserve to go as well as Maisie.
Well, of course, you can suit yourself. But I hope you don't intend to leave without cleaning up this floor.
I've got the dustpan right here.
Where is Mr. Craig?
He's in his study, ma'am. He's reading the paper.
I'll give you your money later. I hope you enjoy your world tour, Mrs. Harold.
It'll be a change anyway.
And I hope when you come back, you'll be able to find a place that'll be as easy as this one has been.
Don't worry about me, Mrs. Craig. Nobody belonging to me ever died in the poorhouse.
Walter, I want to speak to you. What does the paper say?
You needn't worry, Harriet. You're quite safe.
What does it say?
Fergus's brother got in last night from Pittsburgh with a letter that Fergus had written him intimating his intentions.
Then Fergus did it himself?
So it appears.
I always told you he was jealous of his wife. It's a good thing I kept my head last night and didn't allow you to telephone and make a show of us all. You can thank me that your name isn't in every paper in the city this morning.
Oh, I can thank you for more than that, Harriet. I can thank you for having given me a new name last night. That fits me so perfectly that I've decided to continue its use. You called me a romantic fool.
Let's not go into all that again, Walter. I've been wanting to help you, but you don't seem to have sense enough to appreciate it.
Is that all you want before I've got to leave for the office?
No, it isn't all I want you for. I want to know about the ornament that was broken last night.
What about it?
I don't know what about it. That's the reason I'm asking you. Mrs. Harold tells me here this morning that you told her last night that you'd broken it.
So I did.
Well, you must be proud of yourself.
I was for a moment.
What were you doing, leaning against the mantelpiece again as usual?
No, it wasn't an accident. I did it deliberately.
What do you mean you did it deliberately?
I mean that I smashed it purposely.
What for?
I became suddenly heroic. I smashed it into 1,000 little pieces, and then I smoked one cigarette after another till I had your sanctum sanctorum absolutely littered with ashes and cigarette butts. For about an hour last night, I was a pretty brave fellow around here. You should have seen me.
Are you out of your mind or something?
No. I'm particularly clear in my mind, especially I was last night. You made a remark then, Harriet, that completely illuminated me. Like a flash of lightning, I saw it all. For the first time. Unfortunately, the lightning struck my home and knocked it down. I sat here all night wondering how I might build it up again.
What remark are you talking about?
You said that a woman might lose her husband, but not her home, if she knew how to secure it.
Well, hasn't many a woman lost her husband?
And many a man has lost his life, too, because his wife has never made a sufficiently illuminating remark. I saw your entire plan then, Harriet, and my instincts called for immediate action. So, as an opening gun, I smashed the vase. And I was going to smash all the other little ornaments that you worshipped before me. I was going to rule my house with a rod of iron.
Oh, Walter, you're so romantic.
But I couldn't sustain the role indefinitely. You're right. I am a romantic fool. But I do wish you could have seen my attempt to be otherwise. At least you would have appreciated my sincerity to try to continue here as your husband.
What do you mean? Your attempt to continue here as my husband.
The role is not for me, Harriet. I can only play a romantic part.
Ethel! Ethel, are you in your room? Open the door, dear. Ethel, what's the matter with you? What are you doing?
I'm packing my things, Aunt Harriet.
Ethel, what on earth is...
Why didn't you tell me that Mr. Fredericks called last night?
I didn't think it was wise to bother you.
Bother me? He thought I just didn't want to speak to him. You had no right to do that, Aunt Harriet.
Did he call again?
Yes, just before. He wants me to meet him. We're going to be married.
Well, I hope you know what you're doing.
If anything goes wrong, at least it'll be my mistake.
If that's any consolation to you. When are you going?
On the 5:10. Uncle Walter's driving me to the station.
Oh, I see.
Aunt Harriet.
Yes?
Aunt Harriet, is Uncle Walter leaving you?
Why, what on earth ever put that into your head?
Well, when I started to come down the stairs this morning, I heard him say that he couldn't continue here as your husband.
I'm sure I haven't the faintest idea of what you're talking about.
A while ago, when I told him I was going to be married, he said the only thing I needed to consider seriously was whether or not we had faith in each other and were absolutely honest about it.
Dear Walter.
So I was wondering if he found out.
Found out what?
What you told me coming down here on the train. And I said I didn't think you were being honest.
Don't be a fool, darling. Walter couldn't get along without me.
Ethel, are you ready?
All ready, Uncle Walter. Goodbye, Aunt Harriet.
Goodbye, dear.
Your grips are in the car. I'll be right along with you.
All right. I'll write you, Aunt Harriet.
Yes, don't forget, dear. Well, Walter, you won't be late for dinner, will you?
Yes, very late, Harriet. In fact, I won't be here at all. Here's the key to your car and the garage. My house key's on the hall table.
Now, listen to me, Walter Craig. You're surely not serious about leaving this house.
I should think that decision would please you.
Well, it doesn't please me at all. It's absolutely ridiculous.
But it's so practical.
Oh, don't try to be funny.
And you've been deploring my lack of practicality for so long.
I'd like to know what's practical about a man walking out and leaving his wife in his home.
I have no wife to leave. You neither loved me nor honored me.
Well, you married me, whether I did or not.
I never saw you before in my life, Harriet. Until last night.
Well, you married me, didn't you?
And you married a house. If it's agreeable to you, I'll see that you have it, and you can go on having it, just as though I were here.
You'll be here, unless I'm very much mistaken.
You don't know your man, Harriet?
I know him well enough for that, anyway.
Oh, you knew him pretty well, I'll grant you that, particularly when you said that my mind worked very slowly.
It's working pretty slowly now, when you don't appreciate the absurdity of a move of this kind. What did I do last night that was so terrible?
You simply showed your hand, that was all.
I kept you from making a fool of yourself. That's what I did.
But you also showed me how I could keep from making a fool of myself in the future.
Well, you're certainly not beginning very auspiciously, I can tell you that.
But I shall be at least a self-respecting fool. And that's something I could never be if I stayed here. There's something in a man, Harriet, that I suppose is his essential manhood. And you insulted that last night.
Where are you going when you leave here?
That would be rather interesting to know, Harriet. Where a lot like me are going. Out of fashion, possibly. Goodbye, Harriet.
Walter. Walter? Yes?
Telegram from Mrs. Walter Craig.
Thank you. Oh.
Is there an answer, Mrs. Craig?
No. No, there is no answer. Your sister passed away at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Is anyone at home? Oh, Mrs. Craig.
Yes?
I do hope you'll pardon my walking in, but I wanted to bring Miss Austin some roses.
Miss Austin isn't here, Mrs. Fraser.
Well, if you'll just tell her I left them.
Yes, of course.
Is there anything wrong, Mrs. Craig?
My sister died this afternoon. Oh, I'm sorry. I had no idea she was so ill, or I'd have never come back.
I'm so sorry. I do hope you'll let me know if there's anything I can do.
Thank you very much. I don't think there's anything anybody can do. I'll give the roses to Miss Austin when I see her.
Thank you. Well, I suppose you want to be alone, Mrs. Craig. I'll just run along. Goodbye, Mrs. Craig.
Alone?
Remember this, Harriet. People who live to themselves are generally left to themselves.
Alone?
People who live to themselves are generally left to themselves.
No.
People who live to themselves are generally left to themselves.
No.
People who live to themselves are generally
We chalk up 2 more fine performances on the record of this theater. And here are the stars responsible. Rosalind Russell and Herbert Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I've been looking forward to doing Craig's Wife with Bart Marshall for weeks now.
And so have I, Rosalind. We seem to have been working across one studio street or another for years without landing in the same picture.
We're rather proud of the idea of casting you two together for the first time, and we're expecting plenty of imitators.
How are you and Clark Gable getting along with that picture at MGM, Ros?
Fine. You haven't got a good unused practical joke, have you? Some gag I could play on Clark?
Not right offhand, no. Why?
I owe him one. It keeps us busy living up to the title of the picture, Unholy Partners.
It's a brave girl, Bart, who proposes to out-practical joke one Clark Gable.
I'm just looking for revenge, Mr. DeMille. But now, before we say goodnight, there's a word or two I'd like to say to the women in this audience. It's about the product behind this theater, Lux Soap. I've used Lux Soap for a long time because it's such a wonderful help in keeping one's complexion soft and smooth. And I'd recommend it to any woman who wants a complexion soap that she can depend upon.
And we recommend a close-up of you, Rosalind, as the best comment on Lux Soap.
What's the play next week, CB?
One of the screen's new hits, Bart. The Universal picture, Model Wife. And we'll have the original stars, Dick Powell and Joan Blondell. Model Wife is the story of a modern young business couple with an old-fashioned desire to raise a family. It's one of the most human and delightful comedies the screen has produced this season. So for a model evening's entertainment, we suggest Model Wife next Monday night.
Craig's Wife, then Model Wife. You're certainly getting domestic, Mr. DeMille. But I know you'll have a great show next week. Good night.
Good night, CB.
Good night. Good night. We'll never go wrong with acting like yours. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Dick Powell and Joan Blondell in Model Wife. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Rosalind Russell appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Herbert Marshall is now working in Samuel Goldwyn's production of The Little Foxes. Included in tonight's play were Jane Morgan as Mrs. Harold, Betty Moran as Ethel, Virginia Gordon as Maisie, Dwayne Thompson as Mrs. Fraser, Phillips Teed as Berkmeyer, and Charles Seal as Grover. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Yes, it came from outer space to fill the world with terror, to bring you unforgettable suspense. What was it? Where did it come from? Who were the all-powerful creatures it brought from outer space? And what did they want on Earth? You can learn the amazing answer only when you see the most thrilling picture in years. It came from outer space. In the astonishing realism of 3 dimension, with objects coming right out of the screen, so real they almost touch you.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodlands.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Do you know why the boys are excited and jabbering like a barrel full of monkeys? Yes, it's camp time, and all the lads of our church are eagerly waiting for the buses to arrive and hustle them off to camp. Yes, camp is a great place for these fellas to spend several weeks. Teaches them good sportsmanship and teamwork. Also, they get spiritual training and guidance daily, instead of the usual once or twice a week outside of the spiritual help they get at home. Usually, the camp session is profitable for not only the boys, but the leaders and counselors as well. And there's always something going on to satisfy the craving for excitement that's part of every boy's makeup. Henry is lifeguard at the camp. I'm the camp master. Grey Wolf is in charge of athletics, and Stumpy is in charge of woodlore and outdoor training. And last but not least is Maggie Murphy, who does the cooking. Say, here come the buses down the street now, so we better get a title for this story in a hurry. How about tagging this one, Mrs. Murphy's Chowder? Let's have it quiet now, fellas. No talking until the bus gets going, so we know that everyone has a seat. All right, pile on board now, and no roughhouse. That's it. Hold it, fellas. This bus is filled. Stand here now until it pulls away and the other one pulls up the load. You boys in the bus, remember, no standing or fooling around. Stay in your seats. Okay, Phil, take them away. All right, here we go, fellas. Double time into the bus. Okay, fellas. Now remember the rules while you're in the bus. Take them away, Neil.
There go the little darlings, bless their hearts. After 3 weeks with that pack of howling Injuns, I'll be ready for the rest home.
You won't be there alone, Maggie Murphy. There's more energy packed into those small packages of human energy than there is in one of them there atomic bombs.
Yeah, you said it. But I think it'll be worth it. Maybe one or more of the boys will accept the Lord as his Savior while he's at camp.
Ah, you speak great truth, Henry.
All right, let's get in the car, folks, and head for camp. As soon as the buses get close to camp, all the animals in the forest will head for the hills. Wouldn't you do the same thing, old-timer, if 50 energy-packed boys suddenly avalanched out of 2 buses?
Boys, bless their dear hearts. I've got 5 of my own, and they're almost grown men now. But I remember when they were wee smudges. What is a boy made of? There, let's see now, how does it go? Between the innocence of babyhood and the dignity of manhood, we find a delightful creature called a boy.
Boys come in assorted sizes, weights, and colors, but all boys have the same creed: to enjoy every second of every minute of every hour of every day, and to protest with noise, their only weapon, when their last minute is finished and the adult males pack them off to bed at night.
Ah, yes. Boys are found everywhere. On top of, underneath, inside of, climbing on, swinging from, running around, or jumping to. Mothers love 'em. Little girls hate 'em. Older sisters and brothers tolerate 'em. Adults ignore 'em, and heaven protects 'em. A boy is truth with dirt on its face, beauty with a cut on its finger, wisdom with bubble gum in its hair, and the hope of the future with a frog in its pocket. You can lock 'em out of the kitchen, but not out of your heart. And when you're mad enough to blister his hide, all he has to do to cool your anger is come up and put his arms around you and say, "I love you." Oh, the dear Lord sure created something marvelous when he made boys.
Fall out, you roughnecks! It's swim time!
Swim time! Come on, fellas! I love to swim! Where's the other team?
Those of you who were at camp last year know about the buddy system we use when it's time. For you new fellas, it's simply that every boy must have a buddy. Now get your buddies. Hold hands and raise your locked hands in the air. Okay, that's fine. Now each fella and his buddy must stay close together in the water. When I blow the whistle, you and your buddy hold up your locked hands so that I can see that every fella's counted for. Well, this is a safety rule. It must be obeyed. Anyone not obeying a rule will lose his swim privilege for 3 days. A second offense sends a disobedient boy home, pronto. Okay, down to the beach and wait for my signal to go in the water.
Did you warn the fish, pal?
No, I guess I forgot. They'll get the message soon enough, though.
Spotted any troublemakers yet?
Nope. It's about a day too early for the ringleaders to appear, isn't it?
Perhaps. The sooner we find them, though, the sooner we can set them straight.
Well, I'll keep my eyes and ears open. I'd better get to the beach.
Yeah, the boys are waiting. They don't like to wait too long. Have fun.
Don't worry. We will. Buddy time! All right. Everybody's hands up here. Come on. All right. Hey, you. Where's your buddy?
Under the water.
Under the what? Hey, I'll be right there. Where is he?
Down there. Under the snorkel.
Under the snorkel? Why didn't you tell me that? Tap him on the shoulder. Get him up here.
Yes, sir.
What's your name, lad?
Jim, sir.
Thanks for the swim, Jim.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to be smart.
Well, I know you didn't, Jim. Let's just forget it. Okay, boys. Let's go back to swimming. And you with that snorkel. Come up and see what's going on every once in a while, huh?
Land's sakes! This place is filthy dirty. Hey, Stuffy, don't stand there and look at the broom. Grab it and put some elbow grease behind it.
Elbow grease? What's that?
Don't blarney me, you old walrus. Get busy sweeping the year's accumulation of dirt out of this place, or there'll be no victuals for dinner, I'll tell you.
No victuals, eh? That did it. I'm moving this dirt right out of here on the double.
Hey, what big dust storm in the kitchen?
Never mind the questions, young man. Get me some buckets of water so I can scrub this place down.
That'll teach you to be so nosy.
Oh, you're right. Well, I'm glad to help.
This place is going to be so clean we can eat off the floor. And nobody's going to get a bite of food until it's fit to work in this squirrel's nest. Come in, get it!
By columns of twos, forward march! Okay, boys. Let's bow our heads for prayer now. Heavenly Father, we thank Thee for this food. Use it to strengthen these young bodies that they might serve Thee, and bless the hands that have prepared our food. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Boys, remember now, you're to eat like young gentlemen. There's plenty of food to fill your bottomless stomachs. Now, mind your manners and go ahead and eat.
Boys, let's have your attention now. Thank you. Those of you who haven't finished the meal may continue eating quietly. After dinner, we're going to have our campfire and devotions. And it's off to bed for the younger boys and a snipe hunt for you big fellas. Now, you're to go to your cabins, put on your coats, bring a blanket to the campfire. Gets mighty chilly up here after dark. After campfire, Mrs. Murphy and I will be around for bed check. No frogs or toads or grass snakes in the beds, and no pillow fights. You want to get plenty of sleep, believe me. You'll need it. And no horsing around. Reveille will be early. All right, you're dismissed from dinner. Well, Maggie, that was a delicious meal. I don't know how you do it.
Just nothing to it, Bill. But thank you just the same. Oh, I like to see the little pumpkins eat their tummies near to bursting.
Yeah, me likewise.
Hey, What's with these two hungry monsters?
Let 'em be, Henry. They did most of the work cleaning up the kitchen and the dining room. After much mouth music, of course, from the old Billy Goat.
That's a good name for him. Old Billy Goat. Never you mind. That's all Billy Goat will get the first piece of pie. Ain't any extras left over.
Land sakes.
What's the matter?
I near forgot. I've got to put the fixins together for pies for tomorrow and bake 'em yet.
Well, Maggie, I'll be glad to help you.
No, ain't that sweet of you. But there'll be no samples.
Right. Old-timer, you've got to take the boys on their annual snipe hunt. You and Grey Wolf.
What? Me and Grey Wolf? It smells like a frame-up to me, eh, Grey Wolf?
Bill and Henry like to get teeth into Maggie's good pie first.
Now be off with you. I'll protect your interest in the samples. I'll leave some pie on the table for you after you get back with your bag full of snipe. That'll be the day.
How far we got to go, Mr. Jefferson?
Shh. You want to wake up all the critters in the forest, particularly them snipe?
Oh, no, sir.
Well, then you got to be quiet.
Yes, sir. We'll be real quiet. Remember that, you guys? Yeah. Be quiet.
Hear that?
What?
An owl.
Oh, yeah, I heard it.
That's Grey Wolf and the other boys. That signal means that they got some snipe coming our way.
Honest?
Yep. I better answer, Grey Wolf.
Where will they come?
Right down this trail. Better get your bags spread out, boys.
Come on, guys, get your bags spread out.
Here they come.
Are the snipe coming now?
Yep. You fellers wait here now and don't move.
Are you leaving us alone?
Yeah, just for a little while. I got to go around and make sure them snipe don't wander off the trail.
How long boys wait for snipe now?
Half an hour.
Well, maybe we better finish snipe hunt soon. It get plenty late, and maybe boys get frightened.
Yep. There's one thing I'm going to do first.
Oh, what that's, Duffy?
I'm going to get me a bag full of snipe.
What? You sure you feel okay?
Never felt better. Come on, let's go back to the boys. Say there, young feller. How come you still got your light shining down the trail?
Well, we haven't seen any snipe yet, Mr. Jenkins. Have you?
Nope.
No, I not seen either.
I wonder what they are. Say, I think you're kidding us about those snipe. There just ain't no such bird.
Yeah, you're right, youngster. That is, there ain't such a bird around these parts. This is kind of an initiation to you fellers that ain't never been on a snipe hunt.
Aw, we thought we were really going to catch some.
Yeah, you ain't sore, are you, that you didn't get none?
No, of course not. It's pretty funny, us sitting here all this time with a light and a sack, waiting for something to come that just wasn't.
Well, I'm right proud of you, all of you. You catch something that a lot of boys never get a hold of.
We didn't catch nothing but air and mosquito bites.
You caught yourselves a bag full of patience and good sportsmanship. That's what you caught. You see, a real sportsman can take a joke that's played on him as well as dish him out. He don't get angry and he smiles and laughs about it. A good sportsman has a lot of friends. A bad sportsman or a poor sportsman has few friends, if any. And patience. That's something we all need a lot of. Makes life much easier if you know how to be patient.
You listen to Old-Timer. You wise old man of the forest. You learn much from him that'll help you all your life.
Say, I'm kind of glad we went on this snipe hunt. I learned a lot.
I'm glad to hear it. Now we'd better skedaddle back to camp.
You make more noise than a bull in China shop. You wake up Maggie.
Shh. I can't help it. She promised to leave some pie, and I want to know where it is.
So, Stumpy Jenkins, you're about to wreck me kitchen, eh?
If you'd live up to your promises, woman, I wouldn't have to tear the place apart looking for the pie.
Looking for the pie? Why, I left it right here on the table.
Maggie Murphy, aren't you a little advanced in years to be telling fairy tales? All I see on the table is an empty pie tin.
Empty pie tin? Stumpy Jenkins, did you get me out of a sound sleep to play jokes? If you did, I'll lay this rolling pin alongside your blockhead. You ate the pie.
Ate it? I wish I did. Peel the soles of my shoes. They're still warm from hiking through the forest back from that snipe hunt.
Don't you blarney me, you old billy goat.
Stumpy, tell truth. We just returned from snipe hunt.
So you did. All right. In the morning, we're going to find out which one of the little darlings stole the pie. One of them boys is a thief.
Well, fellas, we have a problem, and it's only our second day at camp. Someone stole half a pie out of the kitchen last night. It's not the loss of the pie that concerns us, it's the principle that's involved. That half a pie didn't eat itself. Someone stole into the kitchen last night after lights were out and removed the pie from the tin. That is stealing. I'm not going to embarrass any one of you by asking you to own up to taking the pie now. But sometime during the day, I'll expect the guilty party to come to me and tell me all about it. There'll be no punishment this time because someone here doesn't know that stealing is wrong. Okay, you're dismissed.
Did any of the boys talk to you, Bill?
Not a one, Henry. That is about the missing pie.
I see you mix with all the boys and make it easy for Pie Snatcher to tell you.
Yeah, I'm trying to do my best to make confession easy.
Well, it's time for bed check, William. Maybe we'll find something out as we go from cabin to cabin.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is the last cabin, Maggie.
Maybe it's the last one we're looking for. Oh, sounds like one of the boys is crying.
Yeah. I think it's this one right here.
Oh, what's the trouble, laddie?
I'm homesick.
Oh, here now. That's not the way to feel with all these fine boys and men around you.
But I'm still homesick.
Oh, do you want to go home, son?
No, ma'am. I'm having too much fun. I like it here.
But when it gets dark, then you get lonesome for a home, is that it?
Uh-huh.
Huh. Say, what's your name?
That's Johnny Sebastian.
Yes, ma'am. I don't want to be a sissy and have the other guys laugh at me.
Well, you tell the other boys that if I catch them laughing at you, I'll give them the back of me hand where it'll do the most good. Some boys wish they had a home to cry about.
Really?
Sure they do. Now, you lay your head down, and Mother Murphy'll ask the dear Lord to help you.
Thank you, Mother Murphy.
Dear Lord, I ask that you comfort one wee smudgeon of a lad who gets lonesome in the dark night. Make him feel he's not alone. Make him feel your presence, dear Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Oh, the wee lad is fast asleep. Let's get out of here.
You're a real comfort to these lads, Maggie. I know that isn't the first homesick boy you've comforted.
Ah, they're such dear things. Johnny has a lot of courage.
Yeah. He's afraid of the night, and yet he doesn't want to leave. That's the kind of thing that makes summer camps so worthwhile. You get very close to these young lives. Out here, there's no cover-up. You see each boy and his needs.
Yes. And many of the dear lads need so much, especially the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
William, maybe the boy who took the pie has learned his lesson, and we'd best forget about it.
Perhaps you're right, Maggie. Should we drop it?
Yes, I think so. I know these wee smudgeons are just youngsters, They learn from their mistakes. Well, I'll have to get up early and bake bread. Good night, Bill.
Good night, Maggie. Morning, Maggie.
Good morning, Stumpy.
That bread smells mighty good.
Well, there's no punishment for smelling, but there is for touching.
Sure, don't worry about me touching. You're too good a shot with that rolling pin.
I'll have to go to the cabin and get a few things, Stumpy. You keep your eye on the oven while I'm gone.
Yes, ma'am, I'll sure do that.
And don't try to make off with any of the loaves on the table, because I counted them. Stumpy Jenkins, come here this moment.
Oh, what's got your temperature up?
I told you to leave the bread alone.
I did leave it alone. You worked pretty hard baking it.
Don't smooth talk me. There's 2 loaves missing. Stumpy, where did you put the mixing spoons?
I didn't touch them. They should be where they always are.
Well, they aren't. They're gone.
Oh, you're joking. Maybe you think one of the boys took them for canoe paddles.
Land sakes. Who's been using the dish towels for shoe rags?
Well, don't look at me. I've been gone all day.
If one more thing happens around here, I'm going home.
Maggie, did you drink the maple syrup from this pitcher?
Oh, sure I did. Can't you see it running all over me chin? William, I've had enough. This isn't a boys' camp. It's a hangout for young thieves and hoodlums.
I wish you'd reconsider, Maggie.
No, you don't. You haven't lifted a finger to find the boys who arrayed in my kitchen.
I've tried to appeal to the boys' honor and sense of right.
No one appreciates how hard I work around here. Up early and to bed late. And all I get for it is a lot of thievery and mischief.
I wish you would reconsider, though. We need you here, Maggie. I know it hasn't been easy, but I'll try to work out a trap for the culprits.
When?
Tonight.
Is that a promise, young man?
It's a promise. Stumpy and I'll sit up all night if necessary to catch the thief or thieves.
All right. I'll stay one more day. I'm going to bake bread tonight, and if there's so much as a crumb of bread missing, I'll head for home so fast it'll make your head swim. And I'm just mad enough to walk the 50 miles to home, every inch of it.
All the boys are in bed now.
Good. Now we'll go to bed in a few minutes, and then we'll come back to the kitchen one by one and take our posts.
Thief work at night only. If we're careful, we should catch him.
We better. We'll lose the best cook this side of the Mississippi.
You all set, fellas?
Yeah. All set over here.
I ready.
Me too.
All right. Let's be quiet now.
What time is it?
midnight.
Wow. I hope the thief gets hungry pretty soon. Maybe he dreams he's hungry and walks in his sleep. Hey, somebody's coming.
Ready to grab him.
Stumpy, get lights.
Stand where you are. Don't try to run for it.
Look who it is.
Well, I'll be a great horned toad. It ain't no boys, it's animals.
Let's quiet down now, fellas. Mother Murphy would like to talk to you before we have our breakfast.
Boys, I have a confession to make. And I falsely accused all of you terrible. I called you thieves and hoodlums.
Did she call us that?
Yes, I did. Not to your faces, mind, but behind your back. I I hope you'll forgive a foolish old woman. Because, well, the real thieves are a raccoon, a skunk, and a squirrel. I beg you to forgive me.
Hooray for Mother Murphy!
Thank you, boys. Thank you very much. Well, tonight I'm going to make your favorite dish here at camp, my chowder.
Magee, what's wrong?
Come here and see what's wrong.
Quiet down.
This is what's wrong.
Jumping catfish. Somebody put overalls in Mrs. Murphy's chowder.
Well, that's the story of Mrs. Murphy's chowder. And those overalls turned out to be Stumpy's. See you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Above your head. You heard me, Graham. Hands above your head.
Die violently. The spies, the liars, all the ones who want me dead. I'm innocent. All I can think of was that I couldn't prove my alibi. And I was going to the gas chamber,
Please,
and I was
Mrs.
desperate.
Graham, you'll have to.
Have you ever been
Graham,
desperate?
Mrs. Graham.
You know what it's like. Damn!
All right, let's
get your bizarre!
Now, Barbara,
oh, let me
go! Come on,
damn you! Damn you! Damn you!
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap. Well, it's Tuesday night again. Time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, Jimmy Cash, and Paul Whiteman and his music. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Who were your ancestors? Were they famous? Let us trace your family tree and find out. Well, that's the way the ad in the newspaper read. And, of course, Gracie clipped the coupon, unknown to George.
George, did you ever have your family history traced?
My family history?
Sure, you can't tell. Maybe there was somebody in your family who amounted to something.
Thanks, kid.
Did you ever have any famous relatives?
Well, I told you about my Uncle Charlie.
Oh, yeah, but I mean really famous. Not just a man who was known as the squarest bookie in Philadelphia.
What's all this sudden interest in my family?
Oh, nothing. It's just something a wife should know. Didn't I tell you all about my family before we got married?
Yeah, and I married you anyway.
Oh, George. I just thought some of your ancestors might have been famous, that's all. Like maybe you're descended from Robert Burns, one of America's greatest poets.
Gracie, you mean the fellow who wrote Coming Through the Rye?
Yes.
He was Scotch.
Oh, was he? I never can remember whether he was a Scotch poet who wrote about rye or an American poet who wrote about Scotch.
Well, Robert Burns was a Panatella, and I'm going into the library and smoke one.
Oh, all right, dear. But don't drop any ashes. We're having company tonight.
Tonight?
Yes.
Oh, gee, I was going to a concert tonight with the fellas. You know how we all love good music.
George, the last time you went to a concert with the boys, I found the ticket stubs in your pocket the next day.
Oh, you did?
Yes, yeah. Tell me, what does Tassel's Latour play? Does she play the piano or the violin?
Tassel?
Yes.
Oh, well, she just kind of walks around.
Well, there'll be no more of that from now on.
Oh.
One of those concert artists is liable to fall off the runway and hurt you.
Look, sweetheart, I don't care anything about the show. I just go to watch Paul Whiteman. He gets such a kick out of it. Can I go? What do you say, dear?
Don't drop any ashes on the floor.
I say.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Postman.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's a letter for you. It's a glorious day, isn't it?
Oh, yes, indeed. How are you feeling today, Mr. Postman?
The same as every other day, Mrs. Burns. Just bursting with health.
That's nice. You certainly look well.
Oh, yes. But anyone who exercises regularly can become the same physical specimen I am.
Well, if you'll pardon me, Mr. Postman, I'm very anxious to read my letter. I see it's from Professor Henning's Genealogical Institute.
Really? That's a coincidence because I sent away and had them look up my family tree, too.
Oh, did you?
Yes. The only thing I know about my ancestors is that they came from Wales.
They did? I'll bet they're wonderful swimmers.
Oh, Mrs. Burns, you say such funny things. I just have to laugh. Well,
I'm anxious to read this letter, Mr. Postman, so I'll see you tomorrow.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Oh, I'm so excited. Now I can learn all about George's family background. Dear Madam, we take pleasure in informing you that your husband, Mr. George Burns, is the direct descendant of an ancient Scottish king. This report... Oh, my goodness, a king. George is a king.
Hiya, Gracie. Where's George?
Oh, Bill, a most wonderful thing has happened.
What?
I've just discovered that George has royal blood.
Well, say, that is wonderful. Didn't know the kid had any.
Oh. I'm not joking, Bill. It's true. Professor Henning's Institute says that George is a Scottish king. And it only cost me 50 cents.
Well, you certainly got your 4 bits worth.
Yes. Now George and I are perfectly mated. There's some royal blood in my family, too, you know.
Oh, really?
Oh, sure. When Mama was a girl, she was chosen queen of the annual Spring Onion Festival.
Well, gee, just think of George Burns taking his place with famous kings like Louis XIV, King of France, Richard the Lion-Hearted, King of England, Swan the Suds and Whiz, King of Soaps.
Oh, Bill. I don't believe there ever was a king with a name like that.
Like what?
Richard the Lion-Hearted.
Why, Gracie, Richard the Lion-Hearted took the throne of England back in 1189. I remember the date because it was just exactly 752 years before the introduction of Swan, the new white floating soap that's purer than the finest Castiles.
Well, tell me some more about Richard the Lion-Hearted, Bill. You know, I think I'll pick a name like that for George. Like, George the Tiger-Lunged. Or, George the
How about George the Chicken-Livered?
Yeah. He'll sound like an hors d'oeuvre. Tell me more about Richard the Lion-Hearted.
Well, I tell you, Gracie, he was a great fighter and a great eater. You see, they say that he could eat an entire side of beef at one sitting.
Well, that was possible in those days.
Well, can you imagine the dishwashing that went on in his castle, Gracie? What a shame they didn't have Swan. Swan is great for washing dishes, you know, because it suds faster than other white floating soaps. And since Swan is purer than the finest Castiles, it's bound to help keep your hands smooth and lovely. That's why you should use Swan for every soap and water job. You know, it might be just the thing to wash George's kilts.
Kilts?
Oh, sure, if he's a descendant of a Scottish king, he ought to wear kilts.
Oh, no. I've seen George's legs, and I think all of his royal blood must be above his knees.
Well, don't worry, Gracie. He can show his ancestry by being thrifty. He can practice thrift by breaking Swan in two with an easy twist of the wrist and using half in the kitchen for dishes and housework and half in the bathroom for his hands and face. Aye.
Oh, that's a wonderful accent, Bill. But George is a Scotch king, not a French king.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Oh, greetings, Your Majesty.
Hi, Highness.
Huh?
Is there anything you wish, sire?
Who, me?
May I fetch you a goblet of 7-Up?
Now, what's this?
Gracie, His Majesty looks perplexed.
Well, all right, the joke's over now. What's this all about?
Oh, I've got the nicest surprise for you, dear. You're a king.
A king?
Yes.
Well, that's nice. Look, Gracie.
George, I set away for your family tree, and there was a Scotch king growing on it.
Gracie, what have you started now?
Oh, but George is wonderful. Just think from now on, you'll be his grace, and I'll be her Gracie.
This is Paul Whiteman. You've heard this tune plenty of times by now, but here are the boys in the 6 hits and a miss with what we consider a different arrangement of Moonlight Becomes You.
Moonlight becomes you, it goes with your hair. You certainly know the right thing to wear. Moonlight becomes you. I'm thrilled at the sight, and I could get so romantic tonight. You're all dressed up to go dreaming. Now don't tell me I'm wrong. And what a night to go dreaming. Mind if I tag along? If I say I love you, I want you to know it's not just because there's moonlight, although moonlight becomes you so.
Gracie, I don't care what those people wrote you. I'm telling you for the 50th time, I'm not a king. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Majesty.
And stop calling me Your Majesty.
Yes, Your Highness.
And don't call me Your Highness either.
Yes, Your Kingship.
Look, sweetheart, I'm not a king.
Well, your ancestors were. And you know what I always say? Blood is thicker than,
Water.
what?
I said blood is thicker than water.
Well, of course it is. What's so wonderful about that?
Never mind. Forget it. Forget it.
Oh, did your loving subject say something to offend His Majesty?
Look, will you please stop?
Well, if I did, you have the right to banish me from your kingdom.
Gracie.
But you better not banish me further than Pasadena. We've only got 3 gallons of gas.
Look, for the last time, I'm trying to... Come in.
Are you the party who called me on the phone?
Oh, yes. Go right in the next room and get started.
Okay, Lenny.
Who's that?
A carpenter. I've got a little job for him to do. And when he's through with that one, I'm going to have him carve the Burns coat of arms on the front door.
There's no Burns coat of arms.
Well, I'm making one. You know, the coat of arms denote what the head of the house is famous for.
Look, Gracie.
If he's a brave knight, he has 2 lances crossed.
Yes, but...
If he's a brave hunter, he has 2 guns crossed.
Yes, but...
Yours is going to be beautiful. I'm crossing 2 cigars.
Yes, I'm a very brave smoker. Now, Gracie, stop this foolishness. I'm not a king. I'm not a king. I'm not a king.
You are, too.
Oh,
here comes your little son, the Crown Prince.
Don't call that darn duck my son.
Herman, Mama has a marvelous surprise for you. Do you know what your daddy George is? You do? Herman, he is not.
Oh, fine.
Your daddy George is a king. A king. That's a man who's stronger and smarter than other men, and everybody bows down to him. Oh, now, Herman, that's no way for a crown prince to act.
Crown Prince. I'd like to see him sitting on a throne of mashed potatoes. Go on, go on, go on.
Boys, I mean, Your Majesty, please.
Now, look, Gracie, I'm getting out of here before I go stark raving crazy.
Oh, Your Majesty, would you stop at the bakery and get me a half a dozen poppy seed rolls? My, kings are temperamental. Well, I'd better see how the carpenter is doing. Well, how's the work going, carpenter?
Oh, fine, lady. I done just like you told me. Nailed one of the dining room chairs on a pedestal 2 feet high.
Oh, good.
Hey, what's the idea? So your little boy can reach a table?
Oh, no. When my little boy wants to reach the table, he just flies up there.
Your son can fly?
Well, of course. He's nearly 2 years old. He'd be pretty backward if he couldn't fly by now.
Holy gee, I got a kid that old who can't even walk yet.
Well, give him time. Say, that chair does look nice, though. Oh, I know my husband will be delighted with it.
Oh, it's for your husband?
Uh-huh.
He's a midget?
Oh, no. You see, this chair is going to be his throne. He happens to be a king.
Oh, a what?
A king.
And that, of course, makes you a queen.
Oh, yes, naturally.
And your son, he's sort of a flying prince.
Oh, that's very good.
Yeah, well, I guess I better be going, Queen. Goodbye.
Oh, but I haven't paid you for the job yet.
Don't bother. I probably only spend the money anyway. Goodbye.
Oh, no, wait, here comes my husband. I know you're dying to meet him. Hello, dear.
Hello.
Dear, this is Mr.
Brown, Harry Brown. How do you do, your imperialism?
Out. Go on, get out. Imperialism. Gracie, I've had about all I can stand of this thing. People on the street are staring at me like I'm some kind of a freak. What did you do? Phone everybody in town about this?
Well, George, on my word, I only mentioned it to 2 people. The Times and the Examiner.
Well, this tops everything you've ever done. You've made me the laughing stock of this whole town.
Oh, well, let them laugh. They laughed at all great kings. Julius Caesar, Frederick the Great, Henry VIII. They even laughed at William of Orange. But if he hadn't invented them, where would the state of California be?
I don't want to hear any more about it. I'm going up to my room.
Oh, very well, Your Highness.
Stop calling me Your Highness. Of all the ridiculous, idiotic stunts she's ever pulled. I'm almost sorry I didn't marry the Adagio dancer in Scranton after all. Fine king I am. Can't even go to a show when I want to. Say, wait a second. A king can do no wrong, can he? How about that?
Oh, George,
Hello, Queen. How's every little thing?
Oh, aren't you mad at me anymore?
Oh, no. My Majesty has been thinking things over. If I'm a king, that's all.
Well, sure.
And a king can do no wrong, right?
Right.
Good. Now, about going out with the fellas tonight to see Tassel's Latour. I think my royal self needs a little diversion.
Oh, well, then by all means go, Your Majesty. Who am I to tell a great king what to do?
Well, hallelujah. Long may I rule.
And now here's Jimmy Cash singing a song that's on its way up. 3 Dreams. Okay, Jimmy.
You're dreaming, she's dreaming, I'm dreaming too, but 3 dreams are one too many, so my dream can never come true. You love her, she loves you, I love her too, but 3 dreams are one too many, so my dream can never come true. My hoping that she would love me was only a madcap scheme that left me in the middle of this crazy little 3-cornered dream. You're happy, she's happy, I know I'm through. 3 dreams are one too many.
Boy, this is the life.
Is Your Majesty quite contented?
Oh, yes. Everything is lovely.
Would Your Majesty care for another cigar?
Oh, no. The 2 I'm smoking now are fine.
Is that pillow comfortable for your royal head?
Oh, yes.
Is that footstool comfortable for your royal feet?
Oh, sure.
Is that chair comfortable?
Yes, everything is comfy. Ah, boy, this is the life. The king can eat what he pleases, do what he pleases, go where he pleases. Like, say, to a show with the fellows, huh?
Well, of course, sire.
Oh, boy, this is the life.
Would Your Majesty care to partake of a light snack? There's a T-bone steak in the royal icebox.
Steak? How did you manage to get a steak from the butcher?
Oh, it was no trouble. The Count was delighted to let me have one.
The butcher is a count?
He is now. I made him a count in exchange for the steak.
I see what you mean.
Oh, yes, I knighted him. It was a lovely ceremony. He knelt down and I tapped him on the head with a cleaver.
Must have been pretty.
Oh, yes. I also got a tin of coffee from the Marquis of A&P.
Well, that's nice.
And a 1/4 pound of butter from the Earl of Safeway.
Don't tell me that you haven't made somebody a baron.
No, not yet. But it'll either be Baron Magnan or Baron Bullock, whichever one gets nylons in first.
Well, I guess I'll go upstairs and start dressing. How soon will the tailor be through pressing my suit?
Oh, your suit's been back here for 20 minutes.
Really? Say, that's quick service.
Oh, yes, Lord Goldfarb brought it over himself.
Him too, huh?
Oh, he was thrilled when I made him a lord.
Really?
He said it was the only way he could think of that his wife could become a lady.
Well, I'm glad she finally made it.
Well, farewell, my queen. I'm going upstairs and shave my royal kisser.
Yes, Your Majesty.
I'm expecting Count Goodwin and Sir Fatso Whiteman any minute. So, tell the boys to wait.
Very good, Your Majesty.
By the way, Goodwin doesn't think that you'll let me go out tonight. So straighten him out on that, Queenie. My imperial self will re-imperial in a few minutes. I'm sitting on top of the world.
Oh, I do wish he weren't going to see that show with the boys. Still, that Tassels Latour is royalty, too. She's advertised as the Queen of Quiver.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Bill. Say, about George going out with you tonight.
Oh, now, Gracie, please let George go with Paul and me. He's been looking forward to this for weeks. You don't appreciate what a thrill he gets when the curtain goes up and there we are on the stage demonstrating Swan soap.
Oh, so you're going to demonstrate Swan soap tonight?
Oh, sure. You know, Swan, the new white floating soap that's purer than the finest Castiles. You know, money can't buy a purer soap.
But why do you need George and Paul Whiteman?
Oh. Well, after I break Swan in two, they each hold half a bar, you see. George represents the kitchen sink and Whiteman is the tub.
Oh, I see. And where are you going to hold this demonstration?
Where?
Yes.
At the Elks.
The Elks?
Oh, yes, of course. You see, Elks are men, and men have wives. Wives are women, and women have long considered Castile soaps the standard of purity, but Swan is even purer than the finest Castiles. Swan is so pure that it's kind to a little baby's tender skin. That's why thousands of mothers use Swan to bathe their babies.
Oh, is Tassels Latour an elk?
And if Swan is kind to a baby's tender skin, then you know it must be wonderful for your hands and face, your tub or shower. And always What did you say?
Tassels Latour.
Well, then you know where we're going tonight.
Oh, sure.
Well, Gracie, why'd you go to all that trouble to make a dope out of me?
It wasn't much trouble, Bill.
Oh, thanks. Well, then you don't object to George going, huh?
Well, I couldn't object. George is a king.
Oh, I see.
George thought I didn't know he goes to burlesque shows, but he never fooled me.
Oh, really? Well, what gave you the tip-off?
Well, I came home one day, and when I took off my hat and coat, he applauded.
Yeah, that was a little suspicious, I
But
think.
he's free to do anything he likes now. A king can do no wrong.
Gee, that's pretty soft. I suppose he'll be staying in bed every morning till 10 o'clock.
Well, why should being a king make him get up 2 hours earlier?
Oh, pardon me.
Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Postman. Aren't you working awfully late?
This is a social call, Mrs. Burns. I thought you might be interested in what those family tree people told me.
Oh, you got yours too, huh? Are you descended from a long line of mailmen?
No, Mrs. Burns. I'm descended from Ivan the Terrible.
But that makes you a king, too. George isn't the only one.
Oh, no. Everybody in the neighborhood who sent in 50 cents turned out to be a king.
No.
Yes. I think those family tree people are dishonest, if you'll pardon such vigorous language.
Oh, how awful.
I just thought you ought to know about it. Well, good night, Mrs. Burns.
Bill, did you hear that? We may not be royalty at all. And all those titles I gave out. Now I'll have to unlord the tailor and discount the butcher.
Oh, now, Gracie, take it easy. I'm sure George is a king, and he can prove it as soon as he gets back from the show. Hurry up, George.
Hi, kids.
Oh, hello, Paul. George will be ready in a minute.
Oh, Paul, did you hear what happened? I sent away 50 cents for George's family tree, and now
I sent away for that thing myself.
Oh, and are you a king, too?
No, I just sent him a quarter. I'm only a lousy duke.
Now I know it's a fake. George isn't a king at all. I'm going to investigate this.
Oh, yes, Gracie, by all means investigate it first thing tomorrow morning. Hurry up, George.
Ah, greetings, my faithful subjects. You may hold the door open, my queen. His Majesty is ready to mingle with the common people.
Get away from that door, George Burns.
Have a care, my good woman. This is no way to address a king.
You're no king.
Huh?
Sit down.
Oh, yes, dear.
You're staying home with me.
Yes, dear.
And take one of those cigars out of your mouth.
Yes, dear.
You made up this whole thing just so you could see Tassel's Latour.
I made it up?
Yes. You better go into the kitchen and look at the curtains. They've got the only tassels you're going to see tonight.
Well, George and Gracie will be right back, so I'm just going to take a second to remind you that Swan in your house is like money in the bank, because Swan saves you real money. You see, you save with Swan in the kitchen because Swan does the work of expensive package soaps. And you save again in the bathroom because Swan gives you more soap per penny than any of the leading toilet soaps tested. So buy Swan and save money with the soap that's purer than the finest Castiles. Well, here they are again, George and Gracie.
George, would you take this can of waste kitchen fat down to the butcher?
Oh, I'll be glad to.
You know, the government needs waste fats to make bombs and bullets.
Oh, sure. I'll be glad to take it, Gracie. And if I don't come back in an hour or two, don't worry.
No, I won't. I took that ticket out of your pocket.
I'll be back in 10 minutes.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your CBS station again next week, same time. Now remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS, next Tuesday night. And don't forget to listen to Swan's other show, Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou, over another network next Friday night. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Yes, you know this young man. You've heard more about him than any star personality in the modern entertainment world. Yet, here is an Elvis Presley you've never seen before. Vince Everett, dynamically portrayed by Elvis Presley, was a tough blackboard jungle kid who became even tougher under the influence of his jailhouse cellmate. A terrific performance by Mickey Shaughnessy.
I'm an animal in a jungle, and I got a motto. Do unto others as they would do unto you, only do it first.
Do it first. That's right.
Jailhouse Rock is the astounding success story of this rebel with a voice that rocked the world.
I guess it's just because you were so square. Baby, I don't care.
Jailhouse Rock is also the love story of this rebel.
How dare you think such cheap tactics would work with me?
I need tactics, honey. It's just a beast in me.
The fires of violence still raged in Vince as he fought his way to fame and fortune in the exciting world of popular music.
Don't leave me now. Going through a party in the county jail. The prison band was there, they began to wail.
And then came Hollywood.
No, Vince, let's try it again. Vince!
How do you like our movie star, Peggy?
He has adapted very quickly.
Well, there's not much oxygen up where he is, and the man gets lightheaded. Tramping on me is one thing, Sonny. Hurting a little girl like Peggy is another.
Now, just don't you go getting no ideas, huh?
There comes a time when you gotta take a hand in things, and that time is now.
Don't push me, huh?
I'm gonna beat hell out of you.
Don't try it. You're talking crazy, man.
You know you got it coming, son.
I said don't try.
Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Brittany, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Appointments with Death. The Green Hornet strikes again. So you think you can't afford to buy another war bond? Figure it this way. If it hadn't been for our heroic fighting men and the ships and planes which war bonds made possible, Jap planes might now be strafing America's shores. The 7th War Loan is to help crush Japan and forever prevent another Pearl Harbor. Yes, the freedoms you enjoy as an American can be made permanently secure with the purchase of more and more war bonds. And remember, you're not giving, you're just lending your dollars to speed the day of final victory. Buy another war bond today. And now, the Green Hornet. In a fashionable home on the east side of the city, the butler stood before the closed door of the study. After knocking discreetly, he tried to enter, but found the door locked.
Strange. Mr. Lowell doesn't usually lock himself in the study. Mr. Lowell, sir. Dinner is served, and Madam is waiting.
Don't stand there knocking on the door. Go in and tell Mr. Lowell I'm waiting, and dinner's getting cold.
Door's locked, Madam.
Nonsense. Mr. Lowell never locks the study door. Joseph, sometimes I wonder if you... You should...
That was a shot, Madam.
What was that?
I fear something's happened to Mr. Lowell. Mr. Lowell, are you all right, sir?
Oh, do something, Joseph. Do something. Try to force the door open quickly.
Yes, madam.
Henry. Phone for a doctor, Joseph, quick. Something's happened. Somebody's hurt him.
Madam, I'm afraid it's too late for a doctor. Mr. Lowell has killed himself.
Hi, Reed.
Oh, good morning.
Morning, Axford. Come on in.
I am in.
So I noticed. Did you get an interview with Mrs. Lowell?
That I did, but she didn't have much to say.
I see. Well, I didn't expect you'd get very much information from her. Helen Lowell isn't the type who'll talk to reporters.
Oh, you know the Lowells, then?
Yes, I've known them for quite a long time. Henry Lowell was a member of the Civic Club. Did you get a look at the suicide note?
No, but Sergeant Burke told me what was in it, off the record, of course. Seems Lowell'd been paying blackmail because of a threat to send some scandal out of his past life to that dirty scandal sheet, the Scorpion News.
I see. Now, that paper keeps it within the law by publishing scandal that can be proven. It's too bad its publication can't be stopped.
Who's behind that Scorpion rag, anyway?
Well, nobody knows, Axford. Perhaps if we did know, something could be done to stop it.
But as you know, Reed, according to the story we got from headquarters last night, Mrs. Lowell stated that there was something more behind that suicide, and that she was going to hire detectives to try to find the guy responsible.
Yes, I know, but... Yes, Miss Case.
Mrs. Lowell is calling Mr. Reed on line 2.
Oh, thanks. I'll take it. Hello.
Hello, Britt. This is Helen Lowell.
Oh, yes, Helen. I'm very sorry about Henry.
Thank you, Britt. It's been quite a shock, of course.
Yes, I know.
I need some advice, Britt, and that's why I called. You see, in view of the statement of the press that I intended to follow this thing through by hiring detectives, Mr. Kilburn of the Kilburn Detective Agency phoned and offered his services. Do you know anything about him? Is he capable, I mean?
Clifford Kilburn? Oh, yes, I know him. Henry and I both became acquainted with Kilburn at the Civic Club. He's said to be a very good detective.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I asked him to come over at 3 o'clock. I wonder if you could drop in at that time, too. There are some facts I haven't disclosed that I'd like you to know.
Well, of course, Helen. I'll drop by at 3.
Oh, I knew I could count on you, Britt. I'll look for you then. Goodbye.
I'll be there. Bye, Helen.
It was nice of you to come, Britt. You say you know Mr. Kilburn?
Oh, yes. How are you, Cliff?
Fine, Britt, fine.
Mrs. Lowell tells me that you've offered your services.
Yes. Frankly, I have a couple of clients who've been caught in the blackmailing racket connected with the Scorpion News.
Oh, really?
That's right. So you see, I'm interested in this case, too. By taking the various angles of the individual cases, I hope to make a case that will finally point to the blackmailer.
Of course. And the blackmailer would, in my opinion, turn out to be the backer of the Scorpion News.
I agree with you, Britt.
Mr. Kilburn, I'm convinced that you're the person to handle this case. I want you to go to the limit to find out who that monster is.
Thank you, Mrs. Lowell. I promise you I'll do my best.
I'm sure you will. Now, gentlemen, I'll come right to the point. My husband left a note for me, which, of course, I showed to the police.
Yes, I know. The police didn't release the exact contents of that note to the press, but they hinted that fear of scandal was behind Henry's, action.
Britt, Henry had paid out quite a large sum in blackmail over a period of time. Then he received a demand for more than he could pay.
So he refused to pay it?
Why, yes, he did, Mr. Kilburn. The matter for which he was being blackmailed was an infatuation my husband had some time ago for another woman. Of course, he didn't want me to know about it.
I see.
Poor Henry, like most men, he didn't realize that I suspected it at the time and had long forgiven and forgotten. Anyway, 2 days ago, he came to me and told me everything and promised to turn the matter over to the police.
Well, then why didn't he contact the police?
When he refused the payment of blackmail, he received a note, a threat. Henry was very nervous and overwrought. It was fear that caused him to take his own life.
So that was it.
Did Mr. Lowell tell you about the threat against his life?
No, I guess he didn't want me to worry about it. Fear seems to stifle a person's reasoning powers. He didn't stop to think how his death would affect me.
Did you tell the police about the other note?
No, it was enclosed with a suicide note. I decided to keep it and turn it over to a detective rather than publicize it by giving it to the police. Here it is.
Printed. Unless you come across with the 20,000, you'll die at midnight tonight. And it's signed with a crudely drawn death's head.
Yes. Henry must have received that yesterday morning. The worry and suspense was too much for him. It was between 7 and 8 last night when he...
I know. If he'd called the police for protection, he would have had nothing to fear.
Maybe so. But I'm convinced we're dealing with a very smart man. The writer of that note might have carried out his threat in spite of any protection.
Well, that doesn't seem possible, Cliff.
I wouldn't be too sure.
May I have that note, Mrs. Lowell?
Well, of course. If there's anything more I can do or tell you that will help Mr. Kilburn, please call on me. I want you to keep at it until you find the man responsible.
Don't worry, Mrs. Lowell. I give you my word I'll do all I can to find him.
And the Daily Sentinel will do what it can to help. A few editorials advising people to report blackmailing cases to the police might bring forth a lead.
Such editorials might force the blackmailer to more desperate measures, Britt. Perhaps if you wait a while and let me handle things...
I don't agree with you on that, Cliff. I run a newspaper. And the sooner we can get that criminal to show his hand, the better.
Have it your way, then. But don't say I didn't tell you.
We'll keep the matter alive in the Sentinel until he is caught. You can count on that. Yes, Miss Case.
Clifford Kilburn is here to see you, Mr. Reed.
Well, tell him to come right in.
Yes, sir.
I suppose Cliff is coming to object to the publicity we're giving his search for the blackmailer. Good afternoon, Cliff. Come right in.
I came over to show you something very interesting, Britt.
Well, have a chair.
Thanks. Remember I told you your editorials would start something?
Well?
Look at this.
Well, don't tell me it's a note from the man you're hunting.
Read it.
You're next. Wherever you are at midnight tonight, you'll die. Huh. This is signed with the same crude drawing.
It was sent by the same man, all right.
But, Cliff, you don't really believe such a thing is possible. Of course, you'll take the proper precautions.
I'm not afraid, if that's what you mean. But I don't hold that note lightly by any means. I'll have police at my home tonight.
Good.
You can publicize this threat. Then tomorrow I'll give you a statement to print showing I'm still alive and continuing the hunt for the would-be killer.
Do you plan to be at your home at midnight, Cliff?
Yes. I've been threatened by killers before this. In the basement of my home, I have an experimental laboratory where I work at night. It has double steel doors and steel shutters on the windows. When those are closed, no one can possibly get to me. That's where I'll be at midnight tonight.
Good. Now, I'll come over to your place with one of our reporters. I want to cover that story myself.
Well, perhaps you think I'm silly to take all those precautions. But it's necessary to make sure he fails, to show others who might be threatened that precaution can prevent their deaths.
Yes. That's better than letting their fear drive them to suicide, as in the case of Henry Lowell.
Well, that's what I'm out to prove tonight. He won't succeed, so don't worry. But he may show up and leave some clue. Then the hunt will go on stronger than ever. See you later, Britt.
All right, Cliff. Goodbye.
I'll be waiting whenever you come out, Mr. Britt.
Good. Come on, Axford.
From the looks of things, they got cops all around the place.
See you later, Cato.
Hold on there, you two.
Hi, Sarge. It's me and Reed.
Oh, you Axford. Good evening, Mr. Reed.
Hello, Sergeant Burke. I see you're on the alert around here.
That we are, sir. I have men posted around the grounds, one inside each door. Besides that, there's a couple of them in the basement of the east wing, where the experimental room is that Mr. Kilburn is fixing to use.
Well, I must say, you've taken every precaution.
Even the Green Hornet himself couldn't get near the house with all that protection.
That he couldn't, Axford. Inspector Evans is in the reception hall, Mr. Reed. Mr. Kilburn has gone on down to the experimental room. You can go right on in. I'll join you later after I check things once more.
All right, thanks, Sergeant. Come on, Axford.
Oh, hello, Mr. Reed.
Sergeant Burke told us you were in here, Inspector, so we came right on in. You know Mike Axford, of course.
Sure, me and the inspector are old friends.
That's right. Well, Kilburn's down in the experimental laboratory, and the men are all at their posts.
Do you think anything will really happen, Inspector?
Well, frankly, I don't see how it possibly can, Axford. We'll soon know. According to my time, it's very close to midnight.
Well, if you ask me, Inspector, I'd say that... Listen, that must be 12 o'clock striking now.
It is, Axford. We'll wait around a while until Kilburn leaves the lab, and then we'll go on down and see him.
Suffering snakes, what was that?
Inspector, do you think someone...
That explosion came from the direction of the east wing, but it isn't possible. Come on. There's a corridor through the door over there that leads to that wing of the house.
Look, there's smoke down at the other end of the corridor.
Stairway to the basement's down there. But whatever it was, I'm sure
Here
it
comes
was...
Sergeant Burke.
Inspector, I was just coming for you.
What happened, Sergeant?
Plenty. There was an explosion inside the lab. Blew the heavy door right off and hurt one of our men.
Holy crow.
What about Clifford Kilburn?
Blown to bits, Mr. Reed. And it happened at the stroke of midnight. Just like that note said it would happen.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Young women, serve your country in time of war and prepare yourself for an interesting and useful career. Join the U.S. Cadet Nurse Corps of the U.S. Public Health Service today. All expense scholarships are still available in a few Michigan schools of nursing. You will continue to receive full scholarship privileges if you are enrolled in the Corps 90 days before the end of the war. Here in Michigan, the address is Michigan Nursing Council for War Service, 51 West Warren Avenue, Detroit 1, Michigan. That's Michigan Nursing Council for War Service, 51 West Warren Avenue, Detroit 1, Michigan. And now back to the Green Hornet. It was several hours after the almost unbelievable happening at Kilbourne's home. Britt Reed was discussing the event with Cato and Axford in the living room of his apartment.
It still doesn't seem possible that anyone could have reached Kilburn inside that experimental laboratory.
Well, we can't deny that somebody did, Reed. It sure made headlines for an extra. Look at that. Killer makes good threat. Kilburn murdered at midnight. Police hunt missing houseman.
Yeah, we've read that, Axford. I'd feel lots better if we didn't have such news to print. By the way, I wonder who was the last to see that houseman.
Well, Sarge says the plainclothes man who rode home at Kilburn at dinner time told him the houseman let them in. Seems the guy lives over the garage out there with his wife. She was sort of housekeeper for Kilburn. She's the one who reported her missing, you know.
Yeah, I know. He was supposed to go off duty at 10 o'clock.
But there's no evidence that two men were inside the room when it blew up?
No. They identified the charred remains they did find as Kilburn.
'Twas Kilburn, all right. As you know, they found his ring with his initials inside it, and a bit of cloth that was like the suit he'd been wearing.
That policeman who was hurt was fortunate it wasn't more serious.
Oh, Cassidy, you mean? Sure, 'twas just a hard blow in the back of the head he got. He was standing with his back to the door of the experimental room. The edge of the door, or maybe a bolt from one of the hinges, smacked him like as not.
Could be. Does he still insist he didn't hear the hall clock strike just before the explosion?
That he does, Reed. Sarge was right around the corner of the basement corridor talking to the other guard. They both say they heard that big hall clock strike several times before it happened. But Cassidy swears he never heard it.
Well, it did strike several times, as we know.
Sure it did. I remember saying, that must be 12 o'clock now. Then it happened.
Perhaps blow on the head to keep Cassidy from remembering.
Well, maybe so. But he remembers everything else right up to that point. He recalls hearing Sarge talking low to the other guard. Cassidy likes to be different about things anyway. He remembers speaking to Kilburn just before that, when he came down to go into the experimental room, too.
Oh, I suppose Cassidy was the one who locked Kilburn in the room.
Nope. Kilburn told him the door would lock automatically.
I see. Well, it'll soon be dawn if we don't turn in.
Sure, a little sleep will do us all good. Say, Reed, do you think the guy behind that scorpion scandal sheet's responsible for Kilburn's murder?
I certainly do, Axford. And the Daily Sentinel's going to keep the issue alive until the ruthless killer's brought into light. You can count on that. Well, Miss Case, you didn't take a very long lunch hour.
No, I didn't. I'll get it, Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed's office?
Casey, this is Axford. Let me talk to Reed and hurry it up.
Oh, it's you, Axford. Just a minute. Axford, Mr. Reed.
I wonder what he wants now. Hello, Axford. What do you want?
Reed, wait till you hear. Another one of them notes has turned up.
What?
That's right. A wealthy broker named Gridley, who lives by himself in a two-room suite at the downtown hotel, got a note telling him to pay $25,000 or he'd die at midnight tonight. He just phoned headquarters.
So what do they intend to do about it?
Seems he'd been paying blackmail for some time. He wants to pay this, too, but thought the cops ought to know. They told him not to pay. They're all going to go to his apartment tonight and sit right there with him.
I see.
Inspector Evans says if you and me want to go along, it's okay, Reed.
I wouldn't miss it, Axford. I'll meet you here tonight and we'll go over together.
Right. And here's hoping the killer don't get to Gridley like he did to Kilburn.
Let's hope not. You get all the facts you can and I'll see you later.
Okay, Reed. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Axford.
Something serious, Mr. Reed?
Yes, very. It seems as though our editorials are hitting home. A man named Gridley received one of those blackmailers' threatening notes and called the police. Let's hope he doesn't pay with his life for doing the right thing.
Well, Mr. Gridley, the time's getting close. With this crowd here with you, I'm sure you've nothing to worry about.
Well, I must admit I'm a little nervous, Inspector. After what happened to my friend Kilbourne last night.
You knew Mr. Kilburn then?
Why, yes, I did, Mr. Reed. I told him a short time back that I was having certain difficulties, that I was thinking of hiring a private detective. He offered to take the case for me.
I see.
Looks like it was hard luck for people to know poor Kilbourne.
Plus, Kilbourne himself had the hard luck, Ashford. I suppose, Mr. Gridley, you didn't let anyone in here all evening like I warned you.
That's right, Sergeant Burke. The only person who came in before you came at 9:30 was the officer in uniform who was sent up to investigate the apartment. I went in and lay down for a while. I heard him leave just before you came.
Officer? One of our men? I guess you must have sent one of the boys here, Inspector. I didn't.
No, I didn't send anyone. And if you didn't, then... Wait, don't answer that. There's 2 phones on your desk. Which is that ringing?
Well, one's a hotel phone. The other, the one that's ringing, is a private line I use for confidential matters. Very few people have that number.
Do you have a cane handy, Mr. Gridley?
In that closet over there. But I'd better answer the phone.
Wait, I say. Get the cane, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
But I don't see
You
why...
better wait, as the inspector says, Mr. Gridley.
I got it. Here it is.
Good. Move back, Mr. Gridley, while I lift the receiver off with this cane.
Well, Inspector, if you expected a booby trap, that ain't it.
I'll answer now before they hang up. Hello?
Put that down.
That was fast work, Mr. Reed, but there wasn't any reason to...
Sergeant, look! Something's happening to Mr. Gridley.
That's what I was afraid of. My watch says exactly midnight. We've got to work fast if we hope to save his life. Oh, it's sure good to be home, Cato. It's already 2 a.m. We're getting very little sleep the past few nights. Yes, sir. You say Mr. Gridley going to be all right? Yes, Cato, but he had a narrow escape. That killer used a very ingenious method. Oh, what'd he do? He gained entrance to the apartment, unscrewed the mouthpiece of the private phone, and inserted a tiny crystal bulb, so thin that when anyone might speak into the phone, the vibrations of the diaphragm inside would cause the tiny bulb to break. Oh. What bulb contained? A deadly gas, one good whiff of which would cause instant death. Gridley got only a trace of it, since the bulb must have broken when the inspector hit the receiver with a cane.
Mr. Gridley, very fortunate you all suspect the phone. Oh, I just remember, Mr. Britt. I find letters stuck on the door just before you arrive. It's there on the table.
Oh, who'd stick a letter under our door, and especially this late at night? Let's see. Britt Reed, printed on the envelope. Uh-oh.
What's the matter, Mr. Britt?
Cato, this is it. Listen. Reed, it's no use warning you to lay off those editorials. So this is to tell you you'll get yours at midnight Thursday. And it's signed with the death's head.
It's already 2 a.m. Thursday. That means next midnight, Mr. Britt.
Yes, but we're not going to sit around and wait, Cato. I've tucked away a few items in my mind that may lead to something, yet they're not definite enough to give to the police. And this note gives me another item.
You mean Green Hornet to go out instead?
Right. We'll take the Black Beauty right now. Come on.
What you do first, Mr. Britt?
First, I'm going to stop in the vicinity of a public phone booth. I want you to put in a call to police headquarters.
Why I called police?
Tell them the Green Hornet was seen entering the offices of the Kilburn Detective Agency. And then we'll lay low for a while and let things happen.
Why you wait here in shadows and watch windows of detective agency? Police already have come and gone, Mr. Britt.
Yes, I know. By now, the report you gave has been broadcast, as we heard on the car radio. I'm hoping it'll bring someone out of hiding to find out... Look! Someone using a flashlight up there. Come on. He must have gone in the back way. We've got to get there before he leaves.
And there's the office door. The police have already investigated their regular files right after Kilburn's death, but found nothing of value.
Why someone come here now, then?
Well, there must be hidden files, maybe in a secret wall safe that would be of interest to that someone. I'll open the door. Be quiet.
He's in the other room. Through that door, perhaps.
Yes, and it sounded as though he closed a wall safe in there. He'll get back against the wall. He'll be coming out here soon.
You think it's missing houseman, maybe?
Well, you'd soon know.
Shh.
Hold it, killer.
You not shoot good in the dark.
This'll do it.
Turn your light on. Take a look.
Yes, sir. What? It's Mr. Kilburn.
Right. And with a bag filled with evidence of blackmailing that'll settle him for good. Phone the police again, Cato, while I stick a seal on this rotten killer. He'll soon get his appointment with death in the chair.
What make you think Kilburn not dead? That he's the one who do blackmail and send notes?
Well, it dawned on me gradually from those little items in my mind I mentioned.
What items, Mr. Britt?
Kilburn was in a position to get the goods on a great many people that could be used for blackmail, since he was a detective.
Oh, that's true.
In both Lowell's and Gridley's cases, he was right there to offer his services when they were about to hire detectives.
He afraid other detectives find him out, perhaps.
Yes. When talking to Mrs. Lowell, he knew and mentioned that her husband refused to pay the blackmail demand before she actually told us.
That's not good.
And he asked Mrs. Lowell if her husband had told her about the threat against his life. Yet she hadn't yet mentioned what kind of a threat it was.
That when you get suspicious?
No, but I began to suspect when Cassidy swore he hadn't heard that big clock striking, when everybody else had heard it.
I don't understand.
It came to me that he could have been struck down from behind, before the explosion took place. Of course, he thought his injury was the result of the explosion.
Oh, that give Kilburn chance to slip out and hide somewhere in basement, leaving Houseman dressed in his clothes and wearing his ring, in the room with time bomb.
Right. I didn't mention it to the police because they were convinced of Kilburn's death, and I still wasn't sure. It could have been the houseman who did the killing.
You learn other things then?
Yes. His efforts to warn me against using editorials in the Sentinel told me that they might force the blackmailer to more desperate measures. The note he left for me clinched things when he wrote, "It's no use warning you to lay off those editorials." You see, Kilburn was the only one who had warned me.
You figure, then, that he have secret files of names and material for blackmail someplace. Maybe an office. He worry about police and Hornet, and go to make certain it all safe.
That's what I figured, Cato, and he fell for it. Now the Scorpion News will go out of business, and Kilburn will go out of circulation. The way he planned for his victims, at a given time.
Thanks to Green Hornet, State will make appointment with death for Kilburn.
You forget the Hornet and step on it, Cato. Britt Reed got an appointment. With a nice, soft bed.
Sentinel Extra! Paper! Kilburn confesses to blackmail and murder! Green Hornet implicated! Read all about it! Green Hornet still at large! Sentinel Extra! Paper!
Men between 30 and 50 years of age are urgently needed by the American Red Cross to serve our armed forces as assistant field directors both at home and overseas. If you like people, and if your educational background and experience qualify you to deal closely with men and their personal and family problems, and if you're in good physical health, consult your local Red Cross chapter for complete details. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Hall speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
There is a creature alive today who has survived millions of years of evolution without change, without passion, and without logic. It lives to kill. A mindless eating machine. It will attack and devour anything. It is as if God created the devil and gave him jaws. This is Universal's extraordinary motion picture version of Peter Benchley's best-selling novel, Jaws.
I just found out that a girl got killed here last week, and you knew it. You knew there was a shark out there. You knew it was dangerous, but you let people go swimming anyway.
Did you see that?
It's all psychological. You yell barracuda. Everybody says, huh? What? You yell shark. We've got a panic on our hands on the 4th of July.
Is it true that most people get attacked by sharks in 3 feet of water, about 10 feet from the beach?
Yeah. What we are dealing with here is a perfect engine, an eating machine.
We're not only going to have to close the beach, we're going to have to hire somebody to kill the shark.
Bad fish. But I'll catch him and kill him.
Did you hear your father? Out of the water now!
This shark, swallow you whole. You're going to need a bigger boat.
That's a 20-footer.
25. 3 tons of them.
Hurry up, he's coming straight for us. Don't screw it up now. Don't wait for me. Now! Shoot! What's the tail? Give him room! I can't, son, run! Oh! Come quick! I can't hold it! Hurry! Break it up! Brody!
None of man's fantasies of evil can compare with the reality of Jaws. Roy Scheider, Robert Shaw, Richard Dreyfuss, Jaws. See it before you go swimming.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
When gold was first discovered in the western United States, thousands of prospectors hurried to the new territory. Many of them became wealthy overnight, but the majority worked for years without striking pay dirt. There were some who found gold, but lost their claims to clever and unscrupulous men who worked within the law. The masked rider of the plains fought these confidence men with all the courage and resourcefulness at his command. It was he, more than any other man, who brought justice to the frontier and made the new country safe for honest men. Return with us now, those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the hills! Someone's waiting for us! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
As our story begins, Caleb Bixby, a weather-beaten old prospector, is slicking back his hair and scrubbing his neck. He calls out to his wife, Sarah.
Yes, sirree. Yes, sirree, Sarah. I got a hunch today is going to be my big day.
Caleb.
Oh, where's my boots? Where's my boots? You got 'em all mutton-tallered for me? Fetch 'em out. I gotta look slick when I get the report from the assay office. By ginger, I bet you I walk out of there a millionaire today.
There's your boots, Caleb.
Thank you, Sarah. By thunderation, I'll have a dozen servants to wait on you and me as soon as we strike it rich.
Caleb, set yourself down there a minute.
Nope, I gotta hurry, Sarah. The man at the assay office told me he'd have the report for me this afternoon. It's already 12:15. I'm 15 minutes late.
Caleb, I want you to sit down.
But Sarah...
Caleb.
Oh, all right.
Sit down there. I want to have a few words with you.
Yeah?
We've been living out here right next door to starvation for about 10 years now. Caleb, why don't we open a little store of some sort? Something where you won't have to be heading for the hills all the time, breaking your back and breaking your heart.
Me? Open a store?
Why not, Caleb? We could get some men around to lend us cash. We could sell things to all the prospectors in the region.
Oh, now, honey. I ain't no storekeeper. I'm a gold miner, a prospector.
Take that burro of yours, Caleb.
Oh, what about the burro?
If that burro had his choice between staying in lush grazing or heading into them hills and wearing down his hoofs, which do you reckon he'd choose?
I reckon the lazy coyote would choose a grazing. But
Just so. And Caleb, when I married you, I figured you had more sense than a burro.
Why, Dad Rabbit, Sherry,
I want you to make a promise, Caleb.
Well?
You're going to the assay office to get the report on that last door you left there.
Yeah?
Promise me if that don't show pay dirt, you'll give up.
Give up? Well, I ain't a man to give up, Sherry. I never give up in all my life, and I
For
never...
me, Caleb, will you promise that?
Well, I'll think it over. Doggone boots are getting tight.
Remember now, Caleb, if you ain't struck it rich this time, then you ain't going to prospect no more.
I'll think it over, Sherry. That's all I can say.
Even if you have struck it rich, it means your troubles have just begun. The finding of the gold is the beginning of no end of trouble, Caleb.
I'll think it over, Sherry. Now, you got to be content with that.
Caleb Bixby headed for the assay office with his hopes as high as usual. As he approached, he noticed an Indian standing in the shade of the frame building and...
Howdy, Injun, howdy. Is the boss man inside there?
Me, not know.
By ginger, I'll blame soon find out. Injun, you stand right where you are.
What for?
You stay right there, Injun, and in a couple of minutes' time, you may be looking at a millionaire walking out of that there door. A millionaire, that's what. And when I say millionaire, I mean me.
Oh, you strike gold?
Hey, you wait and see now. You just stand right there. And if I'm right, I'll make you a present of the best doggone blanket that can be had in the whole of the Denver region. Hi there, Caleb. Back again for some more bad news?
Wonder what Caleb would do if he ever got a real good sample of ore. Reckon he'd survive the shock?
You sing a different tune when you hear the report on my ore.
How many years we been hearing them same words, boys?
And how many years has Caleb been eating them? Just you wait, boys. I'm going to be rich on this here strike, and I ain't fooling you none.
No, Caleb. You ain't fooling us at all.
You doggone bunch of mavericks.
Where's the claim at this time?
Now you just wait.
Where's the claim at this time?
Oh, it ain't so far from here. Maybe about 2 or 3 hours by burro. Well, that same means 30 minutes by foot, the way that critter of yours travels.
Be all right if that doggone mule spend as much time going forward as he does backing up.
You staked your claim yet, Caleb? Nope, I ain't had time to.
If you staked every claim from where you fetch samples, you'd have half a Colorado staked by now, wouldn't you, Caleb?
I'll go on with you, Sawtooth. Hey, Caleb, here comes Fleming. Reckon he's got your report for you. Yeah, I see him. Say, Mr. Fleming, what's the news for me this time? You needn't be afeard to say it right in front of the boys. They might be a bit jealous, but it won't hurt them none.
You come back here with me, Caleb.
Well, I sure think.
I want to speak to you alone.
Has he struck it this time, Fleming?
Come into the back room with me, Caleb.
There ain't nothing wrong, is there?
No, this way, Caleb.
Caleb, we'll be waiting to hear what's what.
Just close that door so those gents out there won't hear what I have to tell you.
Yeah, sure.
Sit down there, Caleb. Now, that's it. Now then, who knows you brought these samples in to me?
Gosh, I reckon most everyone does. Why?
Did you tell anyone where you found them?
Sure not. I don't tell all I know. Are they any good?
That ore will say $200 a lot.
It will?
It isn't the best ore I've ever had here, but it's good.
Then I struck it rich?
You found gold.
Gosh, say that again.
You found gold.
Jumping grasshopper.
Wait a
leaping
minute.
horn toad.
Take it easy, Caleb. Until you got your claim staked out and registered, you've got no more right to that land than the next man.
I'll tend to that right away. I'll set out first thing in the morning to stake my claim.
Well, listen to me first. There's a pack of claim jumpers around here. You'll have to watch yourself, Caleb. First thing you know, someone else will have that claim staked, and then you'll be right where you were before. It's one thing to find gold and another thing to hang on to it.
I know that. I'll be on my guard, all right. They won't do me out in it. No, sirree.
All right. Now sit down again, will you?
I got to tell my wife. I got to tell Sarah.
Listen, you blamed old fool. Will you take a little advice from me?
Sure thing.
Stake and register that claim and then come to me.
Uh-huh.
I know a couple of men from the syndicate that'll buy you out. Give you more cash than you ever saw and a payment every month for the rest of your life.
Oh.
That'll save you working the claim.
Hey, you think I ought to sell out right away?
If you were a younger man, Caleb, I'd say work it yourself.
Uh-huh.
But at your age, the best thing would be to sell half interest in it. I'll arrange for you to meet the men that can buy it.
Mm-hmm.
You talk that over with Sarah. Meanwhile, get your stake.
Yeah, I sure will.
And keep your mouth shut till it's staked.
I will. Now I got to tell Sarah. What about it, Caleb? I struck it, boys. I struck it rich.
You did?
Now I'm going to be rich. Injun, I struck it. You just come with me. I'll give you a present.
You talk heap much.
I got to tell everyone. Old Caleb ain't broke no more. I ain't forgot the folks that helped me out.
Let me go now.
Now, wait,
Get him
Injun.
up, Scout.
Come on to the cafe. We'll celebrate with you, Caleb.
Caleb has struck gold. He's struck it rich.
I ain't going to no cafe. I'm going home and tell my wife. I struck it rich.
Caleb hurried to his home while other men went to the cafe to spread the news. A half-breed named Vega called the bartender to one side and said,
I wish to speak with you in private, Senor Boxer.
Ain't nothing me and you has to discuss that I knows about.
Oh, maybe you'll change the opinion after I speak.
Yeah? What are you getting at?
Gold.
Huh?
I thought that'll make you listen. You'll talk with me now, Senor, no?
Well, give me an idea what you got to say.
If, without the risk, you could own a gold claim, you'd pay me well for it?
What claim?
Amigo, I cannot tell you that. It will be your claim. At times, you go to one for gold. The next time you go, you find that gold.
How will I?
Oh, I fix it so you have the map. I tell you where to go. I, too, will go there with my friend. But we will be too late, amigo. You sabe? You will be there first.
Just how can that be worked? If you know where there's a strike, why don't you stake it yourself?
Oh, me, senor, I could not. I've never prospected.
That's right. If it was to show up with a gold claim, everyone would know you jumped it. But with me, it'd be different.
Si, senor. You give me half of what you find, eh?
Well, that's fair enough.
You give me cash now in advance?
You tell me your scheme first, and I'll see how I like it.
See, amigo, see. I alone can do it, because I am looked on as a friend.
Oh, you're speaking of Caleb Bixby's claim?
What you think?
Let's hear your scheme.
Later that same afternoon, Caleb and his wife were still talking about the good fortune that had favored them, hardly able to realize it was true. Darkness fell, and still the two old folks discussed the big event. Then finally...
My sakes alive, Caleb. Here it is getting dark outside and we ain't had supper yet.
What's the difference, Sally? Great days. I can't even know how I'm that excited.
Shucks, I never seen a time you couldn't eat, Caleb.
Just imagine us being rich.
Well, we ain't rich yet. I still can't believe it's true. I'll feel better when I see the actual cash coming in.
It'll come. It'll come. You can't stop it now. Nothing's going to stop us from being rich. Well, you won't have to worry no more. You won't have to work. Why, sakes alive, Sari, I already got a chance to sell half interest in the claim and just sit back and count the money without doing a lick of work.
It still seems most too good to be true.
By ginger, Sari. There's a kiss for you.
Oh, Caleb, you old fool, stop it. Sit down, stop jigging around like a 2-year-old colt. I've got to get the supper on.
I can't help it, Sari. Tomorrow, first thing, I'll go stake my claim.
Oh, dear, I won't sleep a wink tonight for thinking about it.
Sleep? Who in tarnation wants to sleep? We got to celebrate. Get out that there pint of liquor we've been saving for snake bites, and we'll open her up.
No such thing, Caleb Bixby. Not a drop do you get till I see real cash.
Then let's cook up all the victuals here's left, and have maybe a pie. We eat like we ain't at for a long time.
Now, don't you be so extravagant. We're going right on saving like we always been till we get that money.
Oh, now,
Go on, comb the dust out of your hair and scrub your hands. That's the way to celebrate. I'll see what I can do in the way of biscuits to go with the mulligan stew and maybe some sourdough cakes to start you off with till your claim at sunup. What's that?
The window. Look, it's area.
A crash of glass and the sound of a heavy 6-gun rang through the night, to be heard by the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion, Tonto.
Tonto, that was a report of a 44.
Ah, that all you here?
Couldn't have come from the town. That would be too far away. Must be from some cabin near here.
Tonto hear window glass break.
Window glass?
Ah, that's right. Maybe plenty trouble.
Did you hear the glass before or after the shot?
Me hear 4.
Here, Silver.
Here's
Come
Scout.
on. We'll investigate that, Tonto. Shouldn't have been far away.
Tonto think maybe him hear hoofs after shot.
Hoofs?
Maybe someone run away.
Just a second now, Silver. Steady, boy. Steady there. We're going to find out what that meant. Are you going to saddle up?
Oh, Tonto, ride bareback.
All right, then. I'm ready. Yep. Follow me, Tonto. Come on, Silver.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Caleb Bixby, badly wounded, lay on his bunk. His wife, Sarah, knelt at his side and...
Sally, look outside. I thought I heard someone riding away.
Never mind them. Never mind anybody outside, Caleb. How bad are you hurt? Where'd they get you?
Here.
Let me see it.
Must have been the gold claim they was doing it for, Sari.
Now, honey.
Sari, they found out about our fortune. That's it.
Oh, now, lie quiet, Caleb.
Sari. Oh, it hurt something terrible. I ain't going to get better, Sari. Just when we was all sought for to get rich. Sari, who's that? Look outside.
A couple of horsemen stopped outside there, Caleb. Wait till I get that rifle. I'll give them something to think about.
Never mind me, Sari. You just shoot. Shoot to kill. You get the gold mine now.
Oh, no such thing. You ain't going to cash in your chips yet, Caleb. I'll drill the first critter comes through that door. Stand back, you. Stand back. I've got a bead on you.
Just a minute. Put down that rifle.
Shoot him. Shoot him, Sari. Drill the two of them.
Take it easy. We're here to help you.
No, it's too late.
Tonto, take a look at that old man. See how badly he's hurt.
Tonto, help him.
Sari gets the gold mine.
Take it easy. You're not going to die.
No.
Tonto's going to take care of you.
Who are you, anyhow? What are you doing here wearing that mask?
We want to help you.
Tonto, fix wound.
Tonto's far better than any doctor you can find around here. What's the gold claim he's speaking about?
I won't tell you nothing. Like as not, you're the critter shot poor Caleb.
No, we didn't shoot him.
Him fella Tonto see in town.
That's what I thought, Tonto.
What's that?
My friend saw your husband when he was told about his gold.
If you didn't shoot Caleb, then who did?
We'll try and find that out after we've taken care of his wound.
Oh, try and find out. How are you going to find out now? The killer's got away if you ain't him, and I ain't so sure you ain't.
Tonto's good at reading tracks. Perhaps there'll be some other clues outside.
You get hot water.
I'll take care of that, Tonto.
You won't do nothing of the sort. If Caleb needs hot water, I'll get it for him.
Very well. That'll give me a chance to look around outside. Stay with him, Tonto, and do all you can for him.
Is there any chance he'll live?
Him get all right.
Are you sure, Injun? Are you sure of that?
You can take Tonto's word for it, Mrs. Bixby.
Where's that man, Injun? Who is he? I sort of liked his voice, but... Injun, what are you doing? You're hurting Caleb.
Me fix wound. Get bullet out.
Oh, land sakes alive, Injun. I'd most sooner have the bullet in.
Tonto fix him now.
Sari.
Yes, Caleb.
Sari, you'll have to ride for the claim. Come morning. You got to get there and stake it out, or it'll be lost to you.
Never mind that, Caleb. Only thing I care about is to see you get well again.
Sari, I hate like thunder to admit it, but it sort of looks like this Injun knows what he's doing.
I'll see who's at the door now. Sakes alive, so many things happening all in one day. It's enough to make a person dizzy.
Amigo.
Oh, Joey.
Vega. Doggone, I had tough luck.
Senor, what's the matter? You hurt?
I've been shot, Vega. Some ornery coyote tried to finish me off before I could stake my claim. I reckon you heard about that.
Si, senor. I heard about it in the cafe.
What are folks saying about it, Vega? Is there anyone there might have drilled Caleb?
Oh, I do not know that. I only know others go to find gold, too.
Oh, the others are starting out to try and do what I done, huh?
Si, senor. Boxer, he's go tomorrow.
Oh, he is, huh?
Si, but you, amigo, you have not staked your claim yet.
I figured on going in the morning, but doggone it, now I can't.
Oh, this is too bad. You may perhaps be too late.
Oh, I knowed it was too good to be true.
Perhaps Senora, she could go.
Why, Dad read it. I can't send Sari out alone to stake a claim.
Oh, I would go to guard, yes?
By Ginger, Vega. Maybe if you was willing to go along with Sari.
But I don't know where your claim is, Caleb.
He could perhaps make the map.
Gosh, Injun, that sure feels a heap better.
You be all right 2-3 days rest.
Fine time for me to be here resting. Dad rat the luck.
He's somewhere's after you. The sooner you stake the claim, the better.
You're right, Vega. Doggone it. Look, Sari, I could fix a sort of map to show you just how to get there.
I reckon there ain't much else we can do, Caleb. I could go alone. Shucks, I know this part of the country. Vega don't need to put himself out.
I do not mind, Senora.
I'll get your pencil and a hunk of paper, Caleb, and you draw that map.
Yeah, you do that, Sari. I'll draw it up as best I can. Show you just where to put the stakes in.
Caleb drew his map with painstaking care, and about the time he finished, the masked mystery rider returned and entered the house. How are you now, Caleb?
Thanks to what that redskin's done, I feel a heap better, stranger.
But he's still weak as a kitten. I don't expect he'll be up and about for a couple of days at least.
What you find?
I found several clues to the one who fired the shot.
Yeah? Who was the polecat? I'd just like to get my hands on him.
If I could get a hold of him, I declare I'd lambaste him
He
until
seems to have escaped for the time being. Who is...
Him named Vega.
Friend of Caleb's?
Si, Senor de Mask. I am Vega. But who are you?
Oh, he's the critter that fetched the redskin to dress my wound for me. He's been out trying to find the ornery polecat that shot me.
Oh, I see.
What's that map?
Oh, that? I've been sort of sketching out how to locate the gold mine for Sari. She's going there first thing in the morning, you see, stranger.
May I take a look at that map?
No, you may not.
Now, Sari, don't be so cantankerous.
I'm not going to try anything, Mrs. Bixby. I'm just going to take a look at your map. I want to look at it under the light here a little closer.
Garnish, you got the blamedest way.
What he's doing with the map?
He's just a-looking at it. Now, don't you interfere with him.
Caleb, someday you're going to regret trusting folks the way you do.
Maybe him trust wrong people.
Here you are. You going to keep this in your house overnight?
No, it would not be safe here.
And what are you going to do with it?
Oh, perhaps better I take it with me. You think so?
Yeah, whatever you say, Vega. I sure ain't in no shape to defend that doggone thing. But take care of it. It's a mighty valuable hunk of paper now.
You know, amigo, you can trust me.
Doggone, I sure enough hope so.
I go now, eh? Come back early in the morning, then we go to stake this claim.
All right, Vega. I'll be here waiting for you unless Caleb gets worse during the night and needs me to stay home.
Shucks, I'll be all right, Sari. You just go stake that claim. Then I'll feel a doggone sight better about the whole thing.
I go now. Buenas noches, senor.
Good night. Good night.
Now, as for you, stranger, with that map...
Just a moment, Mrs. Bixby.
Don't you just a moment me. I'm going to tell you a few things about
You
the way
just let the man who shot your husband get away.
What's that?
Vega?
Yes.
That's what Tonto thinks.
It's a fact.
But if you were right, if what you said about Vega was true and he's got that map...
Don't worry about it, Caleb. You get your strength back. You're going to need it for working your claim. Come, Tonto. We've things to do. Vega went directly to the cafe, where he met Boxer, and then he said...
I have it, senor.
Good enough. I'll be ready to start at daybreak. Will it take long to get there?
No, see, I have the map. I draw it myself.
Good enough.
I will see you later. I start with Senora Bixby sometime in the morning.
For where?
To make the claim.
This claim?
Si, senor. Only when we arrive, you have already been there first.
I get it. There ain't nobody alive can say I didn't find it for my own self.
That is right. And we split 50-50, huh?
That's right, Vega. We split 50-50.
The next morning, Boxer left town alone. Then a little later, Vega and Mrs. Bixby took the same trail. As they drew near the spot where Caleb made his strike, they found the masked man, Tonto, and Fleming from the assay office.
Oh, there. Sakes alive, Mr. Fleming, what are you doing here?
Howdy, Mrs. Bixby.
What's this? You two are prospecting?
Well, not exactly. You see, this masked man brought us along. He thought we'd better travel along with you two and make sure the claim was staked out just right.
Strikes me that masked man's got a pile of interest in our affairs.
I have, Mrs. Bixby, and I'll tell you why. It's because the man you're counting on as a friend is the one who shot your husband.
What is
Not so fast, Vega. You're covered.
He's lying.
You said that last night, mister, but you still ain't showed no proof.
I found the empty cartridge outside of the window we smashed. You can compare it with the bullets in his gun if you care to.
This is not true. All men around here use the same cartridge.
There's a little more proof than that, Vega.
Mr. Fleming, you ain't took in by strangers, easy. How is it you listened to this masked man?
He's got a pretty straight story, Sarah. He followed the tracks of Vega's horse from your window, away from the house, and then back to the house again.
This is not true.
We can tell soon enough. Come, let's get on and stake your claim.
But what good is that going to do?
We'll just ride along with you. We can talk while we're riding. Come on, get up there.
Come on, Silver.
Under.
Mrs. Bixby, the whole thing was planned so Vega could get the map of the claim. When I took that map to the light to examine it, I made a couple of changes.
You done what?
I made a few changes. Just enough so that Vega sold a copy of the map to someone else. Another person would not stake out your husband's gold land.
You keep right on moving, Vega. We'll get to the bottom of this in short order now. Not much further to go.
Vega, you dirty double-crossing polecat. If you done what this masked man said...
This is not true.
Where's the map, Vega?
I have it here.
Let's see it. Where's the claim we're supposed to stake out?
See, I have the map. I do not give it away.
What's the bartender doing over there by that dead tree?
Why, doggone, that's just the spot that showed on this map is where Caleb said to stake the land. That's Boxer, ain't it?
That's who it is, Sarah.
And he's staking out a claim. What's he doing it for? Ain't that where my husband's supposed supposed to have his claim?
That's where it's shown to be on the map.
It's not my fault if Miller find it first. You can prove nothing.
That land Box is taking isn't worth a thing.
But it's the land...
I made a change in the map, Mrs. Bixby. I told you that. Caleb showed a dotted line where you were to ride and stake the claim at the end of the dotted line, along the edge of the ravine here.
Yes, but...
I extended the dotted line and put in a dead tree while I was looking at the map. That's where Boxer is staking a claim. Oh, Silver.
What are we stopping here for?
Right here is where your husband dug. This rock is where the claim is supposed to be staked.
And you can go right ahead and stake it, Sarah. This is your husband's gold mine. Boxer has staked the wrong place.
Hey there, what are you doing around here?
I'm staking my husband's claim.
You what?
Vega betrayed you, Boxer. He changed the map.
Why, you dirty double-crosser?
No, senor.
I ought to shoot you dead for that. You took cash from me and then...
talk too
It's
much.
all right. He said just enough to make us sure what the masked man said was straight.
Not so fast, Vega. You're too handy with that knife.
Oh, my hand,
Now,
my
I
hand.
reckon we have plenty of proof, Vega.
Why, Ginger, now I'm sure that feller's a crook.
He double-crossed his own brother. He took cash from me, said he was selling me a map to a good claim. I didn't know it was your land, Mrs. Bixby.
You better tell that to the judge, Boxer. I don't think you can be held for claim jumping, but you can be run out of town. As for you, Breed, you tried to kill a man.
No, I do not try to
That's
kill.
the charge, attempted murder.
That'll be all you'll need to prove them guilty.
It'll be plenty.
Land sakes. Do you think you're the polecat that trilled Caleb? I ought to lambaste you till you can't stand up. I ought to...
No, senores. Do not let her
It's
ask
all
me.
right,
No.
Sarah. The law will deal with them now that the masked man has showed them up.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Come on, Silver, old boy! There's trouble at Eagle Grove! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
You're part of it, Prince. And it's part of you. Like I am. You can't get away from us, Prince. We're both in your blood.
Judy, please.
And we'll never let you go.
to fight. But you can't fight marriage. Marriage, is it? To that washed-out little Yankee. Press his mind.
I expressed an opinion. There was nothing personal about it. Take it as you like.
Well, if it wasn't personal, I'm satisfied.
Just understand, Cantrell, the question of your being satisfied about my opinions is of no importance to me.
Gentlemen.
Evidently, you've made up your mind.
No, Julie. You've made up my mind.
Well, then, goodbye, Press.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is ARM. A-R-M.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
That's me. Well, here I am again with $3,000 for one of our couples. Mr. Fenneman, who's first?
Well, Groucho, I'd like you to meet Mrs. Dory Martin and Mr. Dick Hubler. They both have some rather interesting experiences they'd like to discuss with you. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Dory Martin, eh? Mrs. Dory Martin. What a shame. Foiled again. Where are you from, Mrs. Martin?
I was born in Philadelphia, Groucho.
Philadelphia. Beautiful Philly from Philly, eh? Have you always lived in Philly?
No, when I was 3, my parents moved to Denver, and I call that my home.
What did you do in Denver? Wish you were in Philadelphia?
No, I went to school there and did some fashion modeling and some swimming, and my hobby was riding horses. I became an equestrian.
Were you any good as an equestrian?
Well, I did fairly well after I'd practiced quite a while. I became undefeated Colorado State champion of 3 5-gaited and hunting and jumping horses for 3 years.
It's pretty risky, isn't it?
No, not if you're used to it.
Well, if we can find a side saddle somewhere, would you care to go riding with me someday?
I don't ride side saddle, Groucho.
I know that, but I do. You're Dick Hubler?
That's right, Groucho.
Or Hubler, how do you pronounce it?
Hubler.
Oh, Hubler. What is your hometown?
I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania.
What sort of work do you do, Dick?
I'm a writer, Groucho.
A writer? Really? What all have you written besides Home for Money?
I've written 7 novels and numerous magazine articles, even some poetry occasionally.
Is that so? Is there any money in poetry?
None at all.
No. Dick, I'm curious, as an author, do you ever hear from your readers, or once the book is published, is that the end of it as far as you're concerned?
Well, you don't hear on books, but right now I'm hearing from thousands of them.
You are? Why? They're demanding their money back?
No, but in the February issue of Coronet, I wrote an article called Dogs Are Dumb. And ever since then, things have been happening. It seems everyone...
Getting letters from dogs?
No, but I've been getting letters from dog lovers demanding my blood and threatening assault and battery, offering to show me their dogs are smarter than I am.
They're pretty sensitive, dog lovers, huh?
Yeah.
You think dogs are dumb, do you, really?
Well, I have one myself. I'm very fond of him, but I don't think he's very intelligent.
Have you ever discussed you with him? Do you think that dogs are dumb, Dory?
I wouldn't say they were dumb, no. But
you think they're as smart as men?
As some men, maybe.
Well, let's compare dogs and people. Dory, can your husband sit up and beg?
No.
Does he carry the paper in from the front lawn between his teeth?
No.
Does your husband ever jump in your lap and let you scratch him around the ears?
No.
Now then, does your dog jump on your lap and let you scratch his ears?
Yes, he does.
Well, that shows your dog is smarter than your husband. I'd be glad to do what the dog does for you, but you'd have to get your own paper off the lawn. Dick, I happen to live in Beverly Hills, and most of the dogs I see out there are well-behaved, intelligent, and well-groomed. Now, what have you got to say about that?
Well, dogs in Beverly Hills generally are treated like people. I know, for example, there are some poodles out in Beverly Hills that have what they call poodle parties.
There's some people out there that have poodle parties.
These are exclusive dog parties, though.
You mean the people are not allowed at all?
Not at all. They have special birthday cakes of hamburger, hand-painted bones for favors. And they amuse each other with their own tricks. Usually ends up in a brawl, too.
Well, that isn't just confined to the dogs in Beverly Hills. Have you got anything else to say about the Beverly Hills dogs?
Well, a survey a few years ago showed that actually there was more dog food sold there than there was baby food.
What's wrong with that? In Beverly, they feed their kids dog food. And if you knew some of those kids, you'd understand why. Well, I've learned a lot about dogs tonight, and I think all the dogs who are listening certainly learned a lot about people. Now let's play You Bet Your Life. Do you understand the game?
I think so.
Fine. Well, I wish I did. Now, you selected literary quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what do you want to start with? A $10 one, 40, 80, 100?
70.
70. Who wrote The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde?
Robert Louis Stevenson.
That is absolutely correct.
You now have $170.
Now, what do you want to do?
What do you think?
80.
All right.
$80? The Iliad is one of the two celebrated classics by Homer. What is the other one?
The Odyssey.
The Odyssey is correct. Huh?
You now have $250.
Say, I'm getting an education here tonight. Now you have $250. Now what do you want to do?
90.
90? Who wrote Robinson Crusoe?
Daniel Defoe.
Daniel Defoe is right.
Your bankroll now contains $340.
You're pretty lucky to be up here with a literary
I
guest.
know.
Huh? There's your last chance to beat the other couples. What do you want to do?
100.
You can quit or you can go ahead.
Let's try the 100.
100. Sidney Carton is the central figure in which of Dickens' stories?
The Tale of Two Cities.
Tale of Two Cities is right.
And you wind up with $440.
Thanks and good luck to the Soda Plymouth dealers. Huh?
You know, ever since we presented the lovely DeSoto Automatic, people everywhere have been asking us about one particular feature of this great car. Oh, sure, they wanted to know about Power Flight fully automatic transmission and remarkable DeSoto full-time power steering. But they also wanted to know about another revolutionary DeSoto feature, DeSoto air conditioning. Well, here's the story. Fresh air is taken in through handsome vents on the sides of the car. It's then filtered, cooled, and dehumidified by the air conditioning unit on a ledge in the rear of your trunk. This unit, by the way, takes up very little usable luggage space. Then the clean, fresh air is blown gently into the interior of the car. Stale air, odors, tobacco smoke are quickly dispelled, leaving the DeSoto interior cool and comfortable. And no matter what the conditions are outside, blistering hot or freezing cold, the temperature inside is always just right, just the way you want it for complete driving and passenger comfort. DeSoto air conditioning eliminates the need for blowy open windows, which do nothing but let in air filled with particles of road dust and dirt. And it's simple to work. Just one simple switch on your dashboard operates the whole system. DeSoto air conditioning is available on most DeSoto models as extra equipment. DeSoto air conditioning is just another one of the fine features and added conveniences that enable us to say and prove DeSoto puts you ahead automatically. Next, Groucho, I'd like you to meet Miss Deonto Farnsworth and her partner, Mr. Mel Morrison. Folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Deonto Farnsworth, you're very, very charming, huh?
Thank you.
What kind of a name is Deonto?
Deonto means carnation in Esperanto.
Esperanto? Oh, I used to go down there every summer and watch the bullfights, huh? I think it's a lovely little town, don't you?
There is no such place as Esperanto.
There isn't?
No.
In that case, I'll have to find some other place to watch the bullfights. What is Esperanto? Does it go over or under Chilean beans?
Esperanto is an international language that's meant as a secondary language to enable people all over the world to understand each other. It's composed of the better parts of all languages.
Hmm. What part of the English language did you use?
Hello and yes.
That's about all you need, really. You can even skip hello, huh? Who are you again, if I may be so bold as to inquire?
Mel Morrison.
Mel Morrison, huh? Where's your hometown, Mel?
I'm originally from a little town called Nassau, Minnesota. It's a small wooden shoe Dutch community in the southwestern part of Minnesota. But I later moved to Chicago, where I spent most of my life.
You changed your shoes, too, I noticed.
Mm-hmm.
I used to live in Chicago, you know. Whereabouts did you live there?
I lived on the south side, right near the White Sox baseball park.
Oh.
In fact, I was practically raised in the ballpark. As a little kid, I picked up pop bottles, sold peanuts, later become an usher, gate man. In fact, I did everything in the ballpark but play ball.
Hmm. You were a good deal like the team in those days. What sort of a job what do you do now?
I'm a crowd engineer. And
you engineer crowds?
Yes, sir. I head a firm here known as Mel Morrison's Crowd Engineers, and we furnish people for public events.
You furnish crowds, you mean?
No, we just furnish the people to handle them. We furnish the ticket sellers, the gatemen, the ushers, the guards, parking lot attendants for all types of events, baseball, football, the races, wrestling matches, the sportsman show, all types.
Well, who furnishes the crowds?
Well, I guess that's up to the management or a good publicity man and good show.
Well, it sounds like interesting work. Tell us something about the crowd. Are they all the same? If you've seen one crowd, I suppose you've seen them all, huh?
No, I wouldn't say that they were all the same. For instance, you wouldn't expect the same type of crowd that attends a wrestling match to attend the opera.
No, I suppose not. I guess people who like grunting and groaning probably don't care much for screeching and howling. Well, it's been very interesting talking to you two, and I wish both of you the best of luck in the future. Now, let's play You Bet Your Life. We start you off with $100. You try to run it into more than our other couples. Now, you select a general information quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
In the race for the $3,000, the first couple won $440, and the secret word is arm.
Now, what do you want to start with?
I'll start with the 80.
Okay.
Okay, the 80.
How much?
The $80.
$80. I said how much because I want you to talk up. Remember, one answer between you. Now.
Okay.
If Haviland suggests Chinaware, what does Fostoria suggest?
Fostoria? Crystal?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Crystal?
Glassware. I guess Crystal is right. Huh? All right.
Well, you're off to a good start. Your bankroll now has $180 in it.
Now, you can quit any time you want, or you can proceed. Now, what question do you want to start with? Go ahead with.
Start with 50 or 70?
I can't hear
70.
you.
70.
70. George McManus is the creator of one of the most popular comic strips of our time. What is it?
Maggie and Jakes.
Maggie and Jakes.
That's right, Maggie and Jakes.
You now have $250.
60.
60? What do you call the boats used in the canals of Venice for centuries?
Gondolas. Gondolas.
Gondolas or gondolas is right.
You now have $310.
And it's your last chance to beat the other couples. You can proceed or you can quit.
So we go down to, say, 30?
Okay, 30.
Okay, whose picture is on a $1 bill?
George Washington.
George Washington is right.
And you wind up with $340.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Well, Groucho, we invited some women who work for the city to our show tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mrs. Ida Cole. Her partner is a man with an interesting career, Mr. Joe Oakey. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mrs. Ida Cole, I'll start with you. Are you a native Californian?
No, Groucho. I was born in Cincinnati, Ohio, in the Avondale section.
Is that so? You're married, huh?
Yes, I am,
And
Groucho.
what does your husband do?
Groucho, my husband is associated with the May Realty Company as a real estate salesman.
Oh.
He sells income property and residential homes.
Oh, he dishes dirt, in other words, huh? And you're Mr. Jack Oakey, huh?
Joe Oakey.
Joe Oakey, huh? Are you sure you're not Jack Oakey? You're not sure, huh? Do you know Jack Oakey?
I heard about him. I don't know him, no, sir.
Well, I'll call you Jack Oakey, huh? You don't care, huh?
I don't care.
And you can call me Joe Oakey, huh? Where are you from, Mr. Oakey?
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
How long ago did this event occur? Huh?
1898, Groucho.
1898, huh? Well, that makes you about 39, huh?
Easy.
Easy. That's an easy 39. Are you married, Mr. Oakey?
No, I'm single.
Do you have a girl now?
No.
Have you ever gone steady with a girl?
No.
How long would you call steady? I mean, how long have you gone with a girl at one time, huh?
About 3 weeks.
3 weeks since you're 18, 19 years old?
Yeah,
You never went longer than 3 weeks with a girl? Why not? Don't you like girls?
Sure I like girls. You know anything better?
I don't know anything better, and I must say I don't know anything worse either. What sort of business are you in, Joe?
Well, I'm a sort of a salesman.
Well, that's certainly qualifying it nicely. Well, Joe, I'm not in the market for anything, but out of curiosity, what are you selling?
Well, right now I'm not selling anything.
That's the kind of a salesman I like. A real live wire crackerjack salesman. Well, are you loafing now?
Well, right now I'm not doing anything.
You're not. Well, maybe we can find a job for you, Joe. What sort of work have you done in the past? Aside from not selling anything. What sort of work have you done in the past?
Well, let me see now. Many, many years ago, I sort of took to the liking of the sea. I was a sort of a merchant marine sailor, Groucho.
Oh, like Moby Dick?
I don't know nothing about Moby Dick, but I had quite an experience, Groucho. When I was a kid, I signed aboard a cattle boat.
As one of the cattle, or as as part of the crew?
As part of the crew.
Uh-huh.
We had a lot of donkeys on there, mules.
Was this the crew, the donkeys? Or...
No.
Well, Ida, let's declare a recess for a moment and find out about your work here. Fenneman says you're with the city. What do you do, Ida?
That's right. I'm a recreation director with the Department of Recreation and Parks.
Well.
And I have a center, one of the centers in the city. It's called the Marvin Youth Center.
Mm-hmm.
And we
well,
have...
could you direct some recreation my way? Where do you do your directing? Outside the pool hall?
No, we have a building that we have an auditorium where we have basketball and sports and dancing and such.
Okay. I've been to the city playground, you know. I go down there 2 or 3 mornings a week with my daughter, Melinda. She's only 7. And then she picks me up around 5, and I'm ready for bed. Well, what are some of the activities you have to offer at these playgrounds? Haven't you got something for fellas of my age group, like hopscotch? I mean, without the hops.
Well, we do have activities, and I think something you might be interested in is our weightlifting program. We have a lot of
I
men
might.
there.
If they'd promise not to drop me, I'd be willing to. I used to be a dumbbell at the local gymnasium. Joe, I've got my second win now. Let's continue your story. Now, what is your present ambition, Joe, aside from being first in line at the unemployment office?
Well, I kind of like to write jokes.
You do? Well, so would I, but I haven't been doing very well tonight, I must say. Well, just don't lose your place in line, Joe. Have you ever tried writing jokes?
Well, I wrote about 3 or 4 jokes. I sold some of them to some big comedians, you know.
You did? Like who?
Like you.
You sold me jokes?
Not you, but several big ones like you. I don't want to mention their names, you know what I mean.
Well, I don't buy any jokes, at least not from strangers, Joe. I bought a joke from a stranger once, and after I got home, I found it had over 100,000 miles on it, this joke. The fellow who sold it to me said it used to belong to a school teacher in Pasadena. You know, I always like to encourage potential Joe Millers or Mark Twains. Joe, could you give us an example of one of your jokes?
Well, how much will you pay me?
Well, that's a pretty good joke right there. Joe, don't you have any free samples?
Well, yeah, I got one here if you like it. Is it all
I'll
right?
tell you what you do, Joe.
What?
If your joke gets a big laugh,
Yeah.
I'll give you $5. Now, you go ahead. And I'll let the audience judge.
Well, this is a story about an income tax party who paid his income tax.
So far, it's not very funny, Joe.
Well, I'm not finished yet.
No, but they finished with me.
And he kind of figured that he'd had a rebate coming, and he had written a letter to the Internal Revenue Groucho, and they, in turn, answered him in this manner. They said, "Dear sir, we're in receipt of your letter, and you're right about having the rebate, enclosed fine check in the sum of 1 cent." He went over to the bank, and he said to the teller, "I'd like to have this check cashed." And the teller says, "How do you want it, heads or tails?"
That certainly got a bigger laugh than anything I've said tonight. That's as a matter of fact, I sort of like that joke, Joe. Now, what are your plans for the immediate future?
How about the $5?
Well, Joe, it was so unusual to hear a laugh here tonight that I'm going to give you the $5 anyway.
I'm going to frame this, but I want your autograph on there after the show.
Well, I've been framed for less than that. Well, it's been a laughable experience talking to you two, and Joe, I wish you lots of success in the future. Now, let's see how much money you can win.
In the race for the $3,000, our first couple, Mrs. Martin and Mr. Hubler, are still leading with $440.
You selected movie quiz. Remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Talk up.
$70.
$70. For $70, what male star had his first big success a few years ago in the title role of Golden Boy?
William Holden.
William Holden is correct.
You now have $170.
Now what do you want to do?
$80.
$80. Who plays the leading role of the Mountie in the latest version of Rosemarie?
Is it Howard Keel?
You learned this in a playground at a Griffith Park?
I like to go to movies. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
See the
Howard
picture,
Keel is right. Huh?
You now have $250.
Take 90?
90.
Who played the title role in the Eddie Cantor story?
Keith Brazell.
Keith Brazell is right.
You'll now have $340 in your bankroll.
And here's your last chance to be the other couples. What are you going to go for?
Take $100.
$100. Who produced and directed Roman Holiday?
Roman Holiday, I don't want to...
Help her, Joe.
Who produced and directed it was William Wyler.
William Wyler is right.
And you'll wind up with $440.
You better give her a big hug, Joe. Huh?
You know, I took a look at her. I said, you're smart. You do the talking. I don't know if I'm not.
You wind up with $440.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. You're a smart guy.
And that means that we wind up with a tie for the big question tonight. The couple was just here, and Mrs. Martin and the writer, Mr. Hubler, with $440 also. And in just 1 minute, they'll all get a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $3,000 question. Well, Groucho, here are the two winning couples all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $3,000 question. We've given them each a card to write down their answer on, and of course, if both couples get it right, we'll split the money between them. All set?
All right, here we go for $3,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Are you ready? Mary Geneva Doud, D-O-U-D, or Dowd, was the maiden name of the wife of one of our presidents. For $3,000, who married Mary Geneva Dowd?
There's the writer's solution.
This is President Buchanan?
Yeah.
No, that's wrong.
What is this?
Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln, that's wrong.
Well, I don't.
It is Mary Geneva Dowd. She's Mamie. That's Dwight D. Eisenhower's wife. That's a dirty trick, but that's the way it goes on our show. Huh? So that means the big question next week will be worth $3,500. Well, you lost the big money, all of you, but how much did they win the quiz, George?
Well, each couple won $440 in the quiz.
Well, that's not too bad. Congratulations and thanks to all of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $3,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth. Two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. When you stop, park to stay parked. Set the parking brake and remove the key. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
like the sea which pounds with incessant violence against the shores of their rock-bound world. Life with all its dramatic force beats within the hearts of these two. For woven into the twisted fabric of their fate is a story you'll remember as long as you can thrill to a devotion deep enough, rich enough to overcome all obstacles. The story of Belinda. Belinda, who knew a love of indescribable beauty, but who carried a strange secret in the silence of her heart. Belinda, searching, ever searching for happiness and understanding, but ready to fight with primitive fury to protect what she loved most.
Wherever you're going.
Why?
To tell them.
To tell them what?
What you've done. So they'll know how low a man can get.
You think I don't know what it means being lonely like you are? If you only knew what it meant to see you smile for the first time. Bringing happiness to one single human being. Well, Linda, don't let me think I've failed again.
You've no right to go on this
All right, I'm a father.
But act like a father. You're the one person that can give her what she needs most. Help, comfort, understanding. I understand how you feel, and I don't blame you. But believe me, it's blotted out of her mind.
First time a man kissed you, wasn't it?